Now, all of you get to play with very good Orpers, right? You've got Zaiwu, you've got Monacy, you've got Shiro, all very good Orp, like some of the most elite level Orpers that we have in the game right now. But they're different styles of Orpers. Like Zaiwu is probably the biggest in terms of hybrid, I would say. Monacy is the flashiest and maybe most aggressive of the bunch. And then Shiro is mechanically very strong, but maybe the most risk adverse in the sense that he's not always going for opening picks. He's more doing the job of an Oper, more like what Device used to be like. So you get kind of a different spectrum of teams and different spectrums of players. This is why, like for you, you're the most impactful player in the world. Like that, I think statistically speaking, Donk finds the most impact out of all the players. And then in your team, Zaiwu has to be one of the more impactful because like the way that the resources are shared, like Flamesy he's a good rifler, he's very good at making space on the T side and everything, but he's not like Donk, he's not like Nico, he's not like Kiyosuke. So there's different balances to things. I guess this just plays into team complexion. So I'm trying to find where I could go with a question with this, but for me, this is why your teams are all kind of structured a little bit differently. Yours has the biggest problem though, doesn't it? You have the most stars packed into one place, or at least that's what we think is going to happen with Kiyosuke. So your balance is going to be the hardest.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's going to take some time for us to adjust everything, but we were aware of it when we, decided to bring him in. We knew that it's going to be a bit messy at the start, but as I said, we believe he's. I don't think we are the only ones that believe that he's probably the next Donk,
yeah.
Right?
He's the new star.
The new star.
The first Kiyosuke.
Okay, the first Kiyosuke.
So
okay.
we will do like everything that we can to make him be the best version of himself. And then all the other players, mostly obviously me and René, are gonna try to take a step back where we need to and let him shine, let him do his thing, let him feel the game. We also want him to, we don't want to put him in a position and say, this is the best for you as of right now. We want to make sure that he learns the game, how to play on a long term, not just that we don't want to put him like, let's say on some anchor position where it's easy at the start, but we want to make sure that he understands the rotations, everything that comes, it's like the qualities that you need to have as a player if you want to be the best. We want to make sure that he learns things as quickly as possible, not just that he has the easiest time at the start.
Sure.
So it's going to take some time for us to get him up to the speed with everything, but maybe he's just the wonder kid and he's going to go out and destroy everyone.
Well, this is kind of bringing me to the question here, because Monacy was in Na'Vi Academy and then he makes the move over to G2 and he's pretty good straight away, right? Like you appear and you're amazing out the gates. Like you blow all the records out of the water. Is Kiyosuke, like you know him, I saw you with him yesterday. Is he going to be just like you? Is it going to be easy? Like, because you didn't have any problems. It's not like you were like, oh my God, I'm playing in Katowice. Like you weren't like, oh, I'm worried about the stage, I'm feel pressure. You just went, I play Counter-Strike and I shoot the people on the other side. Is Kiyosuke like you, do you think?
I hope so. I see that he can do it, to be honest. Like I believe in him, so like he's my good friend. And yeah, I believe in him and I hope he will do his best.
Okay, it seems wild though that these like freaks, in the best way, I mean it in the nicest way, can appear back-to-back years almost. Like you've got to play with him now. Is it like...
He's amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, obviously never got to like play with Donk, not even in the FaZe, so I'd never really seen how they operate on the server, but he's a machine as well. He's really good, and in a way he reminds me a bit of myself. The way I think he doesn't have the exact same playstyle as Donk, where he's just wide-swinging everything. I think he likes to clear angles a little bit more than Donk. I think Donk likes to clear the angle by kind of just wide-swinging and then going back and killing him. I think Maxim likes to just clear angles properly, and then he also has, I don't know, just like when you look at him, just feels like every duel he takes, he has advantage. Like he never takes a bad duel, and I don't know how. Like he's gonna be out of position, but then he's gonna turn the position in his favor when he takes a duel. It's weird. I don't know how to explain, but you just feel like you can never catch him on a wrong foot.
Okay. Does that sound like when you're playing the same thing? You're never in a bad position. You're never taking a bad duel.
I hope so.
What do you think about this? Did you practice against?
Listen, I haven't played him in Falcons yet, I think, but I played him against him when he was at Spirit Academy.
Okay.
And there's many people saying and asking questions if he is the real thing and if he's gonna be as good as Dunk, for example. I think many people are doubting him, but from my experience in practice, I've never, or maybe sometimes against Dunk as well, like the way I got peaked and the way I died to his peaks. It's like I don't really have a chance in many of the situations. That's how I feel, and I think if you can translate that. If you can translate that into tournaments and official games, why not? You can definitely be as good as Dunk, maybe,
But this is the thing, because from my side of the table, and when we're talking about Counter-Strike on podcasts or analyst desks or casting, and it's like, you have to go, oh yeah, but it's unlikely they'll just be good straight away, right? Because they have to learn and they have to get used to the LAN environment and everything. And this is why it's so scary if it happens again, right? Can it happen every year? Because there's this Mikaze kid as well who's playing for Na'Vi, and I watched some of his POVs, and I'm like, he looks good, but he doesn't look like Kyosuke. He doesn't look like Dong. Like, he looks good, but he doesn't look like that level. So is this just we've had like a freak patch of time where these two kids have just come out and said, yeah, we're really good, and we just have to deal with that? Or do you think, like, you play FaZe all the time, are there more like freaks of nature in FaZe who next year there's going to be another guy? You got anyone else on your radar?
It's hard to say right now, because like it depends how they develop, like in the teams and academy, and that's it. How they get new information and how they working with it. So
like Spirit Academy is a good structure for talented players, you think?
I think so.
Okay, so the kid who replaced Kyosuke on Spirit Academy, do you know him?
Yes.
Does he have similar attributes?
I didn't play with him, but I saw how he's playing, and it feels like he's a good guy. And I think if he's in main academy roster, so he's deserves. So we'll see.
Wait and see. Okay. All right. Well, because this is, for me, is going to be one of the really exciting things about this event. Obviously, the main story is, can Vitality continue to dominate, right? And then under that, it's like Spirit made a change, Falcons made a change. And now it's like, can the changes beat Vitality at the first big event out of the season, right? Do you have a fear factor because of new rosters? Does it make it harder when you don't have as much information? Or is it like everyone is just starting a new season and we see what happens?
Fear factor of who?
Well, like they've both gone for more firepower.
In that sense, no. I think that happens all the time. Obviously, it's special players who they get, so it's different in any case. But I think just when we go and play, we will do things as usual, and obviously there's things we will look out for. That's different. But again, like, we know it takes other teams time to adjust to changes, and we can also use that to our advantage. But on the other hand, maybe it will catch us by surprise. So it's again, it's all about balance, and yeah.
Well, we did have some balance changes. We did have the update, the big update that's just happened, which is going to have some ramifications. Overpass has just been added to the pool. Now, Falcons banned Anubis, so you could just ban Overpass. You don't have to play it. For you guys, you ban Ancient, so unless you want to pick up Ancient, you have to play Overpass. And Spirit, you guys ban Inferno, so you have to play Overpass as well. But Overpass was where you stomped these boys in Katowice last year. So I don't think there's going to be too many problems there, especially with like Spirit structure. So do we like Overpass coming back? I know you do. You weren't a fan of Anubis.
Yes.
Yeah. So Overpass coming in, do you think it strengthens Spirit's chances?
I think it's a good update for our team.
Okay. So you think it like makes it easier in the veto, or just a map that you guys are going to have towards the top of your map pool, or what do you think?
It's just one more map where we feel comfortable, and that's it. Like, we weren't really confident in our Anubis most of the time, and that's why we didn't like it.
Okay. What about you? Obviously, we said you banned Anubis, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about Overpass, but I think I said it, I don't know where earlier, maybe I had an interview, I cannot even remember now. But I think it's very cool that CS is trying to shuffle the maps a bit more often. I think it's super cool, I think it's exciting for the scene. But I just don't like the fact that they put the exact same map back in the map pool.
You want something different?
Yeah, I would just like something change on the map.
Cash.
Just different meta. No, it doesn't have to be a map. Just they put overpass as it was, right?
Sure, there's no water, the heaven railing's
Exactly.
gone, but it's very basic changes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not going to shift the meta as far as I know from running around on the map a little bit. So I would just like them to, if they want to make the change already, I would like them to, I don't know,
Be more creative.
be more creative.
Okay.
I'm sure they're going to bring Anubis back at some point. Again, I really hope they're not going to just bring it the same as it was. This is my point. But I think it's very cool to have the change. Maybe, a little bit more in advance would be a bit better
Yes.
for the teams. But it's going to be exciting.
Do you think it's an advantage for teams like you who ban it? You don't have to worry about it. Okay, we don't even need to change anything up. We just keep going as we were.
For us, definitely, it's better because other teams have to spend time on it, and we don't. So in that sense, we definitely have advantage. And obviously, it's never nice when you're a new team and then like a new map pop up as well. So you have to have an extra work as well to catch up with other teams. So I would say in that sense, we got lucky this time.
Okay. Well, what about you guys? So you're the best team in the world. Anubis goes out. You guys were decent on Anubis, I'd say.
Yeah. You guys didn't like Anubis, right?
No.
No. I mean, I think Anubis was as bad as Vertigo.
Really?
Okay, no, not that bad. Okay. Come on.
I think don't like Vertigo.
In the end,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
We were practicing Vertigo really a lot because we thought the team's gonna pick this map, and we spent really a lot of time on it, and I started to love it.
They put you on A though, didn't they?
But we played it 0 times at the major, and I was frustrated by it.
Okay, and then now Rops is comparing it to being as bad as Anubis.
Just the way it is, I don't know. I mean, obviously they never made a change to that map, which is surprising, I would say, because the map came out and it's just stayed like that until the end, pretty much.
They just did some clipping changes for nades. That was it.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I just like read the public opinion of the map. They're like, yeah, it's a new map. People are sad it's gone. I'm like, dude, this was a terrible map to play as on a high level CS. I think it's terrible. It's most of the rounds are all the same. I think the executes are all the same. It's obviously different. It's T-sided, but I think I don't know. It makes it boring. I just had a talk with a guy in my team where like I think it's more fun if a map is 50-50. It's incentivizing more exciting gameplay, I think, for the viewers especially.
Okay.
Because you don't know what to expect in that sense. But yeah, if people want a more T-sided map, it could have been it. But I don't know. I was never a big fan of that. And I think having a more of a 50-50 map is more cool for everyone involved.
Okay. But Overpass is very CT-sided.
We don't know.
True.
No, we don't know.
But it's historically very CT-sided.
It's definitely it's a large map, so I think it's obviously an advantage because the T's always have big rotations to make, and you never can really play good as a pack on that map because you're so separated.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think it will come down to the executions and the way that people take map control and stuff like that. But yes, it is more city-sided, but I think it's a very tactical map as well because you can take a lot of risk, but also calculated decisions. So I think in that sense, there's just more to experience on a map like Overpass than Anubis, in my opinion, and I think that's nice. And I've been a fan of Overpass throughout time, but I think I also agree with Nico when he said that
something new
could be something new. Yeah.
Okay. Well, a new map's coming out every 6 months, which seems like it's the case. The last 3 post-major scenarios have had map changes. We'll get something new at the end of the year, so it come pretty quick, which also gives you guys something in the break to get to play and focus on, and which is cool. It also stressful because it's meant to be a break, but also quite fun going forward. So yeah, I think Overpass will slow the map pool down a bit because we've got Inferno, Overpass now is a little bit slower, and then you add Nuke. If we get those 3 in one map pool, it's going to be a nice slow series because the game at the moment feels like it does play quite quick, which is obviously something that they wanted to achieve. Less rounds, breaking of smoke, so ways to keep rounds moving. But interesting to see how it plays out. I watched VP play it the other day and I was like, it's exactly the same as I remember. Nothing's changed. It's the exact same meta essentially. But the other big change with all of this is the economy change. So the CT side, we always know, okay, you win the pistol, you lose the second, 1400 lost, this sucks. Even when it's close, right? You have those rounds where you're winning a 1v1 or a 1v2 and you just have your one guy and he turns around and spawn and he sees 3 of his teammates who don't have enough money to buy and he's like, who am I going to drop? And then there's MP9s and everything like that. You don't have that problem. They're always going to drop you. But now with this buffer, the $50 per kill, a potential for 250 extra per round, you guys have had, what, a week and a half now to play with it? What are we thinking? Good?
The
bad?
change is good, I think. Yeah, very
Good.
good.
Very good.
Yeah, very
Consensus of good. Okay.
I'm getting in extra FAMAS on CT side, an extra MP9, even though it's worse.
Yeah.
But you're getting in that extra piece of utility. Also, it's you can feel it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it feels like the CT side is under less pressure?
Definitely. I think the second round is a huge difference now. I feel like you now actually have the advantage.
After winning pistol.
After winning pistol and they plant the bomb, I think now you have.
So do you want to let the T's plant?
I mean, obviously, it would be still better if they don't plant, but I feel like now you actually can get good guns, good utility, and you don't always have to make a calculated risk from the very beginning, that you have to go for something and you stick to it. So I like the change. I think it's going to be good for the city size, definitely.
What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, it's a good update. Just now Ts won't have an advantage when they plant the bomb. Like you have 3 or 4 M4s at the core riflers, I would say, at the mid. Anchors should play with the MP9s to keep the nades. So, but it won't be the situation when T side has better guns than CT side because of this buff. So I think it's fair.
Okay, do you guys think that it will create any unique economy or saving or exits that you do?
100%. We already experienced in practice where people would save in pistol round, for example, to not give you kills.
Oh, okay. On the T side.
Yeah. Like when we were CT, they would run away or something where they would not give us kills or something.
Okay. Damn. All right.
I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah, that does sound weird.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting one is the small buffer when you're on city side and you have just $50 from an op.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you need that one kill to get the op.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're
That's
saying.
gonna be really sick. That's gonna be really sick.
So you might. Right. So that's one of the things we'll have to keep an eye on, right? In terms of can that make the difference? The AWP coming out in the next round. Okay. Yeah, because that's one of the things when I'm casting I like to focus on a lot is the economy, because it's like if you don't have weapons, you don't have utility, you have less options, right? It makes the game so much harder. But yeah, this change, you look at it, if you're winning, you just have a bigger buffer. It feels like you're under less stress of getting broken. But in the close moments, that extra flash or that extra upgrade that you can get, it does make a big difference, because one of the things in the modern game is how good teams have become with, we save one rifle or we have one M4, right? How much can we get out of that one gun? It's so much better today than it ever was, right? If you had one rifle back in the olden days, it's like, well, we're still going to lose the round. Today, it's like you have one rifle, you have a couple of 5.7s, it's like, they can win this. Like they can win this. So it just feels like more options overall. So everyone's happy. That's good. This is the first time I think everyone's happy with an update. Like, this is crazy. Valve must be celebrating in the office. It's a good day. And it's something new. They didn't change the current, the loss bonus. They just changed, they brought in a whole new thing. So, all right, everyone's happy. That's cool. Nice.
Yeah. You will see a lot of exit frags.
Look, hey, at least that makes the end of the rounds more exciting, right? Yes. Which is one of the problems. Too much saving. That's one of the problems with Counter-Strike from a viewer perspective. Okay, and then in terms of the MP9, you said it's worse. Right? I imagine you're not using the MP9 a lot.
Sometimes.
Actually, you should look at this.
Sometimes.
How often does Donk use the MP9? I reckon very rare. Get him the AK, let him go. You were using the MP9 a lot, though, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna go UMP? I've seen a lot more UMPs coming out.
Actually, it was a funny thing. For some reason, I just had, because UMP is cheaper by $50.
Yes,
it's $1,200 exactly, and the MP9 is $1,250.
Okay.
And then in the second buy round, I got the bonus money, and I have just enough for UMP Kevlar, but not MP9 Kevlar. So that's also an interesting thing. I think the MP9 is I mean, in terms of the damage, I think it's gonna be the same. Just get used to the recoil. It is worse. And I think if you have the money, definitely will prioritize the FAMAS. I think FAMAS will be the superior, sort of a low buy budget weapon if you have that kind of economy. But I think just have to test a little bit the MP9 because the recoil is tougher.
Okay. You don't strike me as a man using the MP9 too much. I feel like you just go Deagle, mate.
No, yeah, I mean, I haven't used too much of an MP9, but it was strong. It was super strong, and obviously I started to use it more and more, but it is worse now, I could tell. So, but UMP, I was a big fan of UMP before as well, so I think I want to give it a shot for UMP.
Okay.
'Cause, I don't know, just Deagle sometimes now in CS2
it's not hidden.
it's hard.
Yeah.
It can be hard.
Because I've seen some, like, obviously Nertz is an MP7 guy. You never see any MP5. MP5 super rare. Like, a couple of players buy it, and I think, are they trolling?
It's just too expensive for what you get.
Yeah, well, it sounds cool. That's about
That's
it.
true.
That's about all you get from it. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, this change promotes a lot of other cool things. So it's going to be nice to see more of it at Cologne. We've only had 2 days of play here, right? And it's not the top team so far. We're lacking the big names like you guys. You see this phase change that happened. You guys all have a bit more information of what's going on behind the scenes than I do. What do we think about this phase change with just Brokey coming back? I see a big smile on Donk's face.
Let Robin talk.
I mean, I obviously know things that's maybe the public shouldn't. So
So tell us.
that's exactly why I won't. But I think it was just a tough time for Brokey mainly, and I think he knows best himself why that was done, that he was benched just before the major, given some time off. You see he's in shape.
Yep.
His man has lost a lot of weight and he's looking really good, and just most important is that he's happy. I think I don't think the team was happy when they were playing the last few months of him before they benched him. There was a lot of probably stress and like issues just within the chemistry, I think, side. So I think that's just the main thing that they're working on, and I think something like this could bring it back.
So you think that this is not just a stopgap? This could actually work? Like FaZe can be competitive again? Because the top 5, I think, is pretty straightforward, right? It's you guys, Spirit. This is in no particular order. You're number 1. Everybody else we can talk about. You guys, Spirit, Mouse, Falcons, Mongols.
Yeah, it's a tough job. Obviously, they just to break into the top 5 currently is tough. And when you're having a tough season, the previous one, you're not feeling the best, obviously. So I think it all starts with one tournament. I think if they get one good result, they can build on that. But getting there is hard, and I think that's what they just need to focus on. I don't know what their future plans are, definitely, but for now, I think they can get a good result and perhaps build on that as well.
Okay. I think from a community perspective, it's pretty underwhelming. People look at it and go, this is FaZe Clan. Right? And it's the same team as it was before the major without Simple now. It's like, it doesn't feel as exciting. And I don't know, I feel like you're obviously friends with a lot of players within that team. And you've played with a lot of those guys before as well. But are you afraid of FaZe?
I think you're always afraid of FaZe.
Okay.
Whenever you play them, you never think it's gonna be easy game, because they can always play insane, but they can sometimes play not so well lately. But for me, I think Brokey was never an issue on the team. I think they just had to replace someone just to get something fresh in the team, so they feel a bit of new energy coming in. But I think for this lineup to work, I think a lot needs to come down to Elige, in my opinion. I think he needs to be the man that is leading them in the round. He needs to be getting entries. He needs to be trading. He needs to be the pillar of the team, in my opinion, if they want to make it work.
Okay. So I guess they gave him a lot of key positions as well, right?
They did. So I think it's just down to him to deliver, in my opinion. At least that's how I see it, like watching them. I feel like they just lack someone. They obviously put Frozen in Robin's role, but he's not Robin. No, not even close. But Frozen is still playing good. But I feel like he's not the difference maker sometimes in the rounds that they play. And I just feel like Elige needs to be that guy. Like, he needs to be the Elige that he was in Complexity somehow. I don't know how, but he needs to be that player.
Okay. What do you think, Dong? You nodded along?
Yeah, I agree with Nico. Like, depends how Elige will perform. That's it.
All on Elige.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. He's. I watched the Nuke game they played yesterday. They only played a couple of CT-sided rounds, but Rain was more outside focused. Elige was starting lower, which I was on. Was like, okay, did they put Rain back outside and now Elige is playing main guy? Like, I'm curious if they've made some changes. So, like, Rain lost a lot of his spots But Rain's like the GOAT teammate. Everybody seems to say that, you know, Rain's the guy who does whatever he needs to do. So be interesting to see the evolution there of FaZe. Now look, let me get out my phone. I made my notes digitally, so I need to see what else I wrote down here to ask questions about. Okay, we did that one. Okay. So one of the things that I was meant to bring this up before when we were talking more about, you know, the game and the evolution and the different players and stages of things. But I want to start with you here because I'm curious to see if you've felt this change. Obviously, you need the mouse and the keyboard to play Counter-Strike, but with the peaks and the angle management and everything like that, it feels like in the modern game, the keyboard side of things is now equally as important in terms of your mouse and your sensitivity and everything, right? Do you feel like you need to put more focus on your keyboard micro these days than ever before in terms of like your jiggles and all the micro like that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can see that players like Dunk, Maxim, and Ilya as well. I think a lot of their qualities comes within the movement, the way they move.
But it seems so subtle, though, doesn't it?
I don't know how they do it. I didn't figure it out, but I think it just makes them harder to kill.
Yeah.
So obviously the movement is a huge part in CS2, and I've been talking always with my teammates about it. Like, if you are spectating me, tell me like what I'm doing wrong, how I should move better, how I should Y swing better. Because for me, it's still natural to clear angle by angle, you know. So I'm always looking for improvements. I don't think this comes necessarily within the gear. It's just a lot in the mind, I would say. But I think the CS2 has shifted a meta a lot towards the movement, and it just kind of. It's not even about you killing the guy, it's like you denying them to kill you.
Sure, to give you that chance.
Yes,
then,
exactly. So if you just kind of survive for this half a second, and if you have a sharp aim, like it's so easy to like just skip his crosshair, and then you just like go and you kill him immediately. I think this is what they are doing mostly, and this is something that I would like to, you know, implement and improve on, but it's just so hard to kind of get out of the my own habits that I've been using for I don't know how many years.
But this is the thing though, right? Like, because what you're talking about seems so intuitive when you watch them do it, but then to implement it, you have to think about it a lot. But do you, because there's some of the stuff that gets highlighted, for example, when you swing and then you take the jewel, but you tap crouch, but you don't actually fully crouch, you know, but your model definitely bobs a little bit and you're like dodging the first bullet and then you're accurate and then you're moving again, or the donk slide as it's being called. Are these things that you consciously, as a Counter-Strike player, thought about, or it's just what you do?
So it's all began from the start of my career that I was playing at the 100 ping in CS:GO, and that I do not have advantage in anything. I cannot pick because people if holding me with 5 ping, I cannot kill him, and I need to find something to get me advantage in some duels. So I was trying some stuff, and I understood that I cannot pre-fire, I cannot pick some angle because 5 pin guy just one tapping me all the time, and so I find a way how to pick and how I can kill the guy who has advantage over me.
So that's this movement that we're talking about.
Yes.
So you consciously thought about it, or you would just play and you would try and do different things?
Yeah, I was playing and doing different things.
Okay. So you know that by doing that, you've completely redefined the way that Counter-Strike is played, right?
All I need is 100 ping.
But now you're doing it on LAN with 5 ping, with 1 ping. And it works.
Yeah, because I think it's just a habit and it's new for everything, for everyone, I mean.
Do you think people can counter it? Or is there a way to counter it? You don't have to tell us, but if you're doing it, you know what the answer is to beat it better than anybody.
I think you can counter everything. You just need to be just faster, I would say.
Okay.
And that's it.
The hardest part, just be quicker.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1x bet. Zowie. Nor.
The road to Lanxess is getting narrower and narrower, but for 4 teams, they can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm talking about the likes of Vitality, having bested both Astralis and G2, and Zywoo looking hungry to defend that trophy. Alongside the likes of Mouse, Yinfa and Exertion also returning to the Lanxess, having beaten Na'Vi just yesterday. For some squads, no Lanxess on the horizon. The likes of Liquid, Heroic, but most shockingly Falcons. A disaster versus Furia yesterday, and Kiyosuke, his first foray in the Falcons jersey, ending in defeat. That tees up the opportunity for the final 2 teams to be making it through today. But for some squads, it is going to require a double header. The likes of Na'Vi versus NIP, Aurora versus FaZe. A win in the early stage does not guarantee a spot in the top 6. The winner will be having to play later again today. The final 2 teams battling for that spot, Furia versus G2, also going down later on today. It's truly do or die at the Intel Extreme Masters 2025.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to another day of the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne, the final day of Stage 2, final day of the group stages before we move into the playoffs. 2 more spots left open for teams to book a ticket into the Lanxess Arena. We're going to figure that out today. We got a lot going on. There was a Counter-Strike update last night.
Some people might say day 2.
Some people might say day 2. None of them are at this desk, though, thankfully. None of them are here.
Not today.
We did stay out late last night, though, Jason.
Yeah, we had some
diving
games.
into the update.
Yeah.
We won't talk about the matches themselves because
No.
the severe embarrassment. I don't think Yanko would quite believe it. He might have to end the segment right here and now. But yeah, a lot happened last night. Valve decided to get everybody very upset. Look, if you care about the animations, you're caring about the wrong things.
Yeah, I was gonna say the animations are whatever. They were cool. They
And
were
they'll
fun.
be fixed, right? There's some bugs with them. They look a little bit silly. They're a little bit goofy at the moment.
Yeah.
They'll be fixed, and it's for a better cause. It's to do with, I don't know.
But keep looking at your animations. Make it
Exactly.
make it easier for me to frag you.
What we should care about, the map changes, drastic ones to Train, and slight ones to Inferno, very minor ones to Overpass. Those
Dogtown was updated to the latest version.
of course, we don't care about that. The other big ones, though, that we should kind of sound the alarm. Is that a song? I don't know. Either way.
Did a whole song thing.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
felt like it. The movement stuff. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that the like hops have been nerfed. I hope that's not intentional. The whole not with the overloading of commands within a certain tick. I don't like that as well.
There's been a lot of bugs that have popped up, so it's hard to tell which is
Intended,
and which is not.
Hopefully you can't actually stab yourself in the crotch.
Yeah, did you not see that on Reddit?
That's very painful.
You can stab yourself in the crotch?
Yeah, but it's all animation based, so we don't really care about that. Unless the
Okay.
cosmetics are actually interfering with the gameplay, it doesn't really matter. But the bugs, like the bomb disappearing,
I think
that's not great.
wasn't that like what they alluded to though with the announcement of like this whole like animation change is also causing some network stutters, that it's an old animation. Now we're gonna start updating it in a bigger project. I don't know what it all means.
I read the patch notes like 100 times,
Yeah.
and I'm still having a tough time getting to it. But either way, we're migrating from an old animation system to a new one that hopefully has better network.
Makes everything better.
Hopefully, in the future, one
yeah.
day.
Hopefully, allegedly, right? Not going to be used
It's a baseless
at this event.
a baseless statement.
So not really super important.
At least not
for
today.
us.
Another important thing that came out though yesterday as well, breaking news, Simple has found a team. Simple, Dobby is free, as he said, and he has joined BC Game.
Did they give him a sock as payment? Because what happened there, right?
Yeah, I hope someone threw a sock at him. That's a funny thing to have play out in my head.
I feel like he's worth more than a sock.
Simple, Nexa, Prime Taps, and Tatsanito coming at you to conquer the world. No, but I think, honestly, I love it for Simple because
I do too.
Two things. He didn't get a lot of reps in CS2, that's one. And second, you know, he hasn't been grinding the game, and then we don't know how serious he is about competing. And this move sort of, at least the move itself, shows you that he just wants to play. He just wants to compete. He just wants to get reps, get officials under his belt. And I think that's awesome. I think that's what he needs. Simple was at his peak when he was grinding the game. And I think whether it's until the end of the season, if he showcases his commitment, right, if he can show a good level, I think he'll have a plethora of offers from bigger organizations.
It's a statement of intent, right? It's one we didn't get for the last year leading into the major with FaZe, leading into the stand-in situations with Falcons. It's the intent of him saying, I just want to play, I want to come back, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there, and he's found a project that he can get started with.
It'll be interesting to see what changes the BC Game make to around Simple, right? Like how much do they really want to have a good team? Because you're going to need to make changes, right? The names that Yanko mentioned are not going to be good enough to make this a top 20 Counter-Strike team within the world, right? Simple could go hard carry mode, which would be great to see. Imagine he rolls back the years and it's like Na'Vi with Zeus and Edward where he's put 4 other guys in the backpack. That would be great because that would be a spectacle. But in terms of the direction of this, I think BC Game's intent as an organization, this is wild. This is so unexpected. It's not like one of the top organizations in the Counter-Strike hemisphere picked up Simple. It is BC bloody Game.
And I think what's cool about it is it puts the microscope on them to say, you know, if he puts out in his tweet, they want to build a world-class team, they want to build a world-beating team. Okay, let's see you do it.
Both are hard.
Both are very difficult. But do you think the changes come now, or do you think the changes come like 6 months from now when Simple's shown he's got some game back?
Slowly over the next 6 months, I reckon. You know, because they need another piece. Then they have 4 players.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they haven't qualified for anything. They're not up in the VRS, so who wants to really join without the opportunity to play a bunch of tournaments?
Can we give a little bit of a candle for our boy Nuke?
Yeah.
He's been replaced
by on the bench.
I know, but he's been replaced by Device. Now he's been replaced by Simple. That's a harsh thing to go about.
No, he was
also
already on the bench.
Burmilov.
I won't have a bar of it.
Fnatic.
Yeah, you don't like that?
He was already on the bench. Let's not act like it was.
Well, maybe this was a move in the making, you know? Behind the scenes.
Maybe he was benched because of this.
Come on now, guys. Can we talk about something a little bit more serious?
We're gonna get into it's Cologne. It's the final day of the group stage, so we're gonna get into the bracket. We're gonna get into the games that we have today. Stage 2.
Day 2.
Day 2. This is the B stream schedule. Aurora taking on FaZe Clan. Loser is eliminated. Winner will play again later on in the day. Mouse versus Spirit. Winner to semis. Loser to quarterfinals. And G2 versus Furia. Winner to quarters. Loser is eliminated. So different stakes across the day.
Yeah, that's the key right there. That not all these matches are the same, right? Mouse and Spirit are already in the Lanxess, and that's the same for Vitality and the Mongols, who'll be going down in the same time slot on that A stream. So today, these opening games, the ones that will be played simultaneously, will be covering Na'Vi versus NIP. They'll be playing against the winner of that FaZe Aurora game. We've already had FaZe versus Na'Vi, so if we get that as a rematch, I'll be interested to see if FaZe are able to put up more of a fight than they did last time around.
I think they should have beat him the last time around from talking.
Carrigan had a lot to say about that, didn't he? Yep. So, yeah, look, we've got seeding games, and we've got the gauntlet to run for these lower brackets for both Group A and B. I'm excited to see the rematch between G2 and Furia as well, because Furia sending home Falcons yesterday has helped out the Counter-Strike world.
Oh man, Maladoy looked so good yesterday.
We don't have to worry about how to say Kiyosuke's name anymore.
That's true, and it does feel like the, you know, and we'll see. Na'Vi NIP is interesting. I wouldn't put this beyond NIP. I think they have actually a very good chance against Na'Vi in this particular matchup. We'll get into that a little bit later. Aurora playing with a standing against FaZe, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
But for the whole, you know, Falcons getting eliminated, I think once you see how this tournament went, obviously focus on Kiyosuke, I think Apex and Vitality are just like very, very thankful to Falcons that they got him instead of him going to Spirit. Can you imagine him with the Donk and Shiro on that lineup?
Yeah, well, look, Zwei hasn't had the best start in the Spirit jersey so far. However, Spirit are in the Lanxess. So
Donk got like 80 kills last night, so like how many kills are there really to go around for our boys' way?
Well, at least not go negative.
True.
So look,
that's a low bar.
It's still very early.
Yeah.
But this whole Falcons scenario, the only way that Falcons can find any vindication, which they can't even do that's an hope and a prayer. And whether you agree with this or I agree with this or not, the community sentiment on this team is anything short of the trophy lift is a failure. for Falcons, right? Like, a realistic expectation for people going and just looking at the 5 players in the server and the change of player. That's not what happens. We don't do that. We go, this is Falcons. They spend a lot of money. They have some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. Monesi didn't play well. Nico didn't play well, right? All the labels are tested to them.
It's not even that. I mean, yes, Nico had his worst tournament, but they looked the worst as a team, I think, this year at this tournament. Like their macro, their rounds with advantages, their T side, like there's so many that's just like, brother. So I think for Falcons, like you don't necessarily care about the start of the season, but there's not a lot of, like, you need to get that out of the way in the next like month or two, because I don't think you can give them, let's wait 9 months for them to become good. No, you have to be, you know, reach your A game sort of by the time the major comes around.
But this is the thing, right? You sit there and we say that about Falcons, and I definitely expect to see growth throughout the season. But then you look at G2, and they've been playing very well.
Yeah.
They look very good. And they beat 3D Max 2-0 yesterday, which, you know, you're not shouting that from the rooftops in Cologne, but it was convincing victories. The matches weren't close, and 3D Max is a team who is kind of, there is your limit tester. Are you good enough to even get close to those playoffs? And 3D Max will punish you if you're not. And G2 walked past them. They didn't have any issues. I'm loving the fact with Hunter as the in-game leader seems to be working well. Mattis is putting his individual ability on display, getting moments from all of the riflers in the team. So G2, I'm excited to see how far this team can go.
Even had Taz for a call-in to give them a more motivational speech. You know, that was great. And I think you look at these lower brackets, whoever makes it into the playoffs, I'm not mad. You know, there's a cool storyline about whichever of these teams, Aurora will be the only one that's like with a stand-in, so that would be awkward, but that's why you have a hard time seeing them actually make it into the playoffs. So yeah, we'll have a great bracket no matter what.
I think for Aurora, the unfortunate thing is obviously Zantara's not being here, but last season they made every single playoff of every single event they went to besides the major.
And
if they start off this season not making it, and obviously this one has the asterisk, that kind of is a bit of a gut punch. They were making so much noise yesterday, it was starting to tilt that a donk. He actually yelled back, told them to shut the fudge up. So that was quite
fun. We're getting very loud on round 3.
But they were trying to tilt him.
I know.
That's what I do.
Well, how'd that work?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, he ended up being 21-3 on CT side Nuke with a 3.38 rating. He had almost 100 ADR more than his next teammate. I've never seen that.
It's pretty wild.
Never seen that in my life. He had 156 ADR and next was Shiro with 59.
Just crazy.
That's absolutely mad. I can't remember ever seeing such a hard carry performance from a player.
It's just the way he was, like, just the way he was playing in that game was just like standing in the open waiting for the fight. He was just like, I'm not scared of any fight no matter where it comes from.
If you just watch that without the names, you think that guy is cheating. Like the way he's connecting to people through the smoke.
People at home probably do.
The way his spray is, how accurate is, how great he is at reading the game and everything. Like it was just mental. It
looks casual though. That's the thing that's scary about Donk. He's not straining to get to that point, is he? Make sure, boys, when you do the pre-match, that you wish Emma a happy birthday.
Oh, it's Emma's birthday?
He's turned 26 today.
Okay, I would shout it at him, but he's kind of far away.
Let's focus.
Maybe as a gift, his teammates could do something today, because yesterday he
was in hard carry.
He did his best Donk impersonation yesterday. It didn't help.
Miraji was great. Nuke was still very good. Wonderful was getting in the mix there as well. So look, if Na'Vi are able to run this, there you go. Oh, look at it. Getting a birthday cake. So yeah, happy birthday to Emma.
He looks like everyone else who gets happy birthday sung to them. As nobody wants to be here. I don't want to be here. Please stop singing.
Now the performance coach runs in, pushes the cake away. No sugar for you before the game.
And they go, here's your gift. You have to win 2 best of 3s today.
Yeah, congratulations. I hope you got a good night's sleep.
Yeah, you're going to have one game, then you have a break, then you'll have another. And they're going to be high-intensity matches of Counter-Strike, so best of luck with that. But we'll see how they go. Also, Joe Miller's birthday today.
Joe Miller's.
Commentary space.
Oh, Joe, don't call me Joe Miller. Joe Miller.
Yeah, so Joey.
Wish him a happy birthday.
As well. Gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah, you got anything? No?
I don't know.
Okay, perfect. All right. I guess let's touch on some of the guys we have in this first matchup we have. I know we were going to talk about it a little bit in the pregame, but we got all the new players coming into the teams. Merkaze versus Kaspersky in terms of what they're adding to their teams. Kaspersky seems to be a very, very efficient fragger, a little bit more aggressive.
Up and down, I think.
Yeah, this tournament's been a little bit rough.
But I think you also see that he's had tier 1 experience. Right? Even the time on Ends has helped. He was on NIP Academy before, went to Ends, now back to the NIP main roster. And he's definitely had impact in stage 1 in some of the games that's been seeing for Merkaze. It's been a little bit of a, slower ride,
which is to be expected. The better teams are here.
They also had to play Mouse, right? Like you can, not many teams are going to find the success against Mouse with the way they've been playing in Cologne. So I think you just want to see more games, right? And once those first couple of games pass and he settles in, how much can he contribute to this Na'Vi team?
Well, you've said the magic words, Yanko. You've said the magic word, which is more games, because we're going to head off to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get more games.
Is it because I said gentlemen and then awkwardly paused?
Yeah, it was kind of. The producer was just like, Fred Buttons.
Get this guy out of here.
Before we do leave, however, before we do send this off to a break, remember that Krakow is coming. IEM Krakow, new event next year. You can get your tickets, esl.gg/Krakow. Check it out there because they're going to be on sale. Come join us in a new city for more Counter-Strike. We'll be right back after the break.
Polska górą.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
All right, we didn't head off for long. We're already back here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. NIP arriving to the studio. Na'Vi doing the same, as well as these two teams are set to clash. Winner is eliminated, or excuse me, loser is eliminated. Winner moves on to play again later on today to see if they can book a spot in the quarterfinals in the Lanxess Arena. It's Ima's birthday, so I mean, he's got the fun task of doing this gauntlet of the lower bracket all the way through while celebrating.
26 years old, only got a couple of years before he has to switch to IGL. as we can see with some of the other guys, but yeah, obviously a lot on the line for both of these teams. Na'Vi looking to get a good start with the new lineup. NIP, one of the few opportunities they get at the tier 1 event, right? And obviously very hungry because of the lack of opportunities that they had in the first half of the year, and also important, of course, for the accruing of points and leading up to that major invite.
Yeah, both these teams coming into this from very different positions, as you can see. Na'Vi trying to kind of tread water at the top while they retool and re-gear with the with JL being removed from the team, with Makaza coming in. NIP trying to capitalize on this opportunity they've busted their ass for over the past year to climb the ranks in the VRS and get here to an event like Cologne.
I mean, no one wants to be in a position NIP was, man. 15 qualifiers. I never even heard of
so
C-tier events. I think we just made this up for I don't know what, but you know, they had to go over to Philadelphia,
look,
a small LAN in NA just to try and get some points, get some LAN wins so they could even get a ranking.
Did a lot of heavy lifting for their VRS, didn't it?
And meanwhile, you can see the other side of that coin. When you were, as obviously Na'Vi was one of the best teams in the world, really a top 5, top 6 team, and they're just in that invite bubble and they just get opportunity after opportunity. And sure, they didn't have much to write home about last season, but at least they were able to compete, right? And considering those results is why the changes happened, and now they're coming in with a new roster.
And taking it in stride and taking it as kind of like a positive in a way. It was Na'Vi, when I spoke to them on their media day, was just like, you know, it's a bummer, but we got to the end of last season and we were sitting there and we're like, we have the deepest, best playbook we've ever had and we still can't win a playoff game. They've all kind of talked about how this is a fresh start, starting from the beginning, rebuilding some of the foundations of how they want to play the game, rebuilding some of the foundations of how they want to handle some of the maps in it from a philosophical sense, and obviously really enjoying the addition of Makaze with that new rookie energy in the team.
I know, but it's also problematic, you know, this as well, like from a coaching standpoint, when multiple players change positions and roles, it's just going to take time. I know people will hate me saying this, oh, everyone just needs time. You're either good or you're not. Yeah, man, but when you switch, if you're Alex, you switch from playing Yard on Nuke into playing A after 3 years, right? It's going to take a while in reps to see, okay, these are the different things I need to look out for. And for that, let's say you need to play, what, 4 nukes? at the very least.
Yeah.
You're not going to play Nuke every series that you play. You might play just 3 series, let's say, at a tournament. So it's going to take 2 or 3 tournaments to just get those reps, to see what's going on. Bit changing from A on Ancient to B on Ancient, right? Like Makaze getting adjusted to tier 1. Ima taking over some of JL's roles on the lurk. All of this is, you know, going to take a little bit of time for these guys to get comfortable, because what was the strong point of Navi? The comfort level within the system, right? When they were peaking, it's like everyone understood what their job is. They were great at playing off of each other, making split-second decisions, and just making it uncomfortable for the opponent.
And you don't have that yet. And as you're mentioning, I mean, when you change a role like that, your perspective on every situation that you encounter inside the game changes. You have a different responsibility in those different roles. So yeah, it's going to be hard to make that second nature. We can bring up some of the map pool information about these 2 teams, because there's you had some interesting things you wanted to touch on with the map pool and the veto coming up.
Yeah, I think, you know, Navi is the better team and they're the favorite. But actually, in this particular matchup, I think NIP has a really good chance. And the reason for that is the veto. Look at Mirage. Mirage is the permaban for the side of NIP, right? That's the map that
Navi's loving.
Against almost everyone Navi is picking, right? It's one of the highest win percentages for them. They picked it at all games this tournament. The only one that they've picked in the last 3 months outside of Mirage is Train, right? But look at the amount of times that NIP has played Train. 12 times compared to 3 of Navi. So they are definitely, they definitely love Train. It's one of their most played maps alongside of Nuke. So there won't be no slouches on this map. And it gets a little bit tricky for the side of Navi in terms of what do you go and pick, right? Like also,
okay, so you're Navi.
Last two has been their ban, right? But look at Ancient. You know, Ancient hasn't been great lately. They made some changes again. NIP played it a ton of times, and obviously NIP is going to play every map more than Navi in the last 3 months because they played a ton of online CS.
Where do you fall in terms of quality versus quantity? Because NIP, having played Nuke 18 times, is crazy. But the quality of those games is going to be less than what Navi's been able to grind.
I know, but at this point, Navi would like some quantity, right? Because of all the changes. So
Sure.
I think that gives a slight edge over to NIP, right? I don't know where necessarily they decide to go with this in terms of the pick, right? Is it going to be Nuke? Is it going to be Ancient?
Let's find out. We can start rolling the veto, and we can actually talk into it as it pops up onto the screen and as we get confirmation of where we think we're going to go. But you're obviously outlining a big advantage or some trickery that NIP can pull off to give themselves an advantage.
Usually in a situation like this, when I was in this position, I would have to look into more detail into opponent, how they play on these maps.
Yeah.
It's not as much about win-loss. I would have to go and look what their style is on certain maps and say, okay,
what part do they emphasize? What are we good at doing to counter that?
Like, we can do well against this sort of a style on this map, even if, let's say, it's a higher win rate for them compared to something else in the pool. So NIP here go for their most played map. They go for the Nuke pick. Also, not to be neglected, Navi already played it 2 times in this tournament, so they already have a good amount of data on them and are able to anti-strat a good amount.
Okay, Inferno being picked up by Navi, so they're going to take it there.
I think this also makes sense because if you go back to Snap, he used to permaban Inferno for a good amount of time, you know, in those Ants days, and Falcons, I think maybe as well. I would imagine so because it was the
we
same
forget
core.
about that time with
It was the same, yeah. Your time
we
on
forget
Falcons
about that time. It doesn't count.
So Navi going for that pick, a bit more of a technical map, and then yeah, I mean Train as the decider.
You mentioned that'd be kind of a comfort for both teams, even though Navi like picking it, NIP like playing it.
No, there was an opportunity for NIP to go for overpass. They played it in stage 1, but probably against a team like Navi,
I wanted to mess with it.
Not willing to do it, and they let it through. Basically, I think they could have. It's interesting they ban Ancient over Train, right? Like, because you feel like that could be a little bit more of a punish, but also as an underdog, you want to play map that your players are comfortable on, right? You don't want to try and go too deep down your map pool.
Yeah, well, we got an interview with the birthday boy. Ima was sitting around before the match, so we got a chance to talk to him heading into this series.
Ima, you obviously find yourself in the situation after losing to Mouse yesterday. Now, for you, you put up some incredible individual form. I just wanted to get a bit of a taste of what a situation like that is like for you when you're putting up the numbers, but it doesn't translate into the result that your team wanted.
I think it was maybe a bit unfortunate because I was feeling pretty comfortable in everything I was doing, so probably that's why I had those numbers, but it also feels a bit, let's say, sad to see your teammates not doing great, and then you cannot help them, or if you try to help them, it's like it doesn't work. But like I said, it was just one of those games that nothing worked for anyone else than me. So, yeah.
Obviously, you come into this new season with one roster change. How close do you feel this is to the complete version of Na'Vi?
No, this is like a. Even though we change only one player, it's like a fresh lineup. It's our first tournament. Even though it's Cologne, we said that this is gonna be something like a test to see from where do we start, because obviously we had a bootcamp we prepared, but the officials are different, and then we need to see from where to start basically on every map.
Obviously, going up against your opponent today, NIP banning out Mirage leaves you in a little bit more of a tricky situation. Tell me about the logic behind picking into Inferno's second map. Obviously, we're going to have Nuke as the first. Do you feel comfortable within this map pool?
I mean, we are feeling comfortable. If we're going to play the map, we're going to feel comfortable because we prepared not only Mirage. We prepared most of the maps in our bootcamp, and then we feel comfortable on every map. But, like I said, practice is different than officials, and we just have to see it from where to start or how it's gonna go in those maps.
Emma, not only good luck, but happy birthday as well. You can have the honor of signing the wall.
Ima signs the wall on his birthday as he's sitting down on his PC at this moment, getting ready to prepare this series. Yanko, you know who I'm kind of pointing out as a name that I want to see in this game have a good one, have a good performance? Wrinkle from NIP. I feel like that name has just gotten lost, like for whatever reason. I remember last year being in Malta at one of the ESL Pro League seasons and hearing the NIP management be like, oh, thank God we locked this guy down. Thank God we got this kind of center point for our team. He was sick. But we've kind of heard that name isn't exactly hitting the same level that it used to at the moment, and I want to see him have a good series.
I think it's the amount of C-tier tournaments that they've attended, Jason, that you haven't heard, and we just haven't seen a lot of NIP, right? But he's been their highest performer so far in this tournament, and yeah, I agree with you. Definitely a guy that is the difference maker for them, that finds a lot of impact, that's very aggressive on that AWP, and the second best player has been Ujerks, right? Well, the departure of Aros Dose, he remains the sole Portuguese player, and he has those star roles, so that's been good to see, right? That he can perform in those and contribute to the team.
Yeah, and it's also been one of the big tasks that Snappy was going to have in this team, especially when both players were on the team, Ujerks and Aros Dose, was can you actually build these guys up? The skill's apparent, you know, missing experience, missing fundamentals. With Ujerks, he feels like he's onto something here. He's on the right track. Kaspersky, I almost said Kaspersky again. Kaspersky is joining into this team, has obviously been
very exciting.
A great addition.
Very excited.
Very strong rifler, this guy is. This is him up against Makaze from Na'Vi, the rookies in these teams having their first taste of Cologne.
In stage one, I can't remember who they played, but on that new game, he just found so much impact. He basically bailed out NIP first on the T side, then on the CT side. And here compared to Makaze, the new addition for Na'Vi, right? Also take into account who they've had to play in terms of those stats. And I think here is where they'll be looking to sort of have another opportunity to prove themselves.
I'm surprised when I watch the Na'Vi games how much agency that Makaze gets within this team. How much they let him off the leash to kind of go take space and do his own thing. He does a very good job, and he's got a lot of freedom. But that speaks to, I think, what the confidence that we've heard from all the Na'Vi players in interviews. Obviously, they're not going to bag on the new guy. They're not going to just wreck him. But everyone's saying his level of communication, his ability to coordinate action at the point of attack, how calm he is, how strong he is as a player. Everyone's been impressed with what he's brought to the table very early on.
And we hear this about a lot of these rookies, and you know, Bit yesterday had a stinker, and he played great on day one. He played great against FaZe Clan, and I think
he's another. You mentioned him in the whole idea of role swapping, right? You mentioned him as one of those guys who's got a few more things to learn now as he switched positions on certain maps.
Some maps, not on the maps that he played yesterday. So
I was doing my best for you, Bit. This is all Yanko. Take it away.
He can't use that excuse, but definitely a guy that needs to perform for them, right? If they're going to somehow make the playoffs, because he was one of the best players at that sort of anchor/closer role, very aggressive on some of those lurks and playing on the extremities. And you know, with the changes that you had, you really want to see that consistency from him with how Ima has been playing, which is lights out.
Yeah, who was really kind of working himself in knots to in that interview of trying not to call his teammates bad yesterday.
I think NIP is very interesting to watch now because they have a good mix of youth and experience, right?
Yeah.
I think they finally found a lineup that also people can get behind and cheer for, and it feels like it clicks. Similar to G2, right? I think like they're both in a position where these teams are easy to root for, and you're just excited to see how far they can go.
Excited to see, easy to root for, all good things for NIP and Na'Vi, except except for the fact that one of them is going home after this series. Loser is gone. We've got Machine, we got Sponge to take us through the intensity.
Intensity indeed. Thank you very much, Jason Moses O'Toole and Janko Paunovic. One final day of play. Stage 2, Group B, 4 teams and a single spot. Yes, one of them's going home right here and now. Na'Vi versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. We got Sponge in the building. First question out of my mouth is there a distinct favorite? We hear the guys kind of bigging them up for both sides. Roster's still settling in, but I can't help but feel NIP in Nuke in particular could be where Na'Vi first fall.
I think that NIP definitely have a shot today, which is something we wouldn't have been saying about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
The Des touching upon the new roster for Na'Vi, but we have to remember Kaspersky, this is his first stint in the, well, I want to say NIP jersey as well, but that's not true. He was in the academy team and even stood in for the main roster. But let's say as far as this roster is concerned,
top main smoke and U-Jokes working it. Kaspersky with him, and they do break their legs and nearly break the necks. Wonderful. Gets himself his first, but in the meantime, Kaspersky's got 2. Kazi's reacted to this info. Tucks on hell, hoping to catch them on their clears. Oh no, he squandered his opportunity there. Couldn't find that instantaneous headshot. Shush confirming the round with that bomb plant, and now Immer. His position and whereabouts noted as he jumps to his demise. Well managed, well structured. Okay.
I was going to say containing the energy, but then Snappy just lets out a roar. And expect an awful lot of that in the hall today. We also have Aurora taking on FaZe, which is also running in this lower bracket of Group B. Winner of that will meet winner of this for the final spot in the Lanxess. And we've seen FaZe trying to bring the same consistent energy. We've seen Aurora.
Oh, there they are.
There we go. Getting loud as well. Yesterday against Spirit was a great demonstration. Rushing towards A, and this is one of Snappy's signature moves on Nuke, isn't it? Being able to get away with these really bombarding top pieces. But there you go. Save.
Was the memo there for like Wrinkle running out? Is like, if they don't molly her, I want you to just hold W and see how far you get.
This is the thing. The likelihood on a second round force splat for the CT side having the correct utility to be able to stop a top rush is limited. That's why you would play heavy with MP9s and 5.7s and extra bodies. But then you also have so many other things. What if they go yard? What if they contact ramp? What if they just go late? So that right there, that call from NIP, it could go wrong in many different ways, but this one is oh so right as Snappy boosted up in towards the heavens, is on the hunt, spots one out towards spawn, and now he just wants to get away. So a great start for NIP. A lot of shock and awe within these first 2 heavy team-based plays as poor Snappy does end up going down to the bomb there. Couldn't get away from the radius.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
Do you consider Snappy's style of calling, actually, we've seen other teams doing it as well, but you know, some more direct line of calling. Is that old school, or does that have a place in the new school where it is more direct? It is out of spawn. It is a page out of the strat book, straight out of the gates.
I just think Snappy's style of calling doesn't rely on having superstars in the server.
Right.
Think about the players under him in previous rosters. Obviously, we'll forget about the Falcon stint because that was with big names and big egos.
Exception.
When you think about ENCE, the players within that team who became good are now players who we talk about today. But they weren't players that we really knew a lot about at the point of joining ENCE. There were players like Nertz, for example, who were able to shine under Snappy's leadership, whereas you look at him in Liquid, maybe not able to do that in the same fashion.
Am I mistaken? But I swear Snappy drew some comparisons between first discovering Nertz and now playing with Kaspersky.
Yeah, in terms of the aggression and output that the rifler can give, right? He has a strong soldier in Kaspersky, just like he had with Nertz. And there's a lot of respect from the players in this NIP squad towards Snappy to follow through with the calls that he'll be making.
So yeah, it sounds like Aurora once again.
It sounds like
actually,
they
no,
went
that's
force.
FaZe. Yeah, maybe that's
I think that was Aurora.
Okay. But either way, Aurora were making an awful lot of noise yesterday. I think they were getting under Spirit's skin. Didn't quite translate into the victory in the end.
No,
but,
I think Donk in the early stages, someone clipped it. They were yelling, and then Donk yelled back.
Yeah.
And then not only did Donk yell, Donk made them regret making any noise whatsoever.
He made his AK on the CT side do the talking.
The stat lines that Donk was producing yesterday is absolutely insane.
Did you see the one on Reddit where it was just his CT side, like KD? It was like 38 and 9 or
That's
something.
ridiculous.
Come on. Anyway.
Well, that's quite a
an assortment. I think a lot of teams are repping Legacy because everyone's trying to beat Vitality, and they're the only ones that did it.
Maybe they need a best of one.
Yeah, they look at it for inspiration these days.
Okay, well, NIP know that they are up against the saves of the Force, so you're expecting the 5-7s, the Deagles, and the MP9s as this time they are going to go for some yard control. Diagonal wall smokes dipped in as Kazi is going to chip away through the smokes, hoping to find some damage, but nothing done so far.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, did Na'Vi leave their guns in spawn? Do they really only have karambit butterfly knives to defend themselves?
It's kind of a cool way to go into a round.
It would be the coolest. However, no, they're not doing some sort of kind of TF2 spy cosplay. You're
actually, since the new update that happened last night, you're invisible if you hold your knife.
No, they have their Invis watch out.
You didn't know that? Yeah. It's called the James Bond update. Yes. So there have been some big changes.
By new animations, what they meant was you now have to use your knife instead of your pistol.
That's just a HUD bug, guys.
HUD bug is what we're trying to say.
That's 2 3-letter words.
HUD bug. It's like kind of like a bed bug. That's a 3-letter word as well.
And this one doesn't have as much bite.
No. No, in fact, I'd probably prefer a HUD bug.
All right, well, breaching in towards the lower site. Responding to this is going to be Bit, Deagle in hand, but smoke to guys the plant and the site given over. So right now, I'd say your armor's pretty goddamn valuable.
Sounded like a medieval blacksmith. Bit didn't get the memo, nor did Wonderful. It's exactly how Snappy's feeling about getting 2 extra kills with his little Mac-10. If he runs up the ramp, he might find that second.
That's his favorite gun. Don't call it little.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, this is how it felt with NIP the other day when we got to watch them.
Above average.
They were... yeah, definitely break up with that one.
Nice.
That's a great little double. Good cash money for Alexi B. Damage done.
$1,200. Chance for more. Yeah, Alexi B gets 3 on the floor.
Beautiful.
Ime might even leave with a rifle. Yep, manages to find the AK-47. So as far as getting something out of it, I suppose an AK ain't bad. And getting rid of all those pesky Mac-10s.
And I was about to discuss their avoiding your opponent is what NIP were able to get away with in those 2 rounds up against the Force. But until the end, it all came... I want to say crumbling down. It is just going to mean that they get into AKs immediately. They have to tap into those finances, and they won't have the Mac-10s to have the bonus round with. But Wonderful will be able to facilitate the AWP. Oh, they missed the deep molly outside. So that could make a little bit quicker pathing from you jerks. Dispelled Squeaky, standard opener. You jerks without a smoke wall just yet, so... They are going to take their time with this, and that's being lined up by Snappy. Oh, okay, Cheeky there on the box. Pops up, and now starts to path forward. Molly towards Secret to announce his presence. The exchange of Yuto, and you're on the smoke won't catch him just yet.
Oh, lovely from Wonderful. That's what you want from your Oper to start. Gets the AWP in his hands and immediately cuts off you jerks from progressing yard.
And he's not hearing any steps, nobody's spamming, so at this point, sure, they don't know 100%, but you can be relatively confident that there can't be too many more players outside. As we can see, NIP starting to turn their attention towards top. Contact walkout Squeaky, look for some fights. That's possible. Lexi in the rafters.
I mean, if Im is having anything close to what he brought to the party yesterday, it's going to be hard to get past him.
Oh, it is his party today, the birthday boy. Pressure on Alexi.
Yeah, Im is going to be taking this fight. Eventually, here's them dropping down the vents loudly.
Oh.
Bit in good positions, as is Wonderful. The fact that he draws their attention, it will slow them down. They immediately freeze upon the Oper's announcement of presence. Getting across, hang on, Wrinkle gets a good clear, and if Wonderful had pulled the trigger, he might have taken that bomb down. Instead, it gets planted, only just. Imo arrives on single to confirm the round. At least that's an assumption I'm making. Snappy's so disconnected and even being considered here by Wonderful. Nice shot, removes the AWP. 1v3 goes 1v2. Excuse me, 1v4. Ime with his scrap of health, but that defuse is not going to be able to be stopped. He'll take the AWP if he can. If he can, he can't. Alexi B secures it. Na'Vi on the board. Wonderful, heavy contributions.
And yesterday on Nuke, when they were going up against Mouse, Wonderful.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, can we get the good gun on? Oh, who's going to get the good gun?
Who gets the good gun?
Who gets the good gun? Probably Kaspersky.
Probably.
Yeah. That was, look, the diagonal smokes.
Yeah.
Obviously, they can see over from the heavens, Alex.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many times I tell people that, though. Doesn't matter.
The penny doesn't drop.
Yeah, just like, hug main wall. Hug the main wall. We're all happy. We're all safe. And we're out.
Nice.
No, what?
That's why he gets the good gun.
Makaze just gets owned. Somehow he's alive. Somehow he's alive.
So many bodies on A.
Yeah, you jerks, you're a dead man. Run down by Imet. Now they found Kaspersky. He got another one. I can't believe the output of this kid. Getting two.
Might not matter.
Dire circumstances, and I see what you're saying. I can't help but have a little bit of interest in this Wrinkle rap. Snappy joining him, so if Wonderful perhaps catches wind of Snappy, it might draw his attention away, but he could get the frag instead. Lovely, quick reactions, even cognizant of the potential for a second. Loving this awareness we're seeing out of Wonderful, but it's a nice tap from Wrinkle.
He's good on the rifles as well as the AWP as old Wrinkle, yeah, so this is still in his wheelhouse. A minute on the clock, now becomes a 1v2. Bomb down towards Squeaky. And divide and conquer right now. Na'Vi have split up. There's a lot for them to be concerned about. Letting him play as the silent drop.
Yeah, that is kind of a flex from Wrinkle, and it has probably led to a gap that otherwise wouldn't have existed.
Ooh, the tech is from the bomb there.
Yeah. Hello. Spots out Bit. Realizes it's somewhat of a 1v1, and with 30 seconds left, his options still feel very limited. Okay, Imat strafes in. Oh, but the frag found by Wrinkle. He is looking to come up clutch. Bit misses his shots. Wrinkle, what are you doing? Back up the ladder now, back down. Oh my God, he's got no health for this. And now Bit's hot on his heels. Surely there's not a single way Wrinkle can win this. He's going to give it a go. Bit opens the double doors and solves the crime. My God, that was close. Wrinkle, valid output. I can't help but admire his audacity to drop vents, and then he's just in his head, Bit's going ramp.
Exactly, right? So I can understand the thought process there, because you're thinking, okay, Bit's just gone up heaven. He's just spotted me. He's going to try and beat me. If he drops down the ladder, the race is on. He's not going to let me get out of that sight, but Bit stands his ground. And that makes things very awkward as the Phantom goes up and down and gets away with it twice. The bomb getting planted. So considering that was a 1v3 situation, good plant. But the key for me there is Na'Vi being very ready for the top play. They had Imma and Alexi starting through heaven. They had Makaze, the only player, over towards main. And then immediately Bit and Wonderful was straight up the ladder. They knew that Snappy likes to call these top plays.
I mean, Snappy also knew that Kaspersky was good for two, somehow. Going first man in, 50 health from the nades, still gets 2 kills on the entry, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, and that bomb going down, and that coming down to a 1v1. Snappy wants to keep the pressure on, so they bite.
Easy.
Again, and
Wonderful's so comfortable on Nuke. Bloody hell. That wasn't even far off on the quick scope.
They do get across, the bomb, the tail end of this.
Okay, well, Na'Vi have acknowledged the potential with 2 players.
It's already rotated down towards being Imma as well.
Not far off from the conversion there. Kaspersky doesn't quite get the necessary damage, and it's all lining up nicely. Love the evasive maneuvers as well, while Bit just hunts heads. Taps away 2. Ujux could and should be able to finish the job, but it comes at an ultimate cost. No immediate trade, but Wonderful Zorb trained, and an instant dink. Lovely little jiggle work from Ujux. 2 of them low in a 1v4. Opens the door, and Imet says, no thank you, not today.
Okay, so 3 consecutive rounds, and now if you're Alexi, you think you've dealt with a threat. They have to, or should, take a save and then invest into the following round. NIP are starting to just equip some Deagles, currently 4 of which. We'll see what Snappy wants to go with, if anything. But looking comfortable, Na'Vi, right now. Their understanding of the situations look very, very good. Sure, the 1v3 became a 1v1, but they walked through it, and then they had a convincing round to follow. Snappy's gone in with the classic in-game leader scout. It's a signature move.
Did you? What was your opinion on Imet saying that even though it is just a one-man roster change, this is a fresh, brand new roster? Do you
because they've changed positions.
Right.
They didn't just plug and play him into every single spot, so there's been some changes on certain maps. I think you're coming into a new season as well, so it's not happening mid-season. You get to, I guess, first of all, dust off of all of the negative of the past and try and reframe yourself for this. You're going to change the approach. You're going to be looking for solutions. You're going to have a whole new vibe within the camp.
He's done very well, has Snappy.
And also, I think part of that is if they get another kill, we'll get interested. But part of... Okay, we're interested now.
Oh, and even Wrinkle lucky enough to get away with that first excursion. Peeks back into Bit. That was brave. Ujux is actually going to be able to get the bomb down uncontested here.
Another threatening one when it really shouldn't be.
Yeah, and Vents is cut off if you dare. So Secret, your best bet for Bit. Alexi B needs to work out his approach.
Alexi has to go late, or he heads over towards Secret and joins Bit, but look how slow they are.
Okay, you jerks. That had to be perfect, and it is. Kaspersky now finding Alexi B's late arrival, goes down to the Finn. U-Jerks with it. Oh, another one on the Deagle. Triple kill from the Portuguese sensation. Sitting the defuse. U-Jerks running him down, gets him off the bomb. There's simply no time. You can hear how much that means to the ninjas. U-Jerks, incredible output. The first, you don't expect much more, but two on top of that. Impact fragging.
Oh, it's all the hard work is done. You get 3 consecutive rounds where the threats are in. You deal with the 1v3 attempt, and then this happens. The digs, it's Shush. One of the older statesmen in this roster, opening up the account. U-Jerks then just continues. And we'll take a look at Snappy's reaction again, because he was damn happy.
You need to play a little bit less scared against the Eco Spies.
Ooh. That one's got some bite to it, doesn't it?
It's got teeth.
This is why I miss Snappy.
Yeah.
His style of play, but he's sass.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is definitely better when there's a Snappy team in the mix.
Well, that's just opened up the account, hasn't it? Now it's 4 rounds T-side Nuke, going into round 8 with Na'Vi's money on the line. They can blow the back doors off this one right now, NIP.
Now then. I just realized, with no Falcons and no Astralis, Shush is the last heroic member standing with a chance at the playoffs.
How about this?
How about flashes into the top side and a double entry? Okay, response from Bit is powerful. Makazi's managed to get away with 2. It's a 2-on-2. Now Bomb goes down uncontestable. Bit and Wonderful try and partner up, both towards Hell as it currently stands, and, well, they'll have to wait another 7 seconds before they ascend.
Remember, the money's on the line, 1900.
Yeah. Just a little pacey top pop.
They didn't get away with it last time, but this time they stick the landing.
I mean, you can understand this weird place Wonderful's in where he knows he could have a look, but doesn't want to afford losing everything if it's in vain.
There's no kid on either of these.
Oh, there we go. Immediate fan from Shush, and U-Jugs puts them down. They lose it all.
You need an anti-rush protocol, boys. Against Snappy, anti-rush protocol, always.
I would really hate that. I would really hate someone telling me how to play the game and he's beating me with it.
It's so good.
Oh, especially for Alexi. Like, just even if you catch a little whiff, just like a little couple of words. Anti-rush protocols.
So good.
Straight doing like an in-game analysis. I mean, but also now you're so paranoid that it's going to happen again. You're really burning through your topside util.
Well, the only reason they dealt with it last time is because of their start was so heavy towards A.
Right.
Whereas this time, they weren't expecting the same play to come through. And we know that Snappy's a stubborn man. He sticks the landing, he breaks the money, and this T side has 6 if they can get past these light pistol upgrades.
I mean, that's you would bite your arm off 6 T rounds.
To handle this one.
Just don't fall to pistols. Shush is okay. There was some scrutiny thrown towards him in the lobby, but he gets away.
He's your safe pair of hands, isn't he? I think if you want to learn how to do a top rush, take a look at some NIP demos.
Right. And also, if you have such a comfort on Nuke, the fact that you're constantly starting on that T side, you get pretty good at it, I reckon.
It's just great to be able to have the smoke horse outside, to be playing the rotation game, but also to be able to be aggressive and in their face. Those pace changes, you can just see how devastating it can be. So Na'Vi, stomach the eco, get back into the guns, and need to salvage this half now. This gauntlet of a lower bracket is open, and I would say NIP multiple games in a day, it favors them considering the tier 2 realm they've been in. Late top pop.
Yeah, okay. Oh, and Emma, he couldn't be blinder. He's got to choose. Oh, finish him off. Okay, looks good for Na'Vi. Looks great for Alexi. Can't get the USP to connect, but damage done and Wrinkle falls. Makazi passes the test again with multi-kill.
That's one where you said there's...
Let's go.
Okay, trying to bring the energy up to Alexi, leader of the team, to try and elevate the troops. And that one right there, if you just say, hey, my bad. Thought I killed him.
That is something I'm keeping an eye on. In the absence of JL, like, does it really just fall to Alexi to be the kind of talisman and energy of the team?
I think it always has.
Yeah.
I think JL, right, we see him as probably the biggest personality of the old roster for sure, but we saw in the last season the ups and downs of exactly that, and that's like anybody out there. But Alexi, the leader, the people that the team is going to turn to look to make the right calls, he's the man responsible for bringing the energy.
Like that little pop flash out hurt, you'd think that would book him, but you could see his movement while blind. He avoided Kaspersky and enabled Alexi to pick up the pieces with Makazi.
I think the thing is, if Emma gets taken down top hut by U-Jerks, then they don't have to all be looking the wrong way. So that is a huge kill to miss. He has that big impact, so I'm not blaming him. You know, that happens. You miss some shots in Counter-Strike.
And wonderful. He doesn't plan to miss any with his aggressions. Goes straight towards that red container. Look at him go. Times it to perfection. U-Jerks trying to get on top of main, loses his life to the sniper. NIP immediately hamstrung. There is a piece to this puzzle now missing. Bit with an awful lot of pressure.
Hearing this.
He has relayed the information to his boys. Multiple bodies searching for me on the ramp. Kaspersky seems wise to the potential, but averts gaze. Considers it clear. Backs are turned. They've overlooked him. Trigger discipline on display from Bit as he tries to mow them all down. Double not bad output at all. And Imet set up to finish the job. Oh, that's spicy. Lovely timing on the engagement. And Imet profiting from that early warning sign from Bit. He gave them the heads up and a big smile on Imet's face because those frags, they come easy.
Very well done there. I want to give a big thumbs up to Wonderful. Again on Nuke, he's being this opening nuisance. This is his third opening kill within that round, doing the yard control with the AWP, very aggressive. Well, final round, first half, elimination series, and smiles on the face of the birthday boy. AK for Kaspersky, pistol upgrades for everybody else as smoke wall dotted across yard. Haven't had to say Makazi's name too much throughout this first half of play. Four across, shush the late piece. Can make sure nobody comes down secret behind them. Could also activate to lurk late vents in through main. Down towards B. You've got Emma over towards the single door. Just jumping for info, and there it is. It goes both ways. Accelerating now.
Yeah, and support's perfectly placed. Wonderful. Hits one from the ramp side. Yeah, Snappy. He's done well to find that one, but Bit's already here. Removing Wrinkle.
I'll put a bow on this one.
It certainly does seem to be done. Headshot, perhaps. Conversation starter. Doesn't clear Alexi.
Ooh. It doesn't really matter, though, does it?
Suppose not.
If you got the kill, that'd be quite different, but at least they don't know where Shush is. Alexi's still worried about the lurk. Good molly, we'll have to wait that out. Time 25.
Shush working on control. It will be that B finish.
Oh, Bit's got the kill.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? Just as easy as that. Wonderful steals it away. Bit will finish the job. 6-6. It's what Alexi B wanted. It's what he gets. Nuke dead even to start.
It looks like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
T-sign to be proud of for NIP on their map choice of Nuke 6. That's more than par for the course, and they could have had a whole lot more. Na'Vi battled back to tie things up. 6-6 going into the halftime break. This is an elimination series. One of these two teams will get the opportunity at the end of today to battle for one of the final spots in the Lanxess, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike at IEM Cologne 2025, both with rosters on debut. Over towards the A site they head. Plenty of bodies through the hut. Kaspersky with the Julies.
He needs to track him and does unload hell in combination with those USPs. Kaspersky does not move. The perfect start to their CT side. How do you get 3 there? Just already pulling his crosshair away. He still manages to just mow them down.
I love the way he peels back and essentially continues to force angles that are only powerful for him, right? If he stays there, then they can flood straight ahead of him as well as to the right. If you want to chase me, you have to path into me, and then
my
turn towards Squeaky.
Yeah. But guess what? Today, if we qualify, you get McNuggets every single day.
Ooh, every single
Well, that means you need to win 2 best of 3s.
Yes.
So every single day, what? Forever? While you're at the event?
I presume until they lift the trophy. That was the...
I feel like Shush would happily talk to NIP management and say, listen, I will gladly buy these 2 gentlemen chicken nuggets for the rest of their life. Well, as long as we're in the team together.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah.
And you can take that out of my pay.
Good stipulation, yeah.
I feel like that's such a small amount of money that Shush would happily... Now, it depends on how many sauce they want and how many. Is it
Depends
a 9?
how many nuggets,
Is it a 9-pack? Are we doing the 20-pack?
Probably a 9er. Ouch. Snappy. Top of the tables, by the way. That probably will change over the course of this defensive half. Wrinkle, once he gets that AWP going, quite quiet on his T side. Couple of rifle contributions, but...
Gave a 1v3 a go.
He did, yeah. It certainly got close.
Well, we saw a round with Deagles and Scouts work for NIP in the first half.
Did.
But it's only a Deagle, so 1 kill. I wonder if Snappy will take his own advice. Can't play so scared against the Ecos boys. Well, Shush, not scared at all. Liz into lobby. Might get caught by a poor timing.
Oh, there's more where that came from, and Bit dropping down the ladder is perfect. Actually pulls him away from the rest. Lining up, 2 from Ujux. M4 equipped for Alexian. No Kev on this. Wonderful's Desert Eagles got them this far. Will it get them any further?
Wrinkle can rotate down the vent. You'd love a plant considering the investment, and I think you're going to get it.
Ooh, fakes the doors. Tries to run down the supportive bodyguard. Okay, handled. Nice work from Wrinkle and Kaspersky, not playing scared.
Yeah, just had to be annoying there, right? The little play on the door draws the attention, denies the plant, but still a couple of kills. Alexi will be happy with the output on what was the eco. There's the juicy opener from Wonderful. And continues to shoot straight, doesn't he? 3 absolute bangers of Deagle kills there.
Yeah, fair play.
All right, well, first rifle round, second half. I see Makazi outside, being given this role, the ability to take the space, be set up by his team to find impact.
Well, you can see Wrinkle is playing to be spoiler and early warning systems for Yard. But what about main? Kaspersky covered. That's the team play you want to see. Shush loses his head, dropping onto the heart. And Makazi opens up those sight, leaving just Snappy in rotation. Loses his head to Wonderful, running out of that heart. Leaves us in a weird one.
I feel that you might be considering the save. I understand the bomb's not down yet, so if another kill gets given over in a moment's time, then the round could still be on. But the casualties that they took in the previous, and Wrinkle being low on HP, and his positioning right now dropping back towards CT spawn, is a little bit telling that the save could already be on.
Yeah, doesn't look like they're going to give it a go.
Now, I want to point out in the matchup against Maus yesterday, it's a different kettle of fish. It's one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world. Na'Vi only managed to pick up one T-sided round, and that was with a hero AK. They didn't actually get any solid full gun rounds like we saw right now. So this is an immediate breakthrough, and maybe one of the reasons that NIP wanted to pick this. Looking for some weaknesses in Na'Vi's map pool since the addition of the new kid.
I think, yeah, well, big highlight is that he was the impact player as well. You know, set up for success. They throw those nades to facilitate his ramp into main, and he catches his timing, he gets his kills.
And he didn't really have a lot to do in that first half yard.
No.
There was only one round that you would say, okay, maybe you should have done better. That was against the Deagles and the Scouts.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it wasn't like they were trying to bully him. They weren't coming to his territory. There was a lot of top pops, the occasional cross from U-Jerks. But that's a good first gun round. And now NIP are going to have to see how they can piece this buy together behind the two saves. Exist. I haven't said his name too much, but we've got very storied coaches on either side of the server. And the longer that Counter-Strike's history grows, the more names who are legends of once upon a time are now behind them, curating these rosters, hoping to call the shots in dire moments just like this, because Na'Vi have a chance to tie things up and then potentially take the lead against an NIP save.
Now, I saw Snappy responding to Exist there, and it felt like confirmation. So I'm operating under the assumption that whatever Exist suggested, Snappy agrees with, and it will implement.
Yeah, I can't wait till we do get a in-game leader just dismissing a coach live.
Yeah. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Yeah, ignore what he just said, guys. We're doing this instead.
Hey, shut up. Okay, well, another M4 invested upon and two MP9s. Standard openers. Sappy starting down towards Secret immediately. And at this point, it will be communicated by his teammates that they can cross Secret. So Snappy has actually gone very aggressive. I don't imagine him to go any higher than the stairs due to his weapon of, well, I won't say choice, availability.
Well, Makaze, he's going to get a rude shock. He gets tagged up by Wrinkle crossing, softened up for Snappy to comfortably receive. Big opening for the Ninjas' defense, given their absence of util. You needed that.
If you were hoping to, oh, here we go. Hold up a second. Wonderful's been very good.
Yeah, he has. I think U-Jerks acknowledges that, just falls off. Wrinkle forced to respect the flame.
Well, they do know that Snappy was already down towards B, so the best he could have done is try to rotate back up that vent. But he has stuck to his guns.
Oh, Wrinkle. That's a nice find. Labored, sure, but Kaspersky going down does open up avenues into A. Shush overlooked, though. Drops in. Imet. Oh, gosh, lost track of him. Nice double from Shush, and he finishes the job with the third. Solid defense of the A site from the Dane and NIP, a compulsory one, just to show their dominance on their map pick.
Yeah, very clear understanding of how they wanted to open that round. And yeah, because I would say Na'Vi are going to run, this sounds bad, but I'd say more simplistic approaches. There's definitely a lot of nuance to it.
Sure.
Understanding the way that you want to force your opponent to rotate, and with more standard openers, they're just hoping, let's get Makazi with the secret control, and then we'll toy with the rotations. But the fact that he doesn't get the space, doesn't get the kill, essentially doesn't get anything.
You find yourself walking into those fights.
Yes, so very well handled from NIP. Partial buy from Na'Vi. Late smokes to be dotted.
Late squeaky door blown off. So trying to keep him on high alert. It's too comfortable. The ramp defense, U-Jerks. He's got himself a double. That CT-AK feeling very good in his hands right now.
This is tough, right? In a round like this, you at least want to try and keep the CTs honest. Have something that...
It's a gap. It's a small gap, but it's a gap nonetheless. Yep. Overlooked completely. Shush has no idea Imet has slipped out, and now he's screaming.
It's a gun.
Tetris, double. Imet gets away with his life as well, dips into the lobby. AK falls into Wonderful's hands. Thank you, Shush. You'd love a plant. I don't know if you're getting one now. I think you're surrounded. Yeah, U-Jerks brings the fight to Wonderful. And U-Jerks leaves with 3 additional kills.
Savvy looking at it. Sure, it's like, come on, what?
How did that? Can you?
I don't know.
Mate, I don't know.
Let's check it out in the VOD review, shall we? Doesn't matter now. Didn't cost us too much.
10-7, so you ain't complaining.
Okay, well, Blade, and in case you haven't been joining us for the earlier days of play, this isn't just for fun. It's not a fashion statement. He did break his collarbone.
Oof.
So, yes, Blade, I imagine he is in some form of pain, but still here to...
I'm writing down a list of cooler excuses for when people ask him what happened. I'm thinking he was in an MMA match.
Okay, against whom?
It was up against Flashy. They were fighting for who. Loser had to coach Liquid.
Oh, Alex.
Sorry, that just came off the dome. I'm really sorry about that. But you could come up with cooler reasons than scooting to work. You know?
Sure. Got in a fight with a bear?
Yes, that's strong. That's strong.
You should see the bear.
Yeah. Those German foxes, they get big over here. What'll it be, Na'Vi? 1 T round is better than 0.
Well,
but
Runk's going aggressive round with the orb.
Yeah, okay. Escorted by you jerks. Wonderful, however, is on a mad one. Not anymore, he's not. Kaspersky, his signature squeaky push. Finds the timing, finds the gap, finds the double headshot. And now Alexi B's sitting at spawn wondering what on earth has just happened. Mission accomplished. We've seen that before from Kaspersky. Once or twice a half, he just invites himself into lobby, and more often than not, he gets away with genuine brilliance.
I'm trying to come up with a succinct way to... Oh, this is a kill for Snappy on a timing. And yeah, clear the smoke, spams away, Snappy peeks out. Oh, felt like he should have had that kill. So Mikaze, has he brought them away back in? In-game leader doing damage, but not finding the necessary frag. Shush is now jump spotting for information. That'll at least inform the rotation required. And the rotation is problematic. It will have to be wrinkled back through ramp. Okay, so now spotted. Shush to par the way. Wrinkle now to rotate ramp. Oh, thank God.
It's just too perfectly set up. Shush is in that power angle and repositioned so well. Supported. There's just always 2 players ready for you. NIP are G'd up, and they should be.
So where I wanted to go with that is that there's a clear intent from NIP in key rounds, right? In terms of whether it's those top hops or top rushes, whether it's this lobby, right? It's like, okay, well, now they're back into the guns, but they're talking about how they want to approach. This is one of your least expected scenarios, is a lobby push. Now, is it a scenario? Yes, definitely. But it's not standard, right? You use it sparingly, but they tend to use it, I would say, like, because they're more of an underdog team. The expectation of them is a little bit lower right now, but Snappy has this clear flavor that he likes to run with, and you can just see the ramifications of a round like that. You back down to pistols, and that's, you can't get going. So now it's likely to be 12-7 unless they can pull off this top pop. Oh, great nade.
Oh, it could be very nice onto the tail of the assault, and a headshot. Nice from Shush too. Well-placed bullets, puts 3 on the ground. Imet pushing back through that smoke is another victim of Shush. It could be the ace, but you jerks living up to the second half of his name, steals it away.
Vibes looking immaculate right now in the NIP camp. Just one more round. And for Na'Vi, it's like, all right, well, we haven't really been able to settle into our T-side gun rounds, and this is the problem that they had yesterday against Maus. They're having it again. Just one round.
Well, that's because
you
get into your guns, and then suddenly there's this teenager charging lobby and killing 2 of you before you can get started.
Now, they could do it again.
They certainly could.
It doesn't look like they will. Don't gift them away back in is what Snappy's thinking.
Kaspersky this time, the one dispatched towards the secret stairs, so that railgun aim coming to a yard near you.
Oh.
Bit is the one to demonstrate.
Okay, well, they've gotten the space. Kazi into...
Oh, yeah, hang on. Missed shot from the Oper. That gives a bit a whole second chance at life. It didn't last long, actually. Snappy's going to take him down. It was Imer I was talking about towards the lobby. Mikaze's got space.
Yeah, and he's the yard rifle. They have to have an idea that he could be outside.
Wasn't ready for that.
It's just the timing there. So quick to it.
I mean, this is a compulsory round for Na'Vi. Important kill. Alexi B opens up the avenue to B. Snappy in very, very hot pursuit. This is quicker than they're ready for. I say that. Alexi is. Wow. Just has a passing glance. Catches Snappy and now heading towards a wide open bomb site. Okay, well, Na'Vi looks like they've passed the first of many tests in this second half.
Wrinkle will just look to save this AWP. Picked the wrong bomb site. Thought they were definitely going to head down ramp to find the finish, but Na'Vi will hold on. Nice opener there from Bit towards Yard, dealing with Kaspersky, not letting him get off. And then Ujoke's at ramp. If he gets one kill in that situation, it's a 2v2 instead. But the sheer numbers and NIP strung out, not able to play off of one another, does lead them to this situation. So just as we were talking about Na'Vi only having one T-sided gun round, they'll turn it into 2. And another reminder, FaZe versus Aurora going on the secondary stream right now. Winner of that plays winner of this last game of the day.
Didn't it?
It did. So does that mean it's getting tense, or it's too easy for one of the two teams?
They don't even want to celebrate, yeah.
I think what we do need to highlight for the viewers going into the next map, which will be guaranteed, is Inferno. So far for Na'Vi on debut with their new addition in Cologne, they've only played 3 maps, or they've only needed to play 3 maps. They played Mirage, they played Nuke, and they played Ancient.
Right.
So they're yet to play Inferno, which will be the next map of the series, and I'd be interested to see the division of labor.
Yeah, is it going to be Bitferno again?
Well, Bit changed position on Ancient. I wonder if they move him away from Pit. You wouldn't think so, but you never know. It's going to be tough for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's tough for Bit. Wrinkle manages to catch the opening frag.
Him are very low as well, 3 points of health. So at the moment, even though the 4v4 you could say favors the T's, it is Nuke and they don't have the space, and they have a player that is limping. So smoke wall again, they've been using this different variation to get Makazi across towards warehouse. He's lurking in towards main for a top split by the looks.
Yeah, he's pulled it off once. Can he do it again? Oh, Oper, that's a great shot. Low HP, still gets output. Double into the A site, job done.
Should be a save again. I was going to say it's going to be tough for Na'Vi down the stretch because the CT economy is going to start building. But that means that Snappy and Ujokes will need to hold on to their guns. Snappy hanging around, kicking up a bit of a fuss. That Molly's going to do it.
See ya.
So now it's 2v2.
It's a 2v2 that they might have a little further look in, especially now Snappy's done that so quickly. Alexi, get the wrong way. Ujokes had it right there. Oh, missed opportunity.
It's crazy, right? You're rounding a corner. You're not expecting a player to not be looking at you.
Yeah, precisely.
It's more shocking to him than a player ready on the angle. So Snappy, even though he does damage, they do lose another rifler in the mix, and Snappy will be able to get away from that bomb radius. Don't you worry about that.
Terrorists win.
A late resurgence.
Ooh, okay. There is a very interesting purchase that's just come through. Now, whether or not they stick with it, we based upon what Mr. Exist has to say right now. Shush had an AWP and Wrinkle did too. Now, maybe that was a misbuy and they didn't quite understand the scenario because, okay. We take it all back. There was 2 AWPs, now there's none.
Yeah, I saw Shush refund, Wrinkle buy, Wrinkle refund, and they go all rifles.
So that tells me that maybe they want to do something quite lobby-centric.
Right. Like,
if you don't want the AWP in the mix, are we going to be aggressive? Are we going to crunch? Where we found the success earlier on the piece to kind of shake Na'Vi up, because now it's just a 3-round game. Kaspersky could have been dropped an M4, but he's operating with an MP9. So there are some interesting choices being made by NIP. What do you have in store?
Let's find out. Ujokes taking first spawn towards the ramp side. Oh, nearly caught by that smoke break. Snappy, though, set up for success, completely overlooks the possibility, does Makaze. Opening kill for NIP, but they're not clearing their corners. He's fully flashed Ujokes. He was just sitting there like a statue. Na'Vi, part T-Rex, vision based on movement. Imer, however, has a way to save him. Alexi's got the bomb isolated, but Imer's trying to work towards this top site, and it is a tough angle for him. Shush in these rafters, gets spotted out, but bested by the Dane. Alexi in the clutch, flies up that ladder silently. Shush overlooks it. Oh, but looks back in time. NIP take their map pick.
The year is 2025 at NIP, just taking a map off of Na'Vi at IEM Cologne. The lower bracket. This series is wide open.
The Oper ramp, so don't worry about it. Bad money.
Not burning, not burning.
Nice.
Wonderful, still tagged.
Vent, down vent.
Vent.
Vent, single.
Hit.
Nice, one gun. Nice!
It's gonna be a lot, Yard.
I'm taking doors. One T-roof and back lobby. Hey, time. Okay. Ramp.
Two more.
Coming B.
Going down, yeah.
Go down. You go down? Yeah, I go front.
7-4. Going down.
Down B.
Under.
I'm running under 15 seconds.
Smoke.
Under. I got single. Yeah, I'm picking windows. Close windows. I'm planting.
Time.
Nice!
Let's go.
Doesn't
Doesn't even matter that I'm a spaceship and I go and die. I don't hear them run.
I'm sourcing here, guys. Holding top, man. I got main now. Push slow. No.
Want me to push it?
I don't see her. Back main dead.
I have B.
Hot one. Door, end door. Door out.
I can come up. I'll wait you, Marco.
Nice. Can't be anywhere. I don't see last. Out. Nice with us.
Snappy, of course, I just want to take a trip down memory lane, first of all. Back in 2023, you made it to the grand finals with ENCE versus G2. Do you think that's something that you are going to be able to replicate potentially this year, potentially in the future in your career?
Yeah, I think we can do it this year. I was very confident before coming into the first stage, saying I think if the stars align, we can actually win it. I think we have a very strong team, and I stand by that. I know people will say I'm delusional, but I don't care. I think that we have a strong team, and if we play good, we can win every match.
How close do you think this is to a complete version of this iteration of Ninjas in Pajamas?
I mean, we see this as the version we want to play with. I'm happy, and we just try to grind it out now.
Tell me a little bit about the map veto coming into this. Obviously, you perma-banned Mirage, which leaves Na'Vi in a little bit of a sticky situation. We have got Inferno as them bringing in for that second map. Any thoughts on maybe them leaning into this and what you can bring on this second map?
I mean, we kind of expected this veto, so we come in prepared. Obviously, there isn't much data on them with their new player. So we kind of had to lean a little bit into what they did in the past. But then again, we also need to focus on ourselves. We only had, a week of practice with Kaspersky, but I think it's enough. We're in good shape.
Well, Snappy might be delusional. There's a lot of stars in that constellation that have to align still if he truly wants to make a run at the title. But at least things look good here on this opening map in the series against Na'Vi. A nice victory, 13-9. Strong play from Shush, especially anchoring on that CT side. And some struggles continue for Na'Vi as Alexibi still hasn't been able to get this offense up and running consistently on Nuke. 3 rounds today on their T side, 1 round yesterday versus Maus on their T side. Hard-fought battle, but it comes out in a loss.
Yeah, and I think also for Snap, it's great to be confident, but come on, man, like, I don't know. If they've played against some of these teams before, and then you could say, but for a lot of these players, it's going to be the first time around, so I don't think they'll be able to find too much success.
Yeah, well,
great to have him back, though. talk shit.
I want to hear some of that smack. Yeah, success in the smack talk department. Snappy was going nuts and then backed it up. As I said, great game out of Shush. Kaspersky had a good game, but more than anything, I think good calling on the T side seemed to be the difference. 6 rounds for NIP, maybe could have gotten more.
I think honestly it was just the eco that they won. And they won both pistols for the side of NIP, right? They were up 3-0 and then it went 3-3. Now he was able to win 3 rounds in a row, force NIP on an eco, but that's when they lose to Deagles, and we hear it time and time again, right? How crucial those rounds are. If you lose one of those anti-ecos, it can really send your half spiraling, and it did propel NIP into a 6-3 lead, ended up being 6-6, and that was all they needed to close it out in the second half.
Yeah, especially for new teams with a new player coming in, a bunch of role swaps, losing those ecos is just like hitting a speed bump, like where you feel like you're building up into something, it resets down to 0. A few more stats just to point out. Alexi B 0-3 in opening engagements, Makaze 0-6 in opening engagements. Man, that's a rough way for Nuke to go, especially if you're having trouble on your T sides. Those opening kills are worth their weight in gold. Losing so many engagements is rough.
Yeah, Makaze struggled a little bit, to create space outside. And I think for Navi, the problem has been on both of these T sides. Okay, a little bit of it is the economy, that they are always playing from behind. So then you don't feel as comfortable calling something set, calling an A-pop or something. Right. You want to play it a little bit more default, feel out what the CTs are doing, maybe punish some of that aggression. But even yesterday, Mouse, today, NIP, they were just very good at breaking that default. I mean, with their aggression, the round where Kaspersky just pushes door, finds 2 kills, right, really seemed to throw a spanner in the works for the side of
very
Navi.
Disruptive.
And in general, that's what they've struggled with. They've struggled to punish the aggression from the CTs and sort of adjust in the mid-round.
Perhaps thinking a little bit too much about what they want to do or what kind of plans they've made or what kind of protocols they're trying to institute. Regardless, I know you had round 7 you wanted to discuss and point out a couple things.
Yeah, I think this was the turning point sort of for NIP in the first half, right? You win pistol, then you lose the 3 rounds from 3-0 to 3-3, and here, Makaze, they saw the scout, so he takes a very tight angle from Unbreakable, but there's multiple players outside, they wine swing, he overpeaks and gets punished, and even now it's a 3v2 for the side of Navi, but the bomb gets planted, and the Navi players are a little bit slow on this retake. Deep molly from Bit, U-jerks, stays in front of it, Bit doesn't expect that, and now it's a 2v2, but time is running out, right? And Wonderful was tagged by the scout early on. It's a 1v1, and in the end, Alexi, even though the bomb is not planted for U-jerks, Alexi just doesn't have the time to clutch this, and this was really a bad round for Navi to lose.
Yeah, highlighting some of the new rookies for each team as well. Kaspersky and Makaze stepping into these respective jerseys. Kaspersky showing a better game here. Good job on the opening duels. 3-1, 16-16 across the map. Makaze, in his defense, I'll say, had a couple rounds of impact, but the full game, right? Like accomplishing your responsibility and your goals each and every round wasn't there. But definitely some important openings. We saw him turn in towards Mini once or twice, get a double kill on the entry, but still not a complete game out of the new Navi player.
I wouldn't spend too much. I think it would be unfair to sort of judge and evaluate it too hardly immediately, right? Some impact, but the fragging output just wasn't there across the map for someone who plays Yard on Nuke, right? So I think it's fine. Give it a couple of tournaments before we can look back and say, all right, like, this is some of the things he does well, this is some of the things that he needs to improve at. And also, we shouldn't forget, this was NIP's map pick. It's been their most played map the last 3 months. It's been the one where they could see what Navi was doing with the new lineup, and Snappy alluded to it coming into Inferno. This is where they don't have any tape on Navi. They don't know who's going to play which position. So you're looking a little bit what Navi did before, and that's fine because the system won't change. I mean, with Blade and Alexi being there, and also you should just focus a little bit on yourself, right? What you could tell about NIP is a key round comes in, they have something in store for it, right? They understand that these are the swing rounds. They don't want to just leave it up to the faith in terms of what's going to happen. They take they're very proactive in those rounds. They take matters into their own hands, so to speak, right? And it has worked out for them on map 1.
Yeah, map 1 it's worked out very, very well. We're going to see if it works out on map 2. That's going to be Inferno. It's Navi's map pick as they try and even up the series, because if not, they are eliminated. Winner of this series will play again later today for a spot in the Lanxess Arena. Let's see if that Navi can survive and bring us to a third.
humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid control is an essential part of playing Inferno on the T side. Let's look at a smoke you can throw to block off the long side. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to the alt mid door. Aim along the edge of this wall in line with this metal thing. Then jump throw the smoke. Just like that, long will be smoked off, which will greatly help your teammates take brackets control. An Inferno essential if I ever saw one.
First question is, it's a simple one. Are you guys excited for Overpass? It's like an Oper's map, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any Oper's pumped for it?
They changed the spawn, so you cannot pick too much, but I think it's good.
You think it's good? Okay. You guys excited as well?
Yeah, I like this map actually.
Really?
Back on days, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You?
I'm also, I think it's a really good map for opening on both sides. So a lot of long angles.
Yeah, a lot of places
nice
to fall back and reposition.
Yeah, I think it's easy to just take the shots, fall back, take shots, fall back.
Yeah.
It's good.
Anyone sad about Anubis leaving us? No? Not even a little bit?
Never played that map, so I'm
That's
happy.
fair, yeah. You don't really give a shit either way, do you?
I was so good.
What was bad about it? Was it actually like the CT side?
I think you play good city side and you can even still get 2 rounds only, even if you play good.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like the T's can win you, but you can do whatever. Default or they can do some strat and just win.
Yeah.
Super T side.
Yeah. Okay. What about the CT economy changes? As Opers, does that feel like it helped at all? Could you guys even, do you notice it?
Yes, I think it's a big change.
But you do full eco and you can buy AVP kind of. And like it's like when you expect 4.3 buys, now they have AVP.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. I think because the city economy was top tier, so I think it's good.
Right.
Yeah.
What's it been like for Opers now in CS2? At the start of it, there was some struggles for the Opers. It seems like most people have gotten past it. I think you were probably the easy example of someone who kind of struggled at the turn of CS2, but you've come back now and had some really good performances recently. What do you think was like the turning point? Like what was like the thing that clicked for CS2? Was it just getting used to it, or was
I don't know. I didn't also have good teams, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's like I don't know. I think with the op I think the op is fine. It's not as good as on CS:GO, but it's different mechanics. You need to pick more sometimes. I don't know how to explain it. Like watching with the op even.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes yes.
Yeah. I think CS2 opening is, I think it's different than in Go, because I felt like in Go you can just go and swing, and I mean that's how I feel. But in CS2 I think you have to be more patient a little bit. Of course you have the picker's advantage, but I think it's better with the open CS to just hold angles and sit and.
Really?
In my opinion.
When I'm sitting white pick, I'm dead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready.
Even if I'm ready, just.
Yeah,
no chance.
I feel like it's better to be patient.
I mean, for me the biggest change, like on CS:GO, you can just shoot. Don't quit the scope, get the scope back and just pick slowly, Now you shoot, and if the guy knows where you are, you need to swing or you need to no scope. You cannot slowly pick him. He will just swipe, you know what I mean? And I think that's the biggest thing that you need to adapt on that. But I think it's also fine.
final day of play. Stage 2, this is Group B. 4 teams in a single spot. 2 organizations who know what it takes to win, especially in that Lanxess arena. And 2 coaches standing behind the teams who have won before. Even Bit has won before, but much different constellations now. Checking and chasing the very same flashing lights in the Lanxess.
Yeah, 2025 and NIP and Na'Vi have very different looking rosters to those that brought them glory in Cologne once upon a time. And we're about to head into uncharted territory. The deep waters of Inferno. Neither team with these new additions, Kaspersky on one side, Makazi on the other, have played Inferno through Cologne. You have NIP have played a bunch of maps because they came through stage 1, Overpass, Ancient, Nuke, Dust 2, Train, Mirage is their ban, and right now we're about to see Inferno. Will this be a 2-0 for Snappy? Back in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, was down in the doldrums, the VRS, the first half of 2025, and the New World Order has been about building back up. Well, they're here to play today. T-side start for Na'Vi, their map choice.
Very unorthodox start from the CTs. Very amp-centric.
Ujux needs to ward them away from Banana, otherwise this stack over towards A won't get to flourish.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to do this on his own.
Got a one tap.
Yeah, that's all he has. He has a couple of chances to tap ahead. No util to block, so it is essentially just a man puffing up his chest. Does he do that on his own? They ask themselves. He's got a lot of confidence.
Snappy's searching now.
Imir's waiting and containing. Ooh, you know what? If I'm Snappy, I'm not so sure. If that one comes easy, he loses out to Imir. Traded out by Wrinkle, importantly. They're asking questions of Shush's mid-push, and it's actually working out wonderfully. Long-range fights for Wrinkle, and he hasn't done well.
Indecision right now.
Yeah, they know Ujux was on site. They're looking for him now, and I think they may have just caught a whiff. Towards those coils. Nice tap. Takes the head off of Bit. Ahead of the smokes, Ujux manages to pull it back into a level playing field.
Winnable now. Everybody's here.
Yeah.
They might just run through this.
I think that sounds like the plan. Makazi thinks the same. Look at this intention. I like this from Alexi. Some proactivity, but Wrinkle, he's trying to check it out. Never mind. Worried about CT. Back to turn. Makazi can finish the job. Doesn't quite get it cleanly, but the job is done. Ujux, he's got 3 bullets and 3 targets, so he has to really be economical about this. And it's over. There we go.
Okay, well, a pistol round, that is a great way to start. Now, we will be identifying as this map goes on the positional play from Na'Vi. Will Makazi just plug and play into JL's banana control? Most likely, considering the type of aggression he wants to bring. The CT side, we'll have to see as well how that is applied for Alexi and his boys. And with Ujux starting B on the pistol, they might just put Kaspersky in Aristos' spot as one of the A riflers. But let's get into the force. Wrinkle with the scout. Ability to get some tags. First shot whistles by, and now the scout is noted. And there's Makazi for the banana control. Makes sense. Young man, aggressive rifler, likes to get stuck in, not afraid of a fight. Perfect.
Oh.
A banana.
That was perfect. Snappy, barely visible. Just the tip of his head for Makazi to work with, but taps it off regardless. NIP lose the head of the snake and now writhing awkwardly on the CT side. Wrinkle fills the gap on B side, and Kaspersky thinking the same thing is the best idea.
Still options open, Emma and Bit.
I suspect this isn't commitment, despite throwing out that CT smoke. Maybe more just a scouting party, see what lies on the other side. And Wrinkle's scout quickly puts them in their place.
I think you've seen enough, haven't you? Shush, yep. You need to do something on A to keep this round alive for NIP.
All right. Imir's already cut rotations by accessing long. Anyone that wants to be lending a hand to A has to get past him. Shush confirms it is going to be that A wrap, and ooh, Bit. Perfect. Catches him poking his nose. You can see Immer kind of synchronized with him rapping and checking bulk of his own.
Ooh, okay. Having a little look too far there, Mr. Kaspersky. Immer will punish you. That call to save came in a little bit too late, or at least the understanding of the scenario. Wrinkle.
Wants more.
Yeah, I think he wants the gun. Upgrade away from the scout. He's not going to get it. He's maybe going to get it.
Maybe he can. I think Wonderful's seen enough.
It's good damage. That might be all she wrote, as this will be the 2-0 start for Na'Vi. A couple of casualties short. And don't give away another.
Wrinkle's scout's looking pretty hot. I don't know if Wonderful wants to dare peek back into that.
Bit of a standoff. Okay, bomb goes off. Round confirmed.
3 kills for the scout.
Now, Ujux did get his hands on a Galil there.
Yeah.
You know how crazy they could be. I don't think they're going to do it, but imagine Wrinkle drops an M4, they use the Scout, they've got the Galil, that's 2 M4s, a Scout, and then some MP9s or 5.7s. It's not going to happen. They will want to make sure that they get the full guns and full utility. This is Inferno after all. The CTs needing every ounce of those nades to be able to get the map control. We saw the updates come through last night. I think a lot of those are designed to help the CTs out. Again, light chip damage. Wrinkle starting Banana this time will be warded away by the Molotov.
Yeah, Ujux actually goes straight in. Woof. Wow. Instant double headshot spray transfer. Happens in the blink of an eye. Alexi B and Makazi just evaporate in front of Wonderful.
Okay, well, this one was meant to be easier for Na'Vi. But tell them that now as their stomach and man disadvantage. Wonderful on half HP. And a minute and 10 to try and piece this round back together. Bit will have to join the rest of his team, and they're not sticking to the B gamble. They feel they've done enough in Banana to force them towards A. That's not the case.
It's all right. Wrinkle's obviously good for 3, just like last round, so we'll be fine.
Well, not if they use their utility. There's plenty of smokes to work with. If they contact in, though, that's a problem.
That smoke will limit Wrinkle's contributions. Plays ahead of it. Has 1 shot, and he makes the most of it. This scout is lethal. Good grief.
Snappy's fast up Banana.
The no-scope even tagging up Bit. Something's gotta give. Surely you can't hit him on the plant as well. No-scope's being thrown through. Kaspersky down. Nice, easy one for Bit. 2v4, now 3. Shush low, bleeding out.
Oh,
and they line up for him. Only Wrinkle can save him now, and he's not hitting the shots necessary. Could have finished off that low HP on Nubox. Imet lives to tell the tale. Bit's active, they'll double swing him. Job done. Round saved. Na'Vi get their 3rd. Despite Ujug's start, despite Wrinkle's scout work.
You feel it's a little bit clumsy there, don't you? Kaspersky spamming the deagle as the smoke's fading, gets caught in the open, Snappy runs out.
Here it is.
It doesn't feel as cohesive as it. Yeah, that's wild. It doesn't feel as cohesive. Yeah. I'd have that reaction too. That doesn't feel like it should go down that way. But like Snappy they're just trying to keep them in the sight, and then they all line up. So I don't want to say lazy. I don't think that was it. It's just they should have been a little bit more cautious considering the circumstances. Either way, was an eco / partial / carried over weapons. So right now we are into the guns.
Yeah, and this is what they were waiting for, right? The reason they didn't go for that full investment in the previous is for all these bells, whistles, and orbs.
So nothing really changing. A second wave Banana control coming through and stomaching an opening death again.
It's a great start to seeing Ujux fighting for Banana successfully.
It's up to Bit and Imma now to take some space and try and apply pressure elsewhere. Long smoke lands. They're getting the boiler and holes control. Still kicking up a fuss in Banana with shots through the smoke. Snappy's on his own for now. Ujux can peek out now and call brackets clear, which will liberate the rotation of Wrinkle and Ujux, but it's going to have to be on a quick timing. Snappy will deploy the smoke because brackets has been called clear. Alexi knows this is likely a block to facilitate the rotation, so can they piece this together quick enough to catch the timing? Yes, they can.
Yes, they can, but Snappy still takes 1. Alexi B does better. Double kill from Na'Vi's captain, and the rest so disconnected. Absolute mile away. Deep smoke from Alexi. Really going to make it difficult to get back into things.
I don't see a kid on either of these 3, so...
Yeah, I see him killing Kaspersky, and then the rest falling into a save, yep.
That shows that comms is at a high point, right? Okay, you're in Banana, I have a flash, let's set this up, let's go for the peak, let's not do it individually, and now force them into a save as Wrinkle hanging around for some damage. But that was another good round where NIP definitely could have got a round on the board. As Rencool will sound off. Takes down Alexi, but really getting you nowhere. Sure, you can be competitive into the next. Lost bonus will be maxed out, so... And there's the kit.
So you were telling me this is the first time in Cologne we've seen a Na'Vi Inferno?
Either team.
Either team, okay. So a little glimpse into the depth of both teams. Matt Paul, strong start for Na'Vi.
I think some of the issues for NIP, obviously Snappy's been playing it a little bit more, but we just haven't been watching him in upper echelon Counter-Strike because they've had to battle through the onlines and the tier 2s and the Philadelphias of the world. But Snappy, once upon a time, didn't play Inferno. It was their ban over on Ents, so this is going to be tough against a team that has had great success, at least previously, with the core of this team. I was asking a question there to Mr. Tournament Management, but either way, we're into a attack. Exist on the mic. Remember those saves coming through. Kaspersky just going to operate with an MP9. Ujox gets a Famus. What's Snappy going to opt for? They were able to get away with a pretty strong round on Nuke, but right now, the 4-0 start. Na'Vi looking hot and looking like they can recover in tough situations. But these are fine margins. Right, okay, we didn't play that 4v2 retake of the B bomb site as clumsily. We win that round. Ujox is in the right place at the right time, rotating over, and well, he doesn't get doubled up by Alexi. Devil's in the details as see if Rencool is able to find an opening incision. He's postured right now to take the AWP over towards B. Could do the extinguish and peek car and see if you can glance on down and take down Makazi.
Rencool has a look. Pays a heavy price just to be posted on this line. 50 of his health gone. Will be flashed off by Alexi's flashbang. Stubborn is the AWP. Remains posted for that exact outcome, but Alexi, wise to the tricks, a double nade to finish the job. So dunks on him, still pulls the trigger successfully, and that's a massive find on Apps. Bit cut down, nice headshot from Wonderful. B is open, but they don't have the bomb. Doesn't really matter. Sure, it's a 1v3. Sure, two of them are low. He's just going to be running straight to that B bomb sign. There's nothing that Kaspersky can do.
Okay, well, again, you understand the opener. They get there what they're looking for, but Na'Vi also knowing what options are available on this CT side is there's a kill.
You'll take an AK, that's nice.
Alexi on the hunt immediately, so trying to limit the options. Now it's a matter of hide and seek. You want to hold on to this to give yourself something to work into the next. There will be the ability for him to drop. Snappy and Shush can buy, so we can see another competitive round coming out for NIP. It's an interesting position to save, isn't it?
Yeah, hoping for perhaps a element of surprise.
Well, I think you get exactly that. No one's going to be able to find him. And that'll be that. Okay, 5-0 from Na'Vi responding. After a tough go of things over on Nuke, looking much better on their map choice of Inferno.
That's for sure.
Good. Wow, that's a great shot in there. Good luck, Shush.
3 bullets connect. He just needs the one.
Okay, they can get the AWP out, facilitated by Kaspersky, so he had 4750 exactly. So he's dropped that AWP to Rencool. NIP have to get going now, or it might be too late on Inferno. Train will be the third and decider if we need to get there.
Quick silent boost. Rencool's AWP to get past him and may very well give him what he's waiting for. Which is damage. And running him down, pressure amplified, Rencool hits the first. And that's all he'll be getting, run down by a flying Glock. Bomb's already getting planted. It just feels like this defense can't seem to hold water.
It's more of the same though, isn't it? You know, there's a couple of nice shots being here. They have the right idea with some of their openings, but Na'Vi just able to waltz through it. Snappy has heard bit. If Snappy had the kit, maybe there could be... Oh, look at this. Multiple bodies walking past Snappy. He's only aware of one of the two. Ujox could get this kill and stay alive. Emma's going to hang around and be the safety net for the bomb. And wow, he's even aware of the possibility. So well done. But Snappy can't get in there. He can't defuse. There's no kit. They are a little bit worried about it. Don't worry. Snappy has darted away, and this is absolutely rapid as far as the pace is concerned.
Oh god, it could be one hell of a nade here. He's safe. He's safe for a second longer. Bit will come through. Ensures they bring nothing into the next. And yeah, this is a very different story, isn't it? Oh, they always tease us.
They will just have to go for a partial right now. They're not in that same buy territory that they've been afforded with the saves, this time getting away with nothing. Also the pace of this, and this is what I think may have caught Mouse off guard yesterday in the Na'Vi Mouse series, where Mirage, Na'Vi were taking the fight. They had some quite pacey maneuvers in the early stages. Mouse had to work very, very hard for that victory. Still looking good, but when you're up against a new look Na'Vi with a change of roster, there are going to be new flavors, and it was the first time in 2025 that those two teams had faced, which just seems crazy to say. But that's why they're down here in the lower bracket. They started with the success of a FaZe, they lost to Mouse, now they take on NIP, and later today either FaZe or Aurora. Should be one of the easier rounds for Na'Vi. We've seen them slip up against the UJerks Deagle before. Right now it's the UJerks UMP. Back in vogue after the MP9.
He is a UMP advocate. Ooh, nearly combines the bullets of that UMP onto Makazi, but oh, shush. He's found a little safe haven from the flames. Will be cleared out. Hang on a second. UJerks and Shush with some output.
It's in the wrong place though, aren't they? 3 having to push up through middle.
And Imma gets to slip into Boiler, hearing their approach as well, anticipating their arrival. He dips into bedroom, gets spotted, and at range, the UMP puts him onto 40 HP. Run down. Snappy will pick it up.
And over there, Wrinkle, you can go for this one if you're quick.
They've got that crossfire. It's UJerks walking through that smoke. That is the blind spot. Oh, he doesn't finish it. Hard, very hard to get back in now. Bomb is half gone. You'll double swing it. Handled by Bit. An ace coming out of the Headhunter. Keeping Na'Vi untouchable.
Doesn't feel like an ace should be necessary in a round like that, but the fact it gets that damn close, Bit will save the day. Second tactical timeout, and understandably so, 7-0. The ability to put dents in this first half, squandered, and now opportunities few and far between. 5 more rounds remaining within this half of play.
Yeah, if it was going to happen, if it was going to turn on, if we were going to have a competitive Inferno, it would have to start now. 70 rounds is already like on the higher end of the realistic spectrum for a game. 7 already, and they're just flying so damn high. A couple of glimmers of like individuals, you know, looking good, looking sharp. They did convert Nuke. Brought some of that mechanical prowess in.
Another fun factor of this is if it does go the third, we get to see another map of Na'Vi's pool. True. With Mirage, Nuke, Ancient, and now Inferno.
They're asking questions early of Banana Makaze. Ouch. Big nade. They're limping, but they take car quickly.
Very direct, isn't it?
Yeah, there's 3 here to ask questions of them. Nice from the opener onto Snappy. UJerks too late with the Yuto. They're already out and about. Boost is great. Boost is inspired. It leads to 1.
Oh, no.
Wonderful brought down. Uncomfortable. Bomb already into B. How comfortable is this from Na'Vi?
Yeah. Okay.
Waltzing up the banana.
You can do whatever they like. This is good calling, but better output from your individuals. Nobody's skipping a beat right now. They looked very good on their map choice of Mirage, something that they'd been picking throughout the tournament, but unable to do so against NIP, who ban it. Imma, in the post-game interview, as Lexi grabs another through the smoke, talking to Freya, asked about the inability to pick it. He's like, well, you know, we've got more than just Mirage, and apparently their Inferno is hot as well. 8-0.
Yeah, okay, so if you've got 2 maps you don't want to play Na'Vi on, we're starting to look at like a bit of a contender here. Obviously going to be lacking polish as they integrate new addition Makaze into the ranks.
I'm going to take a look, speaking of contenders, FaZe versus Aurora, just checking in on that result. First map was FaZe picking Nuke, second map is Aurora picking Mirage. That's another team who's going to have to ask questions of their map pool this season, is Aurora. Thanks to, or because of, the removal of Anubis. That was their staple, that was their go-to, that was their sure thing. You can check that one out on the secondary stream because this one might be over damn quick.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like the third map might be a Rather quick arrival.
That's good for a train.
I like this, though. Throwing some aggression down Banana. We saw Ujerks at the start being more than capable of opening up onto Makaze. That's his third opening kill onto Makaze alone.
Can you hold on to it?
That's the next question. That's the thing about smokes, is they don't last forever.
And this is the thing about Na'Vi being in a 4v5 disadvantage, but being up 8-0. Everybody's still going to be extremely confident. Swing this. Wrinkle could be a dead man.
He's fast, isn't he? Picks up the necessary velocity to get past that orb shot. Ujerks fancies his chances, elevates up on that barrel, and they win it out.
And that's more like it. So playing like they have the man advantage there. You know, you could turtle up and you could play very scared, but oh, okay. So just continuing to pepper down Banana. That's where the damage has been done. Now it's just bitten Alexi. How much damage can they inflict? Oh, maybe none. Okay, very well handled. There you go. A round on the board for NIP, but it almost feels like it has to be 4 consecutive, as feels like a smile of relief as opposed to a sigh, because Snappy will be happy with that one.
I think someone's just gone, at least it's not a 13.
I think it feels like they should have been worth a couple more rounds.
Sure, definitely.
Good when most of your kills are spamming through smokes.
Yeah, well, welcome to playing CT Inferno.
Oh, both teams apparently having a good time.
Okay, well, I'm glad everyone's having a good time here today. It's not like it's intense or the last day of stage 2 or anything.
No elimination on the line.
4 teams, 1 spot, you know, none of that.
What you all play for, to be in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in front of thousands of Counter-Strike fans who make the pilgrimage to Cologne year after year to watch the absolute best teams lift the trophy, because all you get is the top of the top. That's one of the things that we're talking about yesterday during some of our early death segments, is just the caliber of team who wins in Cologne. It's never a Mickey Mouse squad. It's never a ragtag bunch. It's never an underdog. It's always quality.
Okay, that's a big start again. The Banana players bring the fight. Makaze having a bit of a rough shake of the stick. Nice rundown from Kaspersky. Wrinkled one, not the second, but there's his trade. Kaspersky closes it down. Job is done.
Very spawn-based that round. You had Shush over towards Banana, who's normally the A anchor, so that's a set move from the CT side. But Wonderful grabbed the first. He's going to run into Ujerks, who would normally be in Banana, but guess what? He's on the balcony. Bullet in the side of the dome, AK for his troubles. And now 2 on the trot. That was off the back of a Na'Vi tactical timeout, so Blade unable to find the successes necessary, and now the finances are in trouble for Na'Vi. They can buy into this, but it's more about the final round of the half. If you lose this, you'll only have the loss bonus and maybe the plant to work with. And this feels more like it for Kaspersky, doesn't it? It's a player that you, at least from what we've seen, you want in the thick of it. And being an A rifler, he's not going to get that same luxury.
Minor frustrations visible. It's hard to be mad when you're 8-2 up.
But that's the signature Snappy, right? We spoke about it on Nuke. And they do it here, even though they were down in the dumps on Inferno. They've still got the balls to go for those aggressive plays.
Yeah, now Snappy has an AK to apply his trade. Throwing bullets down range. Deep Banana smoke. Snappy escapes. Makaze, like we just said, he has been having a couple of rough exchanges recently. These opening deaths stacking up in these last 3 rounds of play.
Wanting to get back this brackets control, they will sweep forward. Shush now under porch, Wrinkle alongside with the orb. Kaspersky there to lend a hand. So on high alert towards B, Wrinkle will rotate over. And that appears to be the right call, because right now the tail of this is Emma just dropped the bomb, but the others are now working on the sandbags. That space will be taken. Ujerks very close, ready to snap into action. Oh, but now you know the orb's there. You should accelerate towards A, 35.
I think that's going to be their plan. Snappy thinks so too as he starts to try and run it. Silently. Walk it, I think would be a better way.
Okay, back to B he goes. They're stacking incorrectly.
Oh, yeah, and Kaspersky gets nothing. Shush, they're looking for him. How much does he find? The whole squad running his way. Shush, flames at his feet, trying to survive. Goes down to Imet. And the site is Na'Vi spamming and not connecting. At least not for Snappy. He does take a face full of lead. 4 versus 3. Ujug's having a look. Maybe Imet's low HP on pick could be the opening of the floodgates. Ooh, sound cue. Not what he was hoping for. Wanted that element of surprise. Now Na'Vi, no! And they bring the fight to him. Alexi gets it. Brought down to 6 by the spread of the flame. Snappy and Wrinkle having a look, but just staring at smokes and realizing there's just not enough time. Playing for those exits, trying to limit Na'Vi's finances.
See, this is where Snappy, if he was the one dealing that, would be talking trash. You know, nice exits, really important, right? Very sarcastic, because that's kind of how that feels.
Could you imagine Blade doing anything like that? Actually, no, coaches can't do that.
Well, no, he could.
Could?
Why not?
Could trash talk as a coach.
It's not the major.
Oh, okay.
He could yell whatever he wanted.
Okay.
Just as long as he's not giving his team any strategies or anything, you know.
You guys suck. Guys, go B, split B.
Now that might be a problem. Snappy into the Auga.
Mauga. Ow, ow, ouch. Okay, well, the nades were well placed. Makaze runs in and gets 2 with the spray of the Mac-10. That's a nice difference maker. That's going to feel fantastic for the new edition. Upgrades his Mac-10 to the aforementioned AUG.
Well, this all feels in vain, doesn't it? It's been quite the half from Na'Vi. Had NIP's number throughout. Sure, there was some touch and go moments, some opportunities for NIP to be able to break through and have a respectable first half of play, but most of the time they're in the wrong place, the wrong time. All right, now they're in the right place, but they're down in a 3v5 disadvantage situation. Wrinkle draws one back. They don't have to continue to flood into B. They can reset. Be in Immer, ready to pounce into Shush's territory. Make the map feel awfully small as Kaspersky continues to be aggressive, and this is all she wrote for the first half of Inferno.
Yeah, this is a clinic from Na'Vi. Seeing that same comfort level we saw from NIP onto Nuke. Very much home soil.
How many more can you add to the stats, Wrinkle? Because you're not going to be winning this round. This half done. Dusted 10-2. The score will read. Just a matter of how long. And I think right now the answer has been made. The reload is there. The deagle is out. And,
he gets
the wrap
an extra
will have
one.
to be extended.
That's right, Chad. He's going to die eventually. Right now. Okay, 10-2. The score. It looks like a third is a guarantee at this point. Na'Vi, that pistol would seal the deal. It feels like a certainty that this one will require all 3 maps. NIP taking Nuke, Na'Vi setting their very best foot forward. Of course, elimination at stake for Na'Vi, cannot slip up here, and they certainly didn't. 10 posting already for Na'Vi, just 3 away from taking themselves to their 3rd and final map.
Well, the birthday boy Emma there showing some frustrations, even though it was domination. The fact that they have an 8-round lead and can close this quite quickly. Heard from Snappy there before we went into the break saying, yeah, we always knew this map was going to be tough, boys. It definitely was. They did have their chances, but this is nowhere near as competitive as Nuke. Train has been played by NIP twice throughout this tournament already. Once against Aurora, a loss, and once against Heroic, domination. So at least there's tape for them.
You know, NIP's CT setup would have been perfect against NIP's T pistol.
Yeah, well, maybe they were playing against themselves in practice.
Maybe.
Shadow Counter-Strike.
Okay, Emma, that's enough, isn't it?
Or is it?
He actually tucks it back in, swings out! Quickly put Snappy down. Wait, Snappy killed someone as well. Damn.
Bomb goes down. Makazi through Library. Alexi and Wonderful jaunting down Banana to try and join this. Now, there is a smoke, a flash, some dual Berettas, sure. Now, if you're going to look for kills for the reward, that'd be great. But you're not even going to get that. Kaspersky will remove Alexi. And this will have to be a masterclass of a T side. So it's starting strong. If you could limit the armor of Makazi and Wonderful into the next, that's going to make it a little bit easier against the CT side of Force, and that's if it comes. So 2 kills given over so far. Wonderful. It's a greeting party coming his way.
Oh, that pesky jump, hard to track. Wonderful takes them both down. UJUG's removing the Kevlar of one of the 2. Yeah,
I surprised myself.
I was confused as to how Snappy got something there as well. It was instantaneous. We saw it from Imma's POV. He just swings on out and one-tap Snappy, but somehow Snappy gets something. Here, look. Bob! Whoa! Okay, gets the tail end. Gets
Sometimes
bit.
you just got to shoot. Take those shots.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is, I would say, the biggest test in the early stages of this T-half for NIP. The pistol's one thing. Dealing with a Force is another.
It is.
So right now, you're going to be pushed around the map by Yuto. You're going to be softened up by HEs. Avoiding the first is a very good sign. So there'll be smokes to block.
Oh, it's a lovely placed HE. Really limits Makaze's options.
Unconfirmed damage. Still a good start. Will make things a little bit tougher for Na'Vi. For NIP, if they can show some fight, that's a very good sign. So congregating in Banana with 4 now. They are currently heading towards the stack. Emma on the boost. Makazi on first and Alexi on the jiggle with Util in his hands. Now the thing is, you want to apply pressure early so they have to drop this Util. You don't want them to have this late in the piece, especially when it comes down to the last 30 seconds. So Util thrown over towards A and B from both teams. So pressure applied on either side of the map. Bit and Wonderful, the Ukrainian pairing dealing with that as Shush will evaporate through halls. Another block smoke. And that's gone just at the sub 40-second mark. This will be touch and go. Shush is going to join the team, so the long smoke will fade before the top Banana one does. And at that point, Bit and Wonderful can start rotating over. Bit even has a flash to help out his teammates. They got to go.
It's now or never, boys.
Easy.
20 seconds. This could be it. Na'Vi jostling to just finish Inferno as quick as possible. UJUG's pathing in, does spot out and remove. Doesn't stop him getting output though, 2 on that MP9.
10 seconds.
Lexi B fumbling with the 5-7. Bomb going down. Can he stop it? No, he can't. Bomb in. Still chaos. Bit profits from the pandemonium, and Na'Vi making that 11th happen ASAP.
Just see the exchange of Util there, how it works out in favor, and still having a smile on his face.
Someone's cracking jokes.
Look, again, returning to the fact they knew that this was going to be a tough map, but there's multiple ways you could frame this. It will be a long day ahead, so if we lose quick, we get onto the 3rd, we get out on top, we haven't expended so much energy in what could be a cosmetic comeback, and then by the time we get to the last series of the day...
Valid.
So, you know that you're essentially going into a best of 1 coming up next on Train. The problem is this was a black box of information for Na'Vi on Inferno not having played it yet, and up next will be the same as far as Train is concerned.
That's naughty. Mikaze invites himself into the fight early. They throw that molly to trap him. Oof. But they're the ones that are trapped. Very comfortable scenes.
I'll get ahead of myself as well because I think this one is essentially done. Na'Vi haven't played a lot of train. This is even with JL. They played it 4 times. And it's sporadic.
Is NIP not quite a trained team, though?
No, well, this is the thing. If we're only looking at current rosters...
Oh, yeah.
Right? But so we're having to use imperfect data, and also any data for NIP needs to be put under the scrutiny of they're normally playing against lower opponents than the caliber of Na'Vi. So we're comparing different factors right now.
It is an apples and oranges stats comparison.
Or bananas and bears.
Or bananas and bears.
Could have said bananas in pajamas.
That would have been good.
Would have been good.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a banana or a bear?
I'll take the banana.
Yeah, me too.
Sustenance.
Yeah.
Nature's energy bar.
Exactly. Keep you going for an hour or two. That's all you need.
This is cute to exist.
Yeah, I think he just wants to let them know, like, probably say everything you're just saying. Like, hey, we've got a long day. Obviously, when we win that train map, we've got another best of 3 to play. The winner of FaZe Aurora, by the way. Which is that still going down?
It is.
Oh no, that has concluded.
Oh dear.
In quite a damning fashion.
We'll let you all go have a little bit of a look. Now, obviously, we know Aurora did have a stand-in.
Yeah.
I think we'll call it a situation at this point.
Yeah, but what's impressive is that they didn't just disappear. It wasn't a flash in the pan. They kind of kicked up a fuss, upset a couple of apple carts, and then disappeared. Maybe. Actually, you can check for yourself.
Who knows?
Who knows, actually? I don't know.
Spoilers around here.
Counter-Strike Source, huh?
What a game.
That was the last time the UK was relevant.
What a time to be alive.
Actually, sorry.
Maybe in the world, actually, not just in Counter-Strike.
King Mezzi, obviously.
That's right.
Let's not forget about him. All right, how open and shut is this one? The 4 players just halved by the grenades charging into him. This is comfortable. Mikaze gets his. A pair of frags, and now Alexi B gets to sweep the last couple of pieces under the rug. A nice headshot from Snappy, doesn't convert it. And Wrinkle. The last to be flattened. And Na'Vi. They've ironed out the kinks. It's all good in the hood. 13-3. A quick response to the loss of Nuke. And it sets the scene perfectly. A best of 1, essentially. Loser goes home. Ninjas in pajamas. Na'Vi. The year is 2025 and both are just fighting for survival.
Close. I'll see it later.
He's going gaps, one guy.
Three, right?
Bridge. And Bora behind me.
I'm cold.
Let's bridge long.
Okay. Да. Я взял. Ready. Я on the left already.
Вышел смог.
Я смотри меня, просто скажи, смотри.
2 зиг. Могут выйти.
Nice, Valera, sick.
I'm holding one.
I'll boost you.
2. One more, 10 HP. One is 10 HP.
I don't see shit.
Ramp.
Bad smoke. I'll hold the smoke. Yeah. Look here.
Yeah. One more subs. One more flash.
I'm playing in Ninja still.
Yeah.
One coming mid. One mid. I got first.
The mid ramp. I'm staying alive.
Shot one. Last shot. Nice.
Good job, guys. Anti-flash. Boosted. He was boosted, I think. Yes.
I'm picking this again. I'm holding Molly, wait. Don't peek, green.
Molly?
I'm Molly.
Shot Molly.
I fail. I'm not peeking. I have flash. Molly, 2 feet. It's big guys. I can flash. Down. Flash orbit. Flash and orbit. More. 4.
More. I'm going out.
Push. Top second. He planting, guys, close. One more side. Dead. Nice. Nice.
Well, if Navi's offense had issues on Nuke, they saved all the good stuff for Inferno, because it was an extremely dominant game. Really not much to, not much to really talk about for NIP, but for Navi, just up and running right out of the gate, and pretty much had the entire map wide open to their taking whenever they wanted it.
Yeah, kind of easier to play the T side when you win the pistol and convert, perhaps, and are able to find some openings and so forth and so forth. I think also something that flew a little bit under the radar is with this roster change and some of the position changes. Navi might not have the best feel for what their map pool looks like,
Sure.
Like for some of these maps, maybe they went good in practice.
That felt great with JL, doesn't feel so good with
all things went fine in practice, leading up to this event, and then in officials it isn't really working out, right? And on Inferno things went really well for them, obviously, and also you could tell why it was the pick for the side of Navi. NIP not feeling the same way in terms of comfort levels like they did on Nuke.
I think Ujurx and Snappy actually did a pretty good job at the B bomb site early. Navi was still able to win the rounds, but those two, like Ujurx and Snappy, do a good job of controlling Banana, of getting some kills early on, but Navi's just offense too good in the follow-up to come back into them.
This round was, very important. The first gun round there, 5v4, Snappy plays retake. He gets one kill, but then Alexius, the trader, kills him and sort of is able to spray transfer on Ujurx in the back, who was low HP from the banana fight. So you were 5v4, 4v3, sort of ready for the retake, but with that second kill, it becomes a 3v3 and much more difficult retake. Navi wins it. And something that I've noticed also in the tournament is, because of the CT economy buff, right? We see the CTs buy a lot more, but they don't have much utility in these buys, right? Because they see that they can buy an M4, a guy can drop an M4, or they have an op and they decide to go for it. The MP9 nerf maybe plays a role into it as well. So they end up with a bunch of good guns, but not a ton of utility. So then if they can't find an opening kill early on, in mid to late round, they find themselves in a difficult position because they don't have enough utility to make moves and make information plays. And then what did you see? You saw a bunch of sort of blind stacks and kind of gambling a little bit from NIP, and Navi was just able to sort of get good reads and close out rounds.
Look at our boy Alexi V up there. 14 kills each side with EMA, but 120 ADR. He puts in a shift there, doing tons of damage for the squad to help them get over the line. Not that they needed a whole lot of help. That was a dominant victory.
Did you ever feel like when you had a series like this and you're 1-0 up and you lose the second map, your opponent's map pick, it's kind of, it's a blessing in disguise for it to not be close rather than lose a close game?
Yeah, right. It's always the argument of like, if you get beat 13-3, you can shake it off. You just say, you know what, guys, we lost in a lot more areas than just the minutia, than the details. So let's just forget about it, talk about it later.
There's not much to talk about, right? So everyone mentally is sort of already thinking about train, right? Instead, if this was a...
Well, I'd say, I would imagine every team has that one player who can't get over it. Every team has that one player who wants to talk about the disaster of the map you just lost. You know what I mean? Like, there's always one guy.
I'm not so sure, and in that sense, you can all focus on train. Meanwhile, if it were 13-11 and you were losing like 5v3s,
or if you made the comeback,
oh my god, we had them, like, oh, we threw it, we could have like already won this game. Even though you're going into a decider, it's one of your more played maps. You were one of the early adopters of train, right? I think they'll definitely feel better on it than on Inferno. So we'll see if this was maybe a blessing in disguise for NIP.
Well, let's focus on that. Let's shift it over to the third map of Train, the deciding map in this series. One of these teams is eliminated. Losers going home. Winner moves on to play another match later on today, which is against FaZe. So not only are you playing this third map, but your opponent has now gone through their series over on the B stream. FaZe taking down Aurora 2-0, and they get to have a pretty chill afternoon of getting to sit back, watch you play this grueling third map, and seeing what the outcome is going to be.
Yeah, it's another map that we haven't seen Navi play with this lineup.
Yep.
judging by Inferno, that might be a good thing. But NIP has played it a ton, so there will be a bunch of information for them.
And we heard Chad kind of say just during the cast right at the end of the game of mentioning, yeah, NIP's played Train a whole lot more, but you have the asterisks of most of this has been throughout the qualifiers that they played in. So just really quick, just to rattle off some of the opposition they faced on this map. Heroic and Aurora, they played on Train earlier in this event at Cologne. They beat Aurora, they beat Heroic, lost to Aurora. But then you get on to Fnatic, Iberian Soul, Astrum, Fnatic, Gun 5, Eclot. Like the quality of these teams is not what you'd expect to be going up against
Fnatic in there. I see what you did there. But yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But also something that happens when teams grind the tier 2 scene and online CS, you play so many games.
It's just the reps.
Yes, and you play against so many different styles. Yeah, like you run into execute heavy teams, you run into teams that are just playing kind of random and running around, right? And through that, you're sort of, well, first of all, you build a lot of mental fortitude, like, and you're sort of able to shake things off, but you also have a lot of things in store, right, to be able to deal with all these different styles.
Yeah, you're exposed to more things that cause problems, so you end up having more conversations about how to fix it, so then when you get into these, even against stronger opponents, you kind of have a game plan of how different scenarios play out or what adjustments you need to make.
Yeah, and we'll have to see, because again, Na'Vi coming into this is the better team, but just matchup specific because of the maps is what gives NIP a shot, and they definitely have a shot on Train. But I'm looking forward to seeing Na'Vi, right, because with the Train coming back into the map pool, you're thinking, wow, Na'Vi with Blade and everything, they
historically
used to love Train, so excited to see what they have in store. And then they were sort of flirting with the 7-map pool, so we're banning Ancient, sometimes we ban Train, so now we're banning Dust too, right, and all of this. So I think it's one of those maps that they'll probably have to be good on if they're going to have success in Tier 1.
Well, and also the conversation, which we know from NIP's perspective is going to be quite crappy, of just not having an idea of what to expect. For us, not having information as well of, we've seen all these different role changes on different maps with Makaze joining the team and JL exiting the lineup. So what is it going to look like now on Train?
I think it's good that they don't have much info, in the sense of I think they should just be aggressive as CT, like that's also what worked for them on the Nuke. And yes, it's harder to do that when you don't win pistol and don't convert or are playing from behind, but that's where Na'Vi has struggled even in previous games, like if you're able to disrupt them in the early mid round, break their default in a sense, it hasn't looked too pretty from that point on.
It's kind of cool as well, watching Blade have an extended conversation with Makaze, just getting him prepared for this third and deciding map, reminding him what he needs to do, where he needs to go, what kind of mindset to have, what situations he needs to look out for, and which ones he's going to be responsible for. So Blade just doing everything he can to get the rookie feeling as comfortable and confident as possible going into this Train third map. What a tough prospect for a guy just entering a team that has such huge aspirations.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be a learning experience no matter how Train ends up in terms of the result, right? So we'll see. We just saw it on Inferno. He had the banana roll, right, on both T and CT side. We'll see where he ends up on Train.
Yeah, what he can do, where everyone ends up on Train for Na'Vi. We're all looking forward to it. Where NIP ends up after this series. NIP Na'Vi for elimination, a chance at the playoffs. If you win this match here, you move on to play a second match today. That will lead you into the playoffs, but you got to get there first. Train coming up, the deciding map in this series. We'll see you there.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Sadly, Aurora do fall to FaZe over on the B stream side of things. I've got Maja to kind of break down what happened during that series, because first map it looked reasonably competitive, second map not so much. Can you kind of tell me the struggles that you faced in the server today?
Yeah, I think on Nuke we lost like 5 clutches, very important clutches, I think. And when you lost all these clutches, we lost them up very closely. And in Mirage, we didn't start very well, doing like a simple mistake, missing with no smokes on pistol or losing also 2 or 3 clutch, but generally really bad Mirage, like you said. We try our best today with X-Flood, and I want to thank him because he tried his best to come for 7 days, try to learn all the tactics extra. So today it was not good at all, but we're gonna bounce back. Yeah.
I wanted to pose that kind of similar question to you, right? Because it's less than ideal to come in without your full starting 5. Was there any particular challenges that you faced with that? Obviously, nothing on Xcloud. Appreciate him kind of coming in for the squad, but did that present any challenges that maybe you hadn't kind of prepared enough for?
Yeah, I told my guys like with Xantares, I think everyone need to take more responsibility in the game because I was not expecting like Xcloud to take the same like performance as Xantares, but he's a good player. But I think this tournament individually we didn't take too much responsibility. I think this is the things that we lack in this tournament. But we will see in the future. I think Xantares will come back and we're gonna be full strength again, and we're gonna try to learn of our mistakes.
Obviously, this is only the beginning of the second half of the season, right? As you said, plenty more events on the horizon. Anything you're going to be doing between now and what's next for Aurora?
I think we have a tournament in some days, in 2 days, 3 days, so not a lot of break. I think we're going to start boot camping again with Xantares because with X-Flood we did 7 days and we changed a lot of things. So we're going to work with Xantares and fix things, I think, and we will see. Yeah, we have. I don't remember what is the tournament, but there is a lot of good, complicated shaders. So we're gonna play Counter-Strike. We will do what we love.
Sad to see you go, Maja. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to seeing you throughout the rest of 2025.
My map, Dust 2, is so beautiful when the sun is low. At nightfall, the Elo harvesters land. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
May thy mouse whip and splatter.
And a double kill, it's all onto Alexi.
Peek me.
He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs.
No, you. Gotcha.
Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle fade! Alexi Al-Gaib!
They're not human. It's brutal.
My desert. My Elo. My Dust 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can this move any fucking faster?
Well, it comes down to a single map of Counter-Strike, essentially a best of one between Natus Vincere and the Ninjas in Pajamas. It's a long time ago, but of course Na'Vi and NIP have both lifted that legendary Cologne trophy. Very different teams now, and both have conceded a loss. They're in the lower bracket, fighting for that final spot. Group B, losing to Aurora did the Ninjas, and Maus for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi's loss is definitely excusable considering the circumstances. Maus, one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams in the world, and NIP back on the doorstep of Tier 1. Another victory here today would announce their presence with a roar.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, in that Aurora game, it was Train, actually, where Aurora managed to pull it across the line to send the Ninjas into that lower bracket.
Chugga, NIP T-side start. Odds favouring Na'Vi, understandably so, bit towards B. And it's likely Makazi just gets plugged in to play JL's roles, being the A-main aggressor on that CT side. And speaking of A-main, they've got all that space. So Bit, you are on high alert, my good friend. Alexi rotating over to lend a hand.
P250 going to meet those dual Berettas.
Imma's here as well now. Great rotation.
You see Wrinkle, he's trying to hold, but he also has to throw the nades and catches the timing, does Bit. Oh, that's going to be agonizing. Especially if you can't get a kill. Anyone? Get a kill? Yep, Kaspersky just the one. Shush left alone, and from behind he'll get taken down by Bit. 4 kills in the pistol. He was the only dude on that side of the map to start.
Yeah, and you could see that they're not playing for information with the way that Bit approaches that situation, right? He just goes towards high ramp, he lies in wait. If they do come clearing high ramp, he has a good weapon for the job to lay down the law, these dual Berettas, and then he finds the perfect time to activate. They're looking to head down low ramp. They didn't even clear high ramp whatsoever. And that just allows Bit to unleash the fury. So if he can get off to a good start as the inside anchor, that could really ward them away. Double nades.
Not perfect.
A little bit of damage. Emma was waiting those out, as it is the force from NIP. Shush with the Galil pistols for the rest, and early chip damage of nades does soften up Emma ever so slightly. 3 of the 5 players over towards the box holes, excuse me, trying to... isn't Bok a beer?
I thought you were going to start talking about the Buckholes seed. And
yes, of course. Well, we don't have the Swiss right now, as Kaspersky will go down to Emma's rifle. So a number disadvantage on the force, starting to spell disaster for NIP.
I'd say this is like the D, I, and the S. Camera smoke has Alexi on high alert. Grouping and congregating into Imez E-Box is the test.
Look at this line.
I know, right? Deep, and a good flash could be perfect. Yep, catches him off guard, swings in, Snappy puts him down. Ujugs falls to Makazi so they maintain that main control, and he profits. Removing another, and it's just so pedestrian. Leisurely stroll for Na'Vi up against the Force. This one should be even easier. And they're starting this CT side with confidence oozing from every pore.
Well, we can discuss who the winner of this will be taking on in the lower bracket final later today, because we just had the interview on the main broadcast with Freya from the losers of the FaZe versus Aurora game. It was Madja joining that of Freya just to talk about the season ahead. Obviously, they didn't have Zentaras here, and he has massive impact for that roster. So it will be FaZe, and they'll be watching, see who will they be up against. Will it be NIP? Will it be Na'Vi? Well, it won't be Kaspersky in this round.
Yeah, he had a go. He had a chance.
You can see as well. So I just want to talk about a couple of factors with this main. So you can either do mollies to block, and then you're going to do a layering of a deep smoke and then a molly on the left side to get full control, or you can do the smoke from spawn, like we're seeing Na'Vi throw, and then you get to focus a bit more pop-centric, and you can still go for that later wave, right? There's multiple ways to approach getting control of that area.
I don't know if you saw it, but the nade geeks were diving through the demos and found Alexi B's like nade set for main control. Have you seen it? He does this like all from one position on the back of the bomb.
Yes, yes.
And he just throws like smoke, molly, flash, and it's like sets his boys up perfectly with that deep main smoke and a flashbang for the close corner.
Let's get out of control. They have lost one casualty.
Yeah, let's see. Alexi B calls up and delivers with the Galil spray. Ouch, that one hurts. Long range Imet. Casual taps to the face. Takes Snappy down.
Well, Wrinkle will not have an AWP to get things going on the T side, so it is going to be rifle-centric. He is actually into a Galil. Snappy demanding that the U2 is at a premium. So let's see if they're able to find a little bit more success with their crowd control utility early NIP. I'm sure we'll see mollies towards pop, more of those similar HEs, but we have noted NIP like to have these tone-setting rifle rounds early on the CT and the T side. So what is the first call? What is off the script?
Mikaze all off.
So both teams getting what they would hope for in the early stages of this round. Shush with box holes, Snappy with light pop control. As you touched upon, the rookie getting Olaf, Emma up close towards E-Box, and now holding them at bay. CT's with only 2 smokes remaining. It doesn't look like they want to outsplit right now, NIP. So in through pop, Ujugs to throw some util, Kaspersky to try and break through T main. Oh, bomb floating back B.
Okay, but Shush gets out E-Box, so they feel that pressure. Keep their boots planted. And Shush, he's really forcing fights here. Remove his one. Somehow alive. Closing that gap further. Imek going to get hot and bothered by the potential spread. I think they whiffed that a little. Wonderful wash through the smoke and hits it. Ooh, not a hard shot to hit, but Imek makes it look easy. Hang on, Snappy. He opens up, removing Imek with Wrinkle's help. Bomb should be going down. In fact, they're pivoting to B. That's just extra salt in the wound for Bit. He's going to be extra detached. Arrives on the wrong bomb site and even held by Ujex here. Yeah, just looked away. Bit might have a chance in the first. A bit of damage done by Ujex.
A bit remiss about that if I was Ujex. I had a good idea. I was sitting, I was waiting. I peer away for a moment, and then he steps out and takes me down. And he should be able to get himself the upgrade into the AK, which he does. But great shooting from Snappy there. They are trying to make sure that Na'Vi can't carry anything through. Wrinkle just clearing out yard, but if he heads towards Ivy, we can see Bit's tucked in quite deep. Bomb, probably about 10 seconds remaining at this point, so I feel like Wrinkle won't have the advantage in this duel. He's just going to hold on to his gun as well, so trying to get the cash flowing on the T side early. Shouldn't give away another kill. And Bit gets to retain an AK-47. So after we saw Na'Vi up close and personal, the util starts to fade. They have to drop back into more passive positions, and Shush gets out quite easily. I think that's what allows Na'Vi to just team in towards the yard, but it's the Snappy double. That's the difference maker.
Yeah. And it was just that single kind of smoke flash from Ujex that got Shush into E-Box or out from Pop.
Well, again, we talk about this a lot. If you are on the CT side, essentially when you're going aggressive towards E-Box/main early, you are hoping that the Ts want to fight you in those early stages. Sure, you might get caught off guard by a bad timing on flash or a push through a smoke, but that's when you want to inflict as much damage and get as many kills as you can. Think about the amount of resources that you're using to block and try and turn those fights in your favor. When it's late and smokes are starting to become few and far between, you're in no man's land. Here's the Snappy double. Oh, very well done from Snappy, looking like a young man.
Yeah, an important one there just because of the missed Molotov back bomb.
Yeah, I don't know what that hit. It bounced. Very odd.
Yeah, some geometry. Missing the mark. Clear focus. You can see the stop util just to stop any pop aggressions, early info for those CT pushes.
It's not an easy lineup. The fact that they're getting off so rapidly as well. They've got their reps as Ujex takes a tag. That's towards Ivy.
Okay. Well, it does look like Bit's going to get a bit of a challenge here.
Wonderful gets the tag. Ivy rotates straight to B. This feels like it's something that they are prepared for.
Well, Makazi's got full main control.
She's like, why do we see Ujex early? You know, is he intentionally showing himself so it feels like they're playing out? Because the fact that Wonderful rotates truly immediately tells me that Na'Vi understand. They've seen this one before.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. 150 damage from a single HE, and then Bit just does the finishing touches. Wonderful and Bit repel the Ninja's attempt on B.
Yeah, you're hoping to execute into just one player and catch them in rotation, not to have two standing ready to deliver, and now you're boxed in, hoping that you can save. Considering how low you are, that's going to be tough. But we'll remind everybody, this is train, T-side. 3 to 4 rounds, I think, would be par for the course, especially with the buff to the CT side finances after the most recent update. And speaking of updates, we had a big one last night that I'm sure you're all reeling about still. Getting upset about the cosmetics, that's fine. I think the big changes, at least as far as the competitive aspect of Counter-Strike will be concerned, is the changes to the map, and Train received the most drastic updates.
Right, yeah. No, I just want to make sure that everyone who's played the update jumps to conclusions.
Yes, that's what we love doing around here.
You jump to conclusions, you speak in absolutes.
Here's one thing I'll say that I'm okay with people being upset about.
What, bunny hopping? Being moved from the game?
Yeah, let's assume that's not an intentional thing, so let's call it a bug.
Yeah.
Same as the bomb bug.
Yeah,
it's
the bunny hop bug.
Those situations, they should not be happening.
There was a couple of like old school bugs that came back, like the knife going through your hand. That's just cosmetic.
Yeah.
The bomb being invisible.
That's not good at all.
Not cool.
But anyway, that'll be for another day. We are still using the old patch right now at IEM Cologne, and whether or not we will use the new patch for the playoffs will be up for discussion over the next couple of days. I would imagine if those bugs persist that we were discussing, the answer to that would definitely be a resounding no. A tactical timeout called by Blade. Actually, no, excuse me, by Exist. I was just getting confused because Blade's color.
Yeah, right.
Very similar to NIP's.
He does have an NIP branded sling, yeah. It's all part of the mind games. Exist gave that to him.
Okay, so they're able to get out a couple more rifles. A deagle for Wrinkle, but right now, Na'Vi keeping up exactly the same form as we saw in Inferno. Looking comfortable, reading the play well. This time it's on the CT side on the third map.
Okay, Kaspersky, he's actually going to try and make a play here. You can see it. There's intentions written all over his face. U-Jerks to be providing the flashbang assistance. And he's going to have to trifle with Makazi on towards that Olov fight. Shush. Ooh, lovely. Finishes off the job onto Imen. That's the go sign. That's the signal. Doesn't matter, though. Kaspersky cut down by the AK on Makazi.
Now you want to try and quickly pivot towards B while the communication is a little bit more frantic. Na'Vi need to piece this setup back together, and the boots are planted. Never mind, they are ready for this.
Yeah, just in time, right? Wonderful gets to free up Bit to move.
On the fade.
Easy peasy. Howard's just traded that. Really quick work. 2v3, getting a little more sketchy if he could land that nade, but Snappy, only a Desert Eagle to his name. He had all those nades. Hasn't got a chance to use them. Could scuttle one down the stairs and hope to catch Bit.
Just being in the right place at the right time. Very good setups at the moment for Na'Vi again.
Yeah, it's always informed. You know, they're not kind of flying blind in the dark.
But that's exactly what NIP are going up against this Na'Vi's train. You haven't seen it with Makazi. This is the first time they're playing it. Oh, Snappy looking awfully sharp. Bit is extremely low. Makazi half HP. 26 seconds on the clock. I'll pick your poison.
Jinx.
Oh, both of these, it feels like he should have absolutely no chance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be a single bullet to take him down. Makazi will report that it's coming his way and gets the job done. 9 frags for Bit. All started with that quad kill in the pistol, and he just didn't really let us foot off the gas.
I think the important factor of a round like that is it's still close to only 2 players staying alive. The CTs, even though they do have money, it's not getting out of control just yet. So NIP limiting the funds of Na'Vi until they would hope they can find that breakthrough. This one here is great. That's the round decider, essentially. So another partial. NIP looking for a plant, maybe a bit more damage short. And Kaspersky can't even get out main.
Ooh. He can try. He can try, and somehow he succeeds. Makazi down. Alexi tested on towards Ivy's side, and, well, he's actually handled it with poise. The smoke does sow seeds of doubt. You can see Snappy, a very small gap. He could be able to perhaps weasel his way through. Shush the same with his Desert Eagle on E-Box. They're going to try and work with the Chaos, but cleared out nicely. Imet doesn't back down from the fight. And Bits just cleaned up the round. Never mind. Alexi waited out behind the smoke. Snappy and Kaspersky can't avoid Bit. He is inevitable.
Yeah, you'd really hope for NIP that we can find some friction. Again, T-side train, a couple of rounds, that's all they need. But still, you would hate to have Inferno and then train just blow by, and your run that you've had throughout Cologne, your return to the big boy events, to be over like this, because they have shown some decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They've taken down Heroic twice, sure. They beat 3D Max as well. They lost to Aurora, but they had good chances in that. And I'm not saying I'm expecting NIP to be one of the best teams in the world, but this team has pieces with promise.
It's just a question of where their expectations were, you know?
This is their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This is the return. This is the chance to get some points within the VRS to make sure that there are more invites down the line, that you can stay within this realm. This is where you want to be, because we know that the season, it's all about getting enough points to qualify for the major to round out the year. It's going to be Starlight of Budapest. U-Jerks a little bit slow to get going right now. Wrinkle as well, and they're still kind of an AWP for Wrinkle, so apparently it's not part of the game plan, or at least it doesn't appear to be a focal point. So they're more than happy understanding this. Oh, look at this in push. Shush again, delivering.
Okay, yeah, I think Bit emboldened by the half he's having. Tries to start a bit of a fight early, and Kaspersky walking through the smoke. Makazi goes down. It's just a bit of a reaction speed test there. He doesn't have any trouble with the first. The second is naughty. Very quick on that. Alexi B might oblige with a third. He just looked away. Still can't adjust. Alexi claws one back for Na'Vi, but his back is turned to that Ivy lurk, and Wonderful smoked off for a second longer.
Snappy will be planting. Wonderful will have a moment of surprise. But to no surprise, it looks like he's going to back off and retain this AWP. So the damage that they've been able to do has kept Wonderful honest in a situation like this, 6-2. And you have to thank Shush for that. He's been quite good surging forward in pop for a fight. Now the B push comes, he's ready for it, gets them the opener, deals with Bit. So even if they don't get consecutive rounds, right? Really, if you're NIP and you want best case scenario, you win multiple rounds in a row, you break the finances of Na'Vi, and then you get a slew of rounds on this T side, and everybody's happy. Worst case, you get this one, you lose the next, you get the next, right? So as long as you're getting around that 3 or 4 mark, you're not out of it yet.
Yeah, it's just that sinking feeling, though.
Terrorists win. That's more like it. Take the fucking chances, right?
There you go. Take the chances, says Snappy. Gotta let your players play.
Whoa, just pull down on the transfer, finds the immediate headshot, and this one was tough.
Yeah, Makazi getting stuck on the box there. If he parved a little bit wider, maybe he had the jump.
I'm holding SK.
A bit can't quite believe that.
Yeah, disbelief. Kaspersky's gotten out to Olof and decides he'd rather not. Makaze coming to ask questions of it.
Fun head-to-head between these two youngsters.
Yeah, right.
They both love aggression, they both have good aim, and Alexi's found the opener.
Ooh, Snappy tries to push on out for a response. Kaspersky's behind the smoke, can't chip in. Shush already bleeding out as well, so you talked about, the worst case, which would be trading rounds back and forth. Feeling more and more likely. Can't believe Alexi's still there, though. Pretty audacious. It's going to work out for him.
Oh,
a free frag to the backside. U-Jerk's damage done. Look at him. 12 points of health, all he has to work with. This 2v3 just doesn't seem realistic. Shush paid a heavy price early towards the pop side. And yeah, a headshot to secure the lethality.
Okay, well, they know Shush tends to play over towards the box holes, so shouldn't be with us for too much longer. And the bomb out towards E-box is going to make this round done. So there you have the back and forth nature. Different approach there from NIP. Try to pop a main on a bit of a timing, but they can't catch a fortunate one.
You can see the conversation from Na'Vi is that he could perhaps have slipped.
It still feels like a tense moment, but as the clock continues to tick on down, 10 seconds remaining, 7-2.
Counter-terrorists win. I was feeling very comfortable that he has the first one. Okay.
We're in earshot of the players directly above NIP and Na'Vi just on the other side. I think Alexi was just asking something about Ivy, which is where you'd normally see U-Jerks having it. Oh.
Okay, well, they just attempted a pace change. Yep. And it has not gone to plan. It gets better for Na'Vi. Makazi finds Kaspersky. Shush has a go. Oof, hits the first headshot and a second as well. Massive output, combines with U-Jerks as well. Just in there, Wonderful. Him on the back of this bomb train. Elevated angle. Wonderful missed shot, missed opportunity. Still though, it's ground for a clutch. 1v3 and a smoke to play with. Gets walked on. U-Jerks secures it for the Ninjas. A third already in the bank with room for more.
That's a 3v5 disadvantage. Shush is the guy at the moment. His impact, whether it be openings or a couple of nice kills, it's like him and Snappy. So the Danes, they have contributed for, I believe, the 3 rounds that have been converted. Remember, Snappy coming out late, got a 2-piece for their first. Shush got that kill on Bit for the inside push, and now he gets a double coming out of pop late after he'd lost 2 of his teammates, 2 of the heavier hitters.
Nice!
And this is acceptable. 7-3, back and forth on the rounds. Pressure still being felt. A shake of the head. Some frustrations from Alexi knowing they should have had that, as Na'Vi will call their second tactical timeout. And this shows you that path for the course I'm talking about in terms of T-side rounds exists, boys. They are encroaching on that damn quickly if they're not already there. And that breakthrough right now would spell a potential for a 7-5. NIP would be extremely happy with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The score at one point reading 6-1. 7-2 goes 7-3.
Wrinkle's got that orb now.
Okay, we'll see if that's a difference maker.
Be quiet at the moment.
You're definitely not getting early pop. Interesting setup. Yeah, he's going to get flashed in. And they were, I was going to say ready, but Ujugs deleted by the MP9, gets the maximum output out of that SMG investment. And with first blood drawn, Na'Vi now can sit back and relax. Imet, he's got an incoming challenge to his authority. Snappy asking questions of Pop. Oh, what is that?
Right now, Snappy and Shush, both 8 kills apiece. They are looking like some of the sharpest aimers in the server.
That's all, yeah, you know, the star players in the server. Obviously, there's Imet, Bit, Wonderful, Snappy, Shush.
Well, Shush is lurking out high ramp.
Yep, and he's actually just taken down the anchor. He's actually just opened up the B bomb site.
Massive rotation forced. Alexi jogging back over. Makazi into mines.
Oh, he's even double HE'd. I wonder if that even sells Makazi on it further. Cheeky angle. Trying to get the most out of this low HP.
Oh, but Wrinkle might go down for free.
Wrinkle's planting B. Oh my god, no! Alexi's going to get another one! Wrinkle can't quite believe it. He commits to the plant. It costs him his life.
Miles away.
Yeah, Kaspersky, hang on.
Oh, Snappy's got a free kill. Snappy's got a free kill. Get your gun out!
Oh, okay, lots of things happening at the same time. Wonderful hits the quick scope. It falls to Kaspersky in the clutch, and it's Alexi B's round. How does he leave the round with 3 there? And frustrations visible on the captain's face to incredible scenes with the Force MP9.
I don't think Snappy can quite believe that a player is rotating that late, considering the circumstances.
Oh, mate. Cheeky smiles on Na'Vi's faces. They know they kind of got away with a lot there.
Alexi had so much to say within that round as the opening kill over towards Ivy.
What is this? Damn, a pixel. Finds the head of him. Snappy still not able to profit. Nice shots from Makaze as well. Yeah, this was that weird exchange.
Very heavy Ivy presence right now. It's Wrinkle and Ujox going again. I thought Snappy was going to join them, so they really want to try and pepper this side of the map.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Kaspersky, that's crazy! Oh. Jeez! He's got a laser beam! Oh! That's Kaspersky's round! He had us talking smack about stars, reminds us what he's got. Bit denying that plant though, and it opens up the door for some serious chaos. Is the 4K not enough? He's holding for Shush as well. That's what you need to see. One hell of a way to end the half. Kaspersky announces his presence. 4 is what they muster on the harder half.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Oh no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake. Oh no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake. toe, earthquake. Oh no, do that, yeah. Touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, do that, yeah. Touch them toe, earthquake.
It's the deciding map in the final round of that first half. We see Kaspersky, new addition to the ranks of ninjas, show us exactly what he's capable of. This is a stunning sequence and display of those mechanics we've heard so much about, almost in disbelief at himself and what he got up to. And it led to the ninjas' fourth. You may be wondering, why on earth were Na'Vi looking so dejected in that halftime camera break, in that 2-minute hiatus? And I think it's because they just lost their grip a little in the last 5 rounds of that half. 3 went the ninjas' way, really giving themselves something to work with. Pistol, and they are back on. Kaspersky and Shush definitely putting in a good shift for the ninjas right now.
Shush's confidence has been great to get them back into a couple of tough rounds and now completely stalled with a smoke at their feet.
Okay, so what, you would just walk all the way back?
You're going to have to completely change the call, aren't you? Because whatever the plan was, no longer can be the finish. Makazi and Alexi with the util. Evan Wonderful has a flash, so if it was quite technical, if we get the box holes control, we do a B set piece. There's still options. Get a camera smoke in, you can molly the bomb train. Con smoke as well, try and close the gap with these Glocks. So Alexi, can you think on your toes?
Yeah, you can see they're actually having that conversation right here, juggling that util. So they escort Makazi and send him Ivy.
No clue how to play this. I don't know how they take 8 rounds, but they have no clue how to play, I can tell you.
Oh, there's some sass.
Ouch, ouch, Makazi, that's really good work.
He's faking.
Yeah, he's trying to sell it. Shush isn't moving a muscle, now spots out the entire squad on the bomb. Kaspersky up close, perfect position. Jewel Berettas gets him one. Alexi B keeps him humble, as does Wonderful.
They can plant.
He should do. Alexi B punching the code, cover from Wonderful, couple of taps and missing the gap. Snappy runs down that low ramp held by Alexi. An important duel. 2-on-2, so much to play for. CT's getting up close and personal. Oh, spots the tip of the head over that smoke. It's Snappy versus Alexi, supported by that Wonderful. Headshot's good. All onto Wonderful now. You know exactly where he is. It's planted on top of the train. You can see Snappy ducking IRL. Going for the full 10-seconder. Wonderful will have to ask questions. Spots him holding it. Oh, and he taps him off the bomb. That's huge from Wonderful.
Great poise under pressure in a classic 1v2 situation on train. And that is around the NIP will feel like they let go. It started so well for them. They completely stuffed Na'Vi's play. But Wrinkle, who has having a very, very tough map, the fact he goes down Ivy for free allows this one to get a little bit more confusing for the NIP ranks. And they're Wonderful because there's no kit. He's not under so much pressure, and Emma likes what he sees there, hoping that his team can give him a bit of a birthday present today.
Yeah, they just dug themselves out of a nasty hole put in by that Shush opener.
You saw how tough the T-half was for Na'Vi on Nuke.
Okay, that's 2 for 2 now, Wrinkle. Not having success in his Ivy Jaunts. Makaze's put him in the grave twice now. Oh my god, I just looked at his score. Ooh, I didn't notice.
That's how tough it's been.
That is tough.
The thing is, in the first half, they weren't facilitating him with orbs.
Not at all, no.
And now on the CT side, he might not even get that opportunity because this force buy, unless they can pull off a number disadvantage victory, they're in a hot water. So much trouble. NIP, that pistol round might cost you the map.
Yeah. That's how it's feeling. Shush feeling nervous as he's got the whole team coming his way. Didn't find that kill he needed. Kaspersky's scout a consolation frag, but nothing more to be had here.
Well, he can save the Galil, and if he can do what he did to send us to the halftime break in the next round, maybe there's a chance. Emma is already on the trail trying to sniff him out and remove that possibility. But Makaze, only 10 kills, but 2 very impactful ones in 2 back-to-back rounds. So great job from the rookie.
In that first half, we didn't see a single Ivy fight, really. Like a couple of late ones, maybe.
True, very true. Like Alexi had that flash push.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, Kaspersky, he heard Alexi as well. Very low HP, so a couple of extras.
Wonderful's on the flank, but as he ducks in, it'll be the fight with Bit that matters most. Might get it done. So a little bit of extra cash for his teammate, sure, but you'd love to have kept the weapon. So it has... Okay, yeah. You hear that? Save for all. Kaspersky, we limited on his investments, and Wrinkle, does he have the mental to pull himself out of this pit right now? Coming up next on the A and the B streams, we will have our seeding matches. All 4 of the teams, 4 of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, Spirit, Vitality, Mongols, and of course Maus, will be duking out in their respective matches. They're all in the Lanxess. But how far can they go just from the group stage? That'll be the question. You'll be able to tune in to Vitality Mongols on the mainstream. As this one should be mopped up quite easily. A lot of talk about the rookies on debut. Now, Zwei, not one of those rookies. Obviously, we saw his time in Namiga, just back at the major with Leah. Great little smack talker. He gets the... There's still a lot of eyes on his level of performance. At the moment, I would say people have been underwhelmed, but Donk has been putting out nuclear numbers. But between Makaze and Kiyasuke, 2 of the other names that have been in conversation, one of the 2 is still in the tournament. Falcons, not living up to the hype just yet. Couple of kills, an AK. Snappy looking to retain this. Now bearing down, you can hear those steps. Oh. Well, that's... It was a good attempt.
Yep.
They're going to buy anyway, so...
Wrinkle gets his orb.
And 3rd of 3 tactical timeouts called now for NIP.
All right.
Now, Blade used 2 in the first half as well.
Now... Obviously, this hole has gotten extra deep by the fact you lost that pistol. Wonderful 1v2. Means it's an 11-4 mountain to climb. Elimination just 2 rounds away in NIP. This is the last chance the coach will have to kind of control his timeout. He may get another one by virtue of his team winning enough consecutive rounds to force one out of Blade.
Yeah, apply that pressure, put the stress on Na'Vi.
But that's the last chance from Exist within his own control. Kaboom.
This is it, NIP, now or never.
It is, yeah. Wrinkle taking his first spawn and bringing some aggression into the mix with that ore. Double pop push. Kaspersky and Wrinkle invested into this, and it's actually going to be wonderful. Scoped up as they walk Ivy. Ujug's tasked with this, and already he's begging for backup. They throw out the lurk smoke. It forces him into one angle, and he has to concede it almost altogether. Hoping that util from Shush will have them overlooking this corner, and they do! Nice find. Needs another. Alexi should have the trade, but can't. Galil, not enough damage. Ujug's a double kill. NIP, 2-man advantage that they cannot afford to let slip.
That's it. Huge double there. I think the fact that he pulls the trigger on the first, right? He just knows he has that kill. The second, I didn't think there was any chance. Next fight, Orp.
Oh, a bit quick with it. Kaspersky trades, that's important.
Oh, they can get him the Orp for the next round, so that'll be picked back up, I'm sure. Wonderful, with so much time on the clock.
Yeah, this might be a slow one.
Yeah, we'll just have to be holding on to this. A 1v4 situation with no space, and well, he had a chance at that. Was ready for a player pushing, but Snappy delivers the kill. They get the Orp, and they can give that back to Wrinkle, who gets his second contribution in this game. Now, you need another one of those in consecutive fashion to break the finances of Na'Vi completely, and the fact this is used so early means that if this becomes tense down the stretch, the coaches will have to watch in agony as decisions are made without their input. Now, they did start to buy once Blade took the time out, everyone was called off. The reason that it's a bit of a mixed bag is because he has 4K, Bit had a bit over that. So they could have had 2 AKs. Wonderful could have bought 1 or a Galil. You could get some upgrades out of him and Lexi. You could have had something serviceable. But Blade saying, all right, we only need 2 rounds, guys. Let's give ourselves the best opportunity possible. So let's take a lighter investment right now. Let's full buy into the next. And let's finish them off with what we practiced. Everything becomes a little bit more impromptu when you don't have all the goodies. It's harder to call from the set strat sheet. Okay, you know, you're going to make rounds for full... of course, you got your pockets, you got your lighter buy rounds, but essentially you want to have your AWP, your full guns, your full util. Gives Alexi the most options. So the conservative approach. Can he do it again, Alex?
Surely not. Ooh, quick reaction. He was distracted by Makazi on the elevation of that dumpster. Pulls down. Nice flick for his third.
If an Oper starts to get going on train,
yes,
which we are a long ways away of seeing that manifest for Wrinkle, but if he can really apply a lot of pressure to Na'Vi. So this one was not a round we were ever expecting to be winnable considering the level of investments. Congregating now back over towards the white walls into box halls. Kaspersky with Shush over towards the B site. And lobbing out block utility because it's awfully quiet across the rest of the map. To get in, they have a singular flashbang.
Better be one hell of a flash. Here it comes. Shush has vision. Double kill. They line up for him now. Kaspersky just has to get one. Bit puts him down. Bomb going down.
No
Bit hits
way.
the headshots. How is he still alive? Triple kill. Alexi B's Deagle hits him one as well. And now it falls into 1v1. Of course it's Wrinkle. Of course it is. He even has the molly. He could be forcing this fight anytime he wants, but he's just going to walk into him. Alexi B gets a chance up close. Slips past. Back turned. Not considered it. And a tap to the skull. Important clutch. From Wrinkle, that's impact felt his most impact in one single round. A clutch on top of a triple kill.
Wow, okay. Well, I thought it was going to stay stone-faced there towards the end because it had to be ice cool in that one.
A moment.
I can't believe how much output they get with just light pistol upgrades, a single flash. Shush gets the double. Kaspersky gets nothing.
It doesn't fill you with confidence, does it, if you're the Ninjas? It's going to have you feeling like this is an inevitable loss of Bits in this kind of form. Bloody hell, the third as well. Look at that.
21 and 8 at the moment for Bit.
Yeah, like that's a stressful round to win. What's happening now? Okay. Imet, Warpath, no one's looking! Ujax averts his gaze, gets punished. Imet, immediate pressure.
Great timing. Wrinkle again up to bat. It's the same 2 again, this time with guns.
Gets it done, job done.
Okay, he's leveled out to the 4v4 and will not re-peek in. We'll play the advantage.
Yeah, he reroutes. We'll peek it from the alternative side.
They have full control of B right now. You can tell that by the positioning of Shush. Now, Snappy staying inside means that they aren't completely certain that it's clear. What does Snappy want to set up for this fight against Bit?
Ooh, did Shush see a barrel? No, he did not. Now he knows.
You feel like Shush should back off now and then just allow Snappy to play B. But Bit searching. Oh, Bit!
God. Shush hits the first bullet into the head. It's still not enough.
The Wrinkle reposition.
Yeah, last seen Ivy, now re-aggressing with the AWP. There's two of them here. It seems unlikely he gets both of them. Alexi B baits. Oh, and Wrinkle brings the fight to Alexi, gets the bomb spewed out of the fin. It does look like this one is done.
Will it be communicated that this was the fight that was taken early and Imet was chipped on down, so he's just left with this AWP. We've seen this one before. It was wonderful in similar territory. Was found by Snappy eventually, but Wrinkle shrugging off the woes of the first half, gets his weapon of choice and starting to find impact. Levels them out to the 4v4 and then hits the stunner. Another multi-kill round for him. Slow and steady. Just like the little train that could, Alex.
Yeah.
I think I can, I think I can.
I think I will, I think I will.
I'm sure he's saying something about bloody nuggets.
Yeah, it's the nuggets again.
They should get a McDonald's sponsorship over there.
I think that's what they're working on. Hey, didn't we have the Forest and Get Right burger before?
We did. I think that was a fan vote. It was
okay.
the McNip.
The McNip. Sounds tasty.
I'm getting closer, guys, to you.
I'm coming. He had one frag. The start of this half.
They got the AWP. Fits in with an upgrade. Some pistols. They were very close with less investment. Only 2 rounds ago.
Good point.
Nothing easy, nothing given for NIP.
Full faith in Wonderful. Saving that AWP and giving it to him. Ooh. CT Smoke goes really deep. Has them on high alert for a potential for a walk through that. Shush. Goes looking. And his timing is impeccable. Manages to isolate him. Spots a whole lot more. U-Jerks. Bit of a messy exchange, but Shush manages to track the push of Makaze. And now U-Jerks can't really disrupt this plant. It's Wonderful's AWP that's going to be trying to contain the rotations. Bit nice find onto Kaspersky, and there's that Wonderful AWP. Wrinkle next victim. It's falling through their fingers. This B site of vulnerability once more exploited. Too many targets. Wonderful likely to provide the overwatch. Sure, you've managed to find Bit, but there it is from the sniper. Full faith in the Na'Vi colors and full faith in Wonderful to pull that one across the line.
And it really just felt like a matter of time, didn't it, with how many dents they were able to make on lesser buys. And now for NIPs, theirs is the one in jeopardy. Strong showing from Wonderful as well. The Ukrainian pairing being the ones to find a lot of impact throughout this. Just breaching in. And that has secured overtime. Map 3 elimination series. FaZe await. Avi can do it right here, right now.
Yes, sir, you can. U-Jugs pulling out the CZ75. Wrinkle's AWP to be tested. Yeah, this smoke presents some difficulties. He'll break the smoke, but not choose to engage. Wrinkle not looking confident here. There's a whole lot of Na'Vi on the other side of that wall. And he is alone. Looking the wrong way. Makaze making loud steps. Double swing! There's a collateral! He actually puts Alexi onto 14, but it doesn't seem to matter. Him walking through the smoke. A free frag for Kaspersky. Puts us into a 3-on-3.
Weird state of affairs, just the space that NIP have to work with. So U-Jerks and Kaspersky will give up yard, otherwise they could get pinned. So they're going to reroute, likely back through CT spawn. Fake smoke. Shush to search pop. Denied now by Bit. We'll have to walk through that Shush. U-Jerks. I catch a timing. Remember, Alexi is low.
Oh, didn't finish off the job despite that low HP. Pushing through the smoke, the end for Shush. And it seems like it could be the end for us. Wonderful hits his shot necessary. Kaspersky to clutch as he got it in him. Bit versus Kaspersky. The two top fraggers head to head to try and extend the play, and it's beautiful. Fakes him out on the ladder, bit face to palm. He can't believe he's lost it.
Yeah, well, didn't really get an opportunity to play the bomb there, put under so much pressure once his position was noted. Kaspersky just laser beaming in his direction.
Damn.
4 kills for him within that round, and they hold on just. It's a 4-round gap. Remember, there are no timeouts available for either squad. And this one, because of the nature of how this happens, only 5 bullets left. Knows where he is, pushes up off the ladder, uses the movement, bit swings out and hits the shot as soon as the boots are on the ground. Very well done.
You're on elimination point, right?
Yeah, but Snappy, it's been a long time between drinks. He's forgotten what the Tier 1 tournaments feel like, and he's enjoying himself right now.
Well, I also think he's just very excited to have this Kaspersky kid on his team. Just the amount of impact.
Yes, but...
You want this McNuggets?
He really wants those nuggets.
Oh, yeah, I wish it would be so simple to find that motivation as Bit continues to be cheeky, 24 and counting, but will go down with his 12th death there to Shush, just waltzing into B. Oh, Wrinkle peeled off of Ivy with some light U2. On the way back, there'll be 2 players.
Okay, that's enough. He's seen 2, removed 1, and Makazi is going to have a little bit of room to stretch his legs.
Oh, nice molly.
Has made life uncomfortable for Wrinkle. Goes down in the backside. Good response from the smoke spam. Accelerating into Snappy. It's that new MP9. It looks a bit ugly.
Right, well, can they get him the...
Yeah, that's where we're all at right now.
Hey, no one's denying it, Snappy.
That was such a perfect summary.
This game should be more tense than it is, but some comedy gold from NIP at this point.
Third map elimination. We need, like, what, a ridiculous haul from the Ninjas in consecutive fashion. They've passed the first 2 tests.
Well, here's another one.
Just 3 more. Not out of the realms of possibility. Okay, Immet, it's a pace change. U-Jerks put down. Solid openings from Immet. Snappy commits to the spray, gets his. Oh, and another onto Makazi. Piecing out. Flames awkward. Wonderful has to get away with the bomb. Alexi B will punish the chase of Kaspersky.
Shush kept a lid on Bit, trying to push in towards B again. So caught sneaking down low ramp, this time on a rifle round. So tables are turned. Number advantage. Double digits. And they're 2 kills away as Alexi and Wonderful will reroute towards Ivy. Camera smoke currently deployed, but should be fading momentarily.
Yeah, you can see that they're looking for answers now, and Snappy's going to get way more than he bargained for.
On both.
Advantage still with the CTs. How long does that last? Shush.
Good angle.
Has a freebie, and not the finish. Falls to Wrinkle.
To be the hero again. He's won a clutch. He's had a couple of multis. This second half is about redemption for the young man.
He's been threatening his teammates, saying he's catching him up.
Last time round, it was a 1v1 between these 2. But Alexi, he had a pistol. I was on that very light investment. And look at this. He's just waiting.
Oh, Wrinkle, you could be walking straight into Alexi's trap. This is a thinking man's clutch. Alexi, light on time. The pressure is with him. And Wrinkle's angle is perfectly designed. He's read him like a book here.
Oh,
Alexi walks straight in, and a single deagle shot to the body extends play further. Is there really grounds for overtime? Alexi shaking his head. He's not happy with the way this is not closing out as quickly and efficiently as he would have liked.
Okay, another partial, a full buy. Remember, overtime is secure, so they don't have to shovel in just yet. 3,400 loss bonus. It's going to facilitate these upgrades into Tech 9s, Deagles, light smattering of util. This is tense for NIP, and again, it doesn't really feel like they're playing that way, right? They're still making their moves. These are a lot of inexperienced players, still able to find some decent output. Kaspersky up to 22, Shush at 19. Wrinkle within his half, 10 kills.
Yeah.
Now, you know that B has felt a bit more susceptible. So do you invest a little bit more of the bodies? And they do. Wrinkle's actually not only rotated towards B, he is starting to push high ramp. And that is a very, very positive sign. Now, look, we're congregated with the T's right now who are all still outside of main. They're waiting at the block util. They're going to pop late. But think about the amount of information that gives you. You just need your outside defenders to make sure they hold them at the gate. And that's if it is outside, because guess what? They are coming back to B. This is the right call. He's in the right position. It's like a fake block smoke on low ramp. Oh, wow. Now the AWP sounds off.
Okay.
But you'd still want to execute, because knowing that the AWP is there, you can overrun him.
That hasn't achieved its goal.
But still, I'm not confident of the setup now.
They might want to run through that. Wrinkle responsible for Oper, but a couple of good flashes, a good Molotov, and suddenly there's chaos. Suddenly they're into the site. Suddenly it's getting a bit awkward. Okay, Wrinkle onto Alexi.
Another bullet.
Just has no bullets, no health. Oh, this gets awkward indeed. Bomb goes down. Na'Vi.
Molly missed.
Just wonderful. Never mind, just Ime. The only man left standing. Sure, you got into the bomb site, but holding on to it's a different kettle of fish. Okay. Definitely a vulnerability on that B bomb site. Na'Vi often getting in when they want it.
Well, the pressure might actually start to mount now. The reality of pushing this to overtime is here. The score reads 12-11. You had a chance on the CT pistol, you dropped the ball there, you allowed Na'Vi to pick up a couple of rounds on the trot. Since then, as far as rounds are concerned, it's just one. So it's pistol with the conversion against the Force, then the eco. That's how you've been able to get your lion's share of rounds on this T side. And we've seen T side woes for Na'Vi on Nuke throughout this tournament. They're fully strapped. The bomb goes down. They have everything they would desire. Getting it done right here, right now would avoid the stress of OT. Snappy's pushing.
Yeah, he fancies chances. He eats a nade for his troubles, though, and Bit is on the warpath. Oh, he headshots him. Takes down Shersha, sitting duck. Thought the off angle would catch Bit off guard, but that's an opening kill. Now Kaspersky swallows the HE, throws out his block smoke, feels the pressure. Already NIP on that back foot, and now Alexi has the opportunity to leverage this man advantage into the finish for that 13th. Wrinkle, potential challenge from Bit. You can see how wide he's holding. He knows Bit's got that wide swing in him. Safe from that deeper clear. They are begging NIP to give them something extra. It doesn't come.
Yeah, no CT reaggress, but right now there are some massive gaps presented outside. Kaspersky and Ujex are playing together both over towards Ivy. They're giving up main, they're giving up pop. They're allowing Na'Vi to stay silent and creep in.
30 seconds, it's
to be fake.
Some fake util. Ujex, Kaspersky start to investigate.
They know it's not B.
Okay. Util thrown from main. Building a picture as to where this 5-man unit is. And okay, composed taps over the flames, finds Makaze. Wonderful Zorb spotted. He actually swings on out, puts the bomb on the floor. Alexi will scoop it up in time, and it's falling through their fingers. Only one man can save the ninjas. Eliminated from Cologne. Wonderful Zorb seals the deal. A full 13-11. Every single round of regulation, but Na'Vi pull it across the line and extend their chance. One best of 3 versus FaZe Clan away.
Put through their paces right there. We've seen Inferno and Train added to the map pool list for Na'Vi. NIP returning to Cologne, returning to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, but they will not go any further. Promising signs from some of the fresher faces. And hopefully NIP become a mainstay throughout the remainder of 2025. But this one right now is a victory for Na'Vi. The rematch against FaZe from the opening round of Stage 2. That was a 3-map affair where Na'Vi came out on top. That'll be coming up later today. Now it's about recouping. You got the victory, job done. Don't worry too much about the problems that arose. Set your sights on FaZe. Set your sights on taking them on and grabbing that spot in the Lanxess.
Yeah, this is when that support staff get involved as well, making sure your players reset, refuel, and get back into the server in the same way they just managed to convert their first in this do-or-die final day of Stage 2. Na'Vi, sure, you've bested the ninjas, but the ninjas in pajamas, I think they've found a real, absolute gem in Kaspersky.
Yeah, right now on loan, they better get him full-time.
Seriously.
But look, some really positive signs from Bit showing up massively on map number 3, but we're ready to throw this one down to the sideline.
NIP sadly fall at the final hurdle. Exist, you managed to almost pull the comeback. It goes to full 24 rounds on train. Can you tell me what the issues were in that final round of regulation?
I mean, the final round, we basically played without info, right? We just had to gamble inside. We played pretty defensive on A. I think we lost on early entry. But I mean, I think Navi played well. We didn't have that much info on them either, with Makatse coming in on train especially, right? Then, I mean, losing both pistols, it's rough.
It was obviously a very competitive series nonetheless, and a competitive fight from you throughout Cologne, right? I don't want to look at this in a too negative point of view, because it's been a long time since we've seen you guys at a true Tier 1 event. What are the main takeaways that you can be bringing forward for the rest of the season?
I think there's a lot of positives. I mean, we have Casper coming in. He's only 18, right? And he's playing really good at his first, I think his first Tier 1 LAN. I think there's a lot to work on. Obviously, we need to finish the strat book or make it better, make it deeper. The map pool is not the best either, but that's also expected with a new map coming into the tournament 1 week before we travel here. So, but I think the future is bright for us. We have a really talented team, combined with some experienced guys in Shush and Snappy. So yeah, I'm not happy with this result, of course. I think we could have gone further, but I'm happy with the progress that we're making.
Just one final question exists, because we kept on hearing it in the mic'd up moments. The McNuggets, everybody wanted them. If they won, are the boys still going to get them though?
Yeah, I mean, I think they deserve it no matter what. So we'll celebrate or not celebrate, but they deserve it.
Thank you so much for your time, Exist. Unfortunately, NIP eliminated here from Cologne. That does tee up Na'Vi versus FaZe later on today.
Thank you, Freya. Yeah, Exist's not a guy to deny nuggets to any of his players, so they'll be getting some of those. Hard-fought series victory for Na'Vi, 2-1. An incredible comeback from Nip at the end that just falls short. 7 of the last 9 rounds for them.
They were so close, Jason. They were right at the drive-in, and then they tell you, I'm sorry, the ice cream machine is not working, right? And your dreams fall apart. I wish Na'Vi was a little bit more excited to win the game. They did win the game. Did anyone tell them? Can we let them know that they're not out yet?
I think it's a sigh of relief after the comeback from NIP. I think they really struggled to close that, despite Bid having some incredible rounds down the stretch. But Kaspersky ruined their dreams a couple of times. Shush was incredible. I want to focus this on NIP because they're going to be gone. We're going to be talking about Na'Vi later on today as they'll play in that third match of the day. For NIP, yeah, I guess that Freya kind of encapsulated everything. Hard to be negative. Incredible run to get back to these Tier 1s. Incredible job done to get back to these Tier 1 events. This one falls short, but there's a lot of signs to be positive about.
Yes, and they would have to take advantage of the couple more opportunities that they have, but I think with more time being able to define their map pool, I think Snappy also likes overpass, right? Yeah. Being a Dane and all. And so I would
You say that so disgustingly.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's Danes in their overpass.
But you know, NIP, I think he's also good at understanding what maps they need to pick and what maps need to be their strong maps, and it is going to be train, overpass, obviously Nuke they like a lot, so that's going to be interesting to see moving forward, right? When we see him at a couple of more Tier 1 outings, they can build on this form and get even better.
Yeah, build on this form. They got Wrinkle as well, a young star, but I think that's one of the things that Exist talked about with, definitely with Kaspersky, is just the young talent being so apparent, and it's been so beneficial for organizations that we see pick up these younger riflers having impact and have a player for the future that can be within that rifling core that you're going to build around. And now if you're NIP, yeah, flesh out the map pool, looking at finding ways to get Wrinkle a little bit more consistent, look at finding ways for Ujrix to step up his game, and then all of a sudden you'll be cooking.
All right, coming up next, FaZe rematch versus Na'Vi.
FaZe rematch versus Na'Vi.
You got Jason in the rematch.
I'm taking FaZe. I like the way they're coming back into things. I think Rain's playing really well, who's always such an important piece for them and always shows up at the big events, so that's a good sign. I think if you get him, you can start activating Elige a little bit more. Brokey's still good in his certain situations, his clutches, his chaotic scenarios still having impact. So I have faith that the more we see FaZe win, and especially with such a convincing victory of Aurora today, Kerrigan's going to come in and be calling like a monster.
For me, it's two things. Brokey has looked great in his return to FaZe Clan. And the second thing is the worst phases look was against Na'Vi. That was their worst game ever since they came to Cologne. They look much better than Na'Vi in in all the other showings that we've had from FaZe Clan. So I think, yeah, they might just be poised for a win in that rematch.
Well, that's a little teaser for later on this evening. That'll be the third and final game. For now, coming up on the A stream, we're going to have, where are we going to have Vitality taking on the Mongols. Spirit Mouse is breaking the place on the B stream. We're figuring out who's going to the semis, who's going to the quarterfinals. We'll find out the rest of the playoff teams later tonight. We'll be right back.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Is the day, guys. We have been tasked to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss!
And we have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division.
This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
Robs, a very exciting game ahead of us. Obviously, the rematch of the Major Grand Final. This will be the 6th time that you face Mongols so far in 2025. Does the prep change at all when you're so familiar with an opponent, you've played them in so many officials?
The prep changes a bit. Obviously, just adjusting to each other, because every game is going to be different in some sense, and then you just look what was done in the previous games, and you can expect some new things the next. You can expect some new things the next time you play and meet each other. So I think, yeah, you just adjust a little bit, but the bigger picture will be the same for sure.
Coming out of the player break, sometimes with players, we see them taking a little while to be warming up into the new season. That hasn't been the case with Vitality. You feel like you guys haven't skipped a beat, basically, since coming off of the previous season. Do you feel like this is the best you've ever felt, you've ever performed coming out of a break?
No, I don't think so. I've had many years of coming out of a break and having these kinds of moments. So I think we're still a bit rusty, definitely. We played a close game against Australis, and it was a bit better against G2 2 days ago. But, you know, just step by step, I think you can definitely feel we're not at our best level. And I think, yeah, game by game, we'll get better.
Now, it still had an interesting kind of take on it. It feels like you guys within Vitality, you're given a reasonable amount of freedom, allowed to play off of your intuition quite a lot, which was similar to what he's arguing was kind of the case with FaZe at the beginning of CS2. Do you see any similarities between the peak of Vitality and FaZe? And if so, was there kind of anything you learned from maybe the downfall of FaZe after that initial high that we saw at the beginning of Counter-Strike 2?
It's very similar for sure. The biggest talking point is just the form on the individual players. I think everyone is performing, and it's the same case with FaZe. I guess the biggest difference would just be, just not to let the foot off the gas. I think we're definitely taking care of that to make sure that we're, taking advantage of us having a good form and just capitalizing on every tournament we can, because I think, you cannot take it for granted. I think, form comes and goes. And I think that's, just what we're trying to take care of, and we're trying to make the most out of this situation.
Been looking great so far, Robs. I will let you get on and sign the wall.
Okay, let's go.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Things are heating up at IEM Cologne 2025. The Mongols will take on Vitality in a game that sees the winner go straight into the semi-final, moving straight into Saturday inside the arena, whereas for the loser will drop down into the quarterfinal. Both teams have guaranteed themselves to be playing inside the arena, but only one just can make it straight into the semi-final. And it's a matchup that we've seen an awful lot as of late. It was also, by the way, the major final just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are very different here than it was a couple of months ago, but it seems like every tournament that these teams are at, they always go head to head, and Vitality are just like the nail in the coffin for the side of the Mongols. It's just like, this is the end of the road. Luckily for them here, it's just a seeding game to see where they fall into that playoff match.
It does look a bit rough when you look at the matchup history, but there's two games I want to focus on a little bit right here, and that's the one in Dallas. And, you know, they played twice, but that was the group stage match as well. Another game where winner would progress into the semi-final, loser would go into the quarterfinal, so basically a rematch with the same stakes at hand. Mongols should have won that game. I remember watching it. On all three maps, they were hyper competitive. They took off a map of Vitality, and on Mirage, a map they ended up losing, they were the better playing team, but then Saivu showed up and Vitality did what they always do best, find a way to win. So is it fair to say that the Mongols are getting to a level right now where we can expect them to push a team like Vitality, who's just been beating everyone as of late?
I think the problem right now for the Mongols is that they have this one style that they do very phenomenally well, but we heard it from Rops as well in his interview that everyone is playing in form at the moment, and they're going to just abuse that. As long as it lasts, they're going to keep doing that. So right now, pound for pound, Vitality just has every team in terms of, you know, the calling, when it comes down to the protocols and the foundation that they have, but then all the individual players. So I think it's still very tall order. We are seeing, you know, players like Senzu, who's on the screen right now, been playing really well this tournament. Blitz as well has been there. And the main question is, when they play against those elite, top of the tier teams such as Vitality, I mean, one of the tests was going to be Falcons. They did it in the group stage here, so that was one of the tests. But we still need to see their bottom line kind of pick it up, like Techno 4K. He played a little bit better this event so far, but it's only been, you know, 2 BO3s so far. So right now, it still has to be, you think Vitality is just going to go and run away with another one and extend that streak.
So basically what I hear you say is that you need every member from the Mongols to play at their best in order to contest Vitality, which I guess is the case for whoever is playing Vitality at the current moment. I want to make the argument that if you ever were to beat Vitality, it would be right now. Coming out of a break where we heard it from Flamesy, we heard it from Rubs as well, they took some time off, they didn't touch Counter-Strike too much. So I feel like if there's ever a time to beat Vitality and break that best of 3 win streak, today would be that day. The game, not that high caliber stakes in terms of, you know, going to a quarterfinal or semi-final, and I have a feeling that Vitality is only going to get better the longer we get into the season, like we saw last time.
Yeah, I'm also wondering what's going to go on with this Inferno, because that seemed like it was the weak link for Vitality going into the major. They lost the map to Legacy. They lost other maps in BO, and so right there, we talk about it, and Vitality are actually picking the map. So maybe in that time off, they've been preparing on it, but we also heard from Flamesy on the desk a couple days ago, he just wants to pick maps to bully people. This is not a strong map for the side of the Mongols, so maybe this makes sense. Vitality's been working on their Inferno, and they want to just prove to everyone. They've come in, they've played Overpass, they played Train, now they're picking Inferno. We have no weakness, okay?
I feel that's a statement, you know, that's flexing your map pool right there by picking Inferno. I very much agree with you. They did play Inferno at the major final as well. They also played Mirage in that major final. I'm just mentioning some of the results from the Mongols as of late on Mirage. I think there's a case to be made that they are maybe the best team in the world when it comes to playing Mirage specifically. They've taken down Falcons 13-9, they've taken down Vitality 13-5 in the major final, Pain 13-5, FaZe 13-9, and Aurora 13-6. They don't even give their opponents double digits. So if you want to, I guess, hope for a close game, if you think there's a small world where Vitality are not going to beat the Mongols, then it requires them to continue that win streak on Mirage. I think we're about ready with the game. I'm excited for this one because I think it's going to be a close one. Obviously, Vitality are the favorites, but let's see if the Mongols can finally get it done.
A rematch from the major final, the Mongols versus Vitality. A progression deeper into those playoffs at Cologne. It's a long-running rivalry, one that Vitality have always had the Mongols number in. It's only as of late that ground has started to be gained for the Mongols in these last few BO3s, being able to take a map off of Vitality. It's improved from how this rivalry started. But Vitality have always had the edge. Does that change today?
Well, you do wonder, right? Typically, these seeding games, we're not too sure what we're going to get out of rosters, but I think there's a lot on the line here just to know that this is a bit of a grudge match or a revenge match from that major final. The Mongols could go deeper in a playoff bracket that we know that they can now compete in. This one's heating up straight into an A hit. Mirage, T-side for Mongols, where they do their best work. And exploding into the bomb site. They've gone past Apex.
Oh, they will find him. Senzu on the smoke spam, going to get rid of sneaky Apex hiding in the ramp smoke. They take the advantage even further, running at Vitality. Flames, one to the dome, but it's a fake dink.
It's his teammate, I think.
Dead on that swing. Rops suddenly left as the only man standing, and it's looking to be a very convincing pistol round here. Rops won't get to complicate it much. Just one kill found on those dual Berettas. The Mongols come out swinging.
Bit of a mess in the bomb site. Call that a cold start for Vitality. No headshots connecting. Plenty of open fights. Plenty of players peeking you. But Mongols just lay their hat on that A bomb site and convert the pistol with ease. Nice to see Mongols starting strong. I wonder if we're going to get a similar result to that Austin final where Mongols, remember, they ran over Mirage 13-5, dominant lead to the series. Then they got banged out on back-to-back maps.
I think one of the things that's been at the cornerstone of this Vitality run is their exceedingly high floor, right? Like, even if you're kind of getting the B or the C game out of Vitality, it's still enough to be a number of the top teams. But I don't think that's going to be the case versus the Mongols. They have to bring their A game.
Uh-oh.
So trying to recover here with a force buy. It's one from Rops and a TK thrown into the mix from the Mongols. Leaves this one in a 3-on-3. A round where Vitality would have surely looked to save. Were it not for that TK, that's going to bring them around and make them want to give this a look in.
Huge upgrade to get the post plant as well. Don't know if Vitality can really commit to this. It looks like they're interested, but the AKs are going to tear them to shreds. Flames around the corner, gone. And with that, enough of a warning from the Mongols to give it up and go home. Vitality hope for an eager player. They don't get it. And so Mongols look to convert. I think the most exciting part of this series for me opens up if Mongols can take Mirage again, because we have that overpass third coming through a map. The Vitality have clearly been open to playing. They've beaten Astralis on it already. And Mongols leave it open just as well to try and perhaps catch Vitality off on a new map. Try and get them before they know exactly how they want to play. To be honest, they probably have rathered Nuke, a map they've beaten Vitality on twice before, but that was the final ban, putting us on this new edition of Overpass. That's all for later, though. You're going to have to hang on for that. Is it presumptuous of me to think the Mongols can take Mirage again? I'm not too sure. They've certainly looked lights out here at Cologne so far. Shredding the Falcons. And an easy opener against the French.
A lot of respect shown in this round. They know with those weapons saved out of it not to be too overzealous here. The Mongols keep it low and slow and will just end up in another one of these B hits. Back-to-back rounds, it's looked to be their answer up against the force from Vitality. There's the opening. Mazzinho gonna get it. Senzu secures that trade and keeps the Mongols looking pretty in this post plant.
Beautiful even. No way breaking back into this with just pistols and a shotgun on Apex. He should go for an exit apps. And the Deagles hang around. Mongols converting with no stress. And that was very slow. With a lot of respect, as you say. Vitality gonna stay cold as they looked in the pistol. Not really had the chance to fight in this game so far. Just avoided on these B hits. Exits denied. And Apex will not get his upgrade either. Nice shot for Techno.
Terrorists win.
So we've got a game. Pressure, always a conversation, especially at the biggest events, but hard to know how it will affect the Mongols today, knowing that they're already guaranteed to be in the Lanxess. Their first appearance in the Cathedral. Anything else is just a cherry on top. But my God, that treat is sweet if you can take down the world's best team to do it. Because despite all the conversation about the win streak being broken and that BO1 on Inferno, still, nobody's beat Vitality at a BO3. So let's see if Mongols can improve upon their major performance.
Oh, full blind. And there's a nice bit of interplay between Flames and ZywOo. Rops catching these stray Mongols players as they try to move in through middle. Now Blitz will skirt by, but he's the last surviving player from this mid component. Trying to link back up with 9-10. They've only got 40 seconds left to work with, and the only thing going their way is this element of surprise that they've just lost. Flames gets the spot. And so Blitz is known about, they take the fight from Cat, they put the pressure on him, and that forces him right into the prying eyes of that ZywOo AWP. The guns come out for Vitality, and that first round is flawless in their favor.
Love how Apex is playing there as well. Full tucked in the window left side. He can re-info mid, but also he allows them up connector. He gives Mongols enough rope to hang themselves. They have to get deep into the A-bomb site. When Flames gets the spot, ZywOo controls spawn. There's no way to plant the bomb in that round for the Mongols, and Apex is not offering up a kill back in. Impressive shots from Rops, hitting double dinks on the headshot angle with the A4. Vitality get on the board, and they do it without a death.
Back to this mid control. Very respectful game from the Mongols. I mean, with the familiarity between these squads, very good idea as to how each team likes to play. That's how they tend to go. These mid players are marked by Apex in the window and Rops on Cat. As he hears the footsteps up in the apartments, that first man nearly makes it in, but Rops won't give him the space. Mezzy gonna clamp down on this spillover, and now he's got Apex here in rotation. Still too strong inside of B, and they're not ready for Vitality's captain swinging through the back line. Blitz is gonna do what he can here. He's had a fantastic string of clutches in this tournament so far, but you thought a 1v4 versus the world's #1 team was a bridge too far. Can Blitz make it happen? Would have to be the ace clutch for the Mongols leader. Doing this one without the Horde. peek from the window. Did that get commed across? No. Flame's going to sniff him out and stop Blitz in that clutch.
Oh, that's a very scary round. Blitz hitting some phenomenal shots. Angle management for Vitality is really strong on short side. No one overgiving the peaks or letting Mongols battle their way back into that round. Just getting info when they dropped out apartments for Apex to come in and swoop them up. Very nice try from Blitz. This one particularly, but a bridge too far to win that clutch out. Vitality find back-to-back rounds. Blitz hero AK, he's believing in his aim, backing it on this eco. Senzu the same, armored up, ready to pick it up.
ZywOo has a little swing over the top of Ticket and disrupts this whole play. Now he's got the AK trapped in. Bomb lost over in window, and this is quickly building to a disastrous finish for the Mongols. ZywOo, pistol whip for the third.
Let's go!
And Apex getting pumped up as Vitality pull this scoreline back to an even game straight away.
Yeah, one thing that's been fun for Vitality is hearing from them what their motivations are, right? Different event, different day. Oh, today we do it for the Golden Hornets and the Lanxers. Today we do it to, you know, beat this team that have beaten us before. Always setting these new bars and new goals as well. So it's nice to see Apex actually pumped up about this game that I think many teams in this position we've seen gone by have maybe lost their spark in a seeding matchup, but Vitality still have streaks on streaks to talk about. They still have a perfect head-to-head against every roster, and so still finding that motivation to look for a dominant win.
I mean, you know, you come so close to a perfect season for Vitality, and it's one that you essentially do call a perfect season. The only tournament they ever fell down in was that Bounty, their first event with Rops in the lineup. Other than that, they won every single tournament they attended, so the bar is very, very high for Vitality.
Won every game until Legacy.
And, you know, in more ways than one, these Vitality guys are thinking of Legacy, right? And it is kind of the big picture goal of setting themselves up as Counter-Strike's best roster, firmly being in the Vitality era. Still kind of a discourse, a dialogue about that, and if it's appropriate to say we are in it, we are in one. Vitality want to leave nothing a chance.
Bomb is laid back in spawn. Mongols have to reset. Apex keen as ever to fight in window, but Blitz's headshot matters more. Rops is still here. They're not ready. Boost up on the full health player. Rops still struggles, but converts the kill. Window control can be taken by Senzu. There's 40 seconds as his bomb comes back through the palace side. ZywOo and Flames in the bomb site. Even Mezzi leaning away from B. It's looking pretty clear for Vitality, piecing together where Mongols are ending.
Blitz over the top of the stairs, nails ZywOo. Are they ready for Flames, who steals himself away, prepared for the ramp fight, was 9-10, but Flames gets out and continues to offer up resistance here. It's down to the 1v1, and Mezzi. Good tournament from this guy so far. Locked in this 1v1 versus Senzu, who will have just enough time to get the bomb planted. It's this guy showing so much promise in high-pressure situations. It was meant to be a helping hand for the Mongols. Mezzi puts it on him and claims that lead for Vitality.
And the path of least resistance is the best path to walk. Mezzi just holds the uncrouch off of the plant and he goes right into the headshot. Simply done. Nothing to it. Vitality take the lead again.
Let's go!
Ooh, Mongols on pistols now. So ate that nade, but it's not going to humble him. Insta peek lower. We'll have to come back to A soon on that smoke fade, and hey, no better timing. Mongols assessing the situation with an execute as Vitality pick their positions. Seeing a lack of mid control here for Vitality, and it's really not bothering them. Just means they're more prepared for this hit. Committing behind the triple comes Apex to help Flames.
Good transfer. Gets away with damage. Has Apex here to stop the spillover, stop this site getting stolen. And Senzu's Deagle runs dry of ammo.
Easy read, says Apex.
Hit him with the Dougal, but this ain't no magic roundabout. It's Vitality's wild ride. 5-3 up. And the CT side still climbing. Shocking reminder of what the Mongols are up against here. From the moment those guns have made an appearance for Vitality, they have yet to drop a round.
Dynamic.
Flung up for this apartments fight. There's the spam. Techno plays right into their hands.
It's a great bait. It's these little details that get you a kill like that Vitality excel in. Setting up their stars.
Potential for Apex to get discovered here. Senzu, that feels like too much of a golden ticket. You hear him running around like that. It's very, let's say, confident from Apex to be so cool about that mid presence.
Maybe blasé.
And it's given over a 4v4.
B is free.
What started as that double hold, that kind of bait and switch between Zaiwu and Mezzi, has been reduced to just Mezzi over on Catwalk.
Need this kill.
They go searching for Senzu. They break apart the 1v1 in the round, but there's an important follow-up kill from Mizinho on his journey out through the apartments. Vitality on for a retake.
Yeah, Plant's still coming in pretty late here, so Vitality have ample time to wait for this rotation from Rops. He's coming in on the big flank. There's a kill available for him the closer he gets, but 9-10 tucked in the corner. Still a position Rops has to check. His teammate in the bomb site. Zoe finds that kill. Rops might need to speed up here. He's got the element of surprise. Can his team wait for him? Mizinho in the boost, all that remains, hits his headshot, falls out as well, but Flames is there to trade and save the day. Vitality do it again.
And what you can never get away from in this Vitality squad is kind of the degree of comfortability they're going to have. As you say, right, Rob's coming in on that late lurk, and it is very, very late in the round, but never feels that kind of call to speed up, that anxiety that comes with the faster bleeping of the bomb, the time running out. He knows that they're in a powerful position, gets his, and then it's like worst case scenario for Mizinho, who's in the perfect one and done position, but when his teammates die, you can't win that 1v3 with a one and done. You kind of wanted Mizinho in with the chance to almost play first in that arrangement.
Well, he's just
Vitality sniff out the other two.
He's hoping his team can get theirs, right? If they do, if he's in the 1v1, that's his round, you'd think almost certainly, but yeah, element of surprise only lasts so long, and this flawless run on the CT side of Vitality continuing after their first gun round. 6-3 up. Already beating their major performance in this map. They were 13-5 out of that first map. Oh, Rob's careful. He still hangs around despite stalling on the jump, and he gets a kill. Blitz dead. 9-10 attempts to come through connector, but if you're just going to walk this smoke, Apex is ready to receive. Contact out ramp, Flames, easy kill. They're not even looking, and he lives to tell the tale.
They're going to move past him. There's still this mid lurk as well, holding some promise for the Mongols. 9-10 able to come in later. Oh, this plant could certainly get denied. Apex at least scares them off of it. Still, this is where the Mongols have this flank to try and rely upon. 9-10 waits for the short fight. That's a crazy clear for Mezi. And what was looking like a well laid out round for the Mongols, they scrapped their way back into a 3-on-3. Might all fall apart unless Senzu can clutch, and he's getting pincered, getting run at, and just shy of that flick.
Oh, this is going to hurt for the Mongols. So many close rounds, so many clutch ups.
That's three of these close clutch 1vx's coming down to like 1v1s, 1v2s, but still falling the way of Vitality.
Just so good at closing here. Oh, Vitality and Mezi, another just high impact kill. It's been so much fun to watch. Just the swing frags that Mezi gets in the round. 9-10 doesn't want to activate Connector. Vitality are aware he's in middle. He could have punished Apex numerous times on that plant, but he hangs around and Mezi makes him regret it. Mongols making another aggressive purchase, and I don't blame them. It's signature Mongols, but they're doing it at the point in the game where they're all in for the last 2 rounds. Galil's on some, lacking util. 9-10 will not field his AWP. And this is living and dying on the buy. But at 7-3 down, plan is already out of the window. Simple for ZywOo.
Oh my God. And, you know, the talent runs deep in Vitality. You're really not shy of players to have these hero moments. ZywOo, who's had some quieter games here in Cologne, really making a hell of a splash on this AWP.
Saving his energy for the playoffs.
He's just given us a glimpse of what it might feel like now.
Ooh, okay.
Had to flick back down. Turns out there is a limit to the ZywOo flick.
Window jump. Denied. And even if he committed... Oh, he will.
Oh, going back to it again?
Nah. Not going to happen.
Feels like very desperate on the recommit. Mizinho dead in the window. They learn about Rops at least. 9-10's able to creep up on him, but he doesn't have the bomb here, so there's no real excitement in this 1v3. It's just another clean sweep out of Vitality.
Oh dear, it's getting more and more deadly.
And dude, the thing that's so scary about this is like very few teams have won the major and then gone on to like win that kind of next big event. I'm talking like the Katowices and the Colognes. Right, you think about Spirit at the end of Shanghai, well, they go on a 2nd place in Kato, losing to this Vitality squad. Then you have even Na'Vi fell off, going back to CSGO. Outsiders never able to replicate it. The last team actually that went on to win a Cologne after the major was that FaZe squad, their Antwerp.
Vitality look to be the exception to the rule. Because to them, it wasn't even just a major. It was a whole season. It was kept up over such a long time. So why stop now? Another slower round. And Vitality are comfortable in these positions. Don't feel the need to force anything. They still have ZywOo. Opening shot with a tag onto Blitz. Mongols trade that tag for connect control, but they're going up catwalk with the bomb. A bit of a pacey round to finish the half.
Yeah, Apex gonna get caught in the crossfire as they make their way up through short. Rops trying to take attention away from Mezi, who they are expecting to be hidden around here somewhere. Even though they're kind of looking for him, doesn't make dealing with Mezi any easier. There's a big backstab for Blitz. And a 2v2 as the Mongols look for their first round since those pistol conversions. It's one of the best spots they've been in yet. They've got Vitality floundering here. Flames and ZywOo having to split the defense in this retake.
No way.
Is Flames actually going to move back round? He hits the jump up, will get there in time. Tag from ZywOo's AWP makes life a little more uncomfortable for Mizinho. And are they ready for this wrap out of Flames? Vitality are closing the distance. We've seen already that they're comfortable playing to the extremities of this timer, but this time it's ticked too far. ZywOo can't win this, and finally one of these clutches come through for the Mongols. Their first round since the pistol. 4 on the half. The Mongols, it's not feeling like enough.
like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5.
Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Team Vitality, reigning major champs, putting their best foot forward to step into those semi-finals in the Lanxess Arena. It's going to be a sold-out show in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in just a couple of days, but we got to find out where these teams are placing. Mongols trailing behind on their map pick of Mirage, Inferno and Overpass to follow if they can drag us out the distance, but right now it's feeling like Vitality are in their element.
Yeah, they really are. Not a weak link in sight. They only drop one rifle round in that entire first half, and I think that just goes to show how dominant this has been from Vitality. A game where, were it not for the pistol round falling in the Mongols' favor, this could have been a complete blowout. Vitality swarm over A. Mazinho and Blitz both feeling uneasy, get pressured back into CT.
Standard call is full retake CT. Everyone come together, go at the same time, use a flash, but they don't have one. They get blocked with a smoke. Good position change for Flames.
Oh, not that good. Mazinho, random spam, connects to open this up. Are they ready for Mezzi in the same place? I don't think they are. Backs turned as they make their way in, and Mezzi plays on the lip of this smoke. He's got teammates to back him up.
Sure.
And so Flames is the only one sacrificed in that pistol. The fire raging for Vitality.
Zaiwu takes a nice 3-piece there to go 17 and 6 with a P250. Additional damage for Vitality. Perfect post-plant position. They take CT, they push Mongols back. You know Mongols are going to have to group CT, as I said, and Vitality block it with a smoke. Feels like the round is over once that smoke hits the ground. They know the protocols, they know the best play, and they don't let it happen.
It's a good smoke.
Good smoke indeed.
What was that? Was that like a celebration?
I don't know. Flames is just stimming. Got shot through a wall, so just happy to be here, man.
I want to see that again in a minute. Save that clip. We'll roll it back. But let's see how this force buy does for the Mongols.
Bomb's going B. You're getting faked, boys. You'd love the entry on this play, though, for Vitality, because now Blitz decides not to rotate, and rightly so, but it won't save him. Mezzi gets the entry, bomb planted, retake on. Ooh.
Okay, that's a pretty huge pickup. And with Rops also far away, a missed volley now for Mezzi, which is uncharacteristic. There could be a world back in, especially with these flanks and the timings potentially open on a Rops, who goes on to recover that spray. And maybe all will be put right by Vitality. The backstab in for Techno. Senzu putting pressure on. Mezzi trapped in at the bench. Refuses to go down. And in the end, they pincer Techno. What a roller coaster of a round. You think Vitality are caught in the trap of the Mongols, and so quickly they flip the script on them.
Just such an entertaining team to watch, Vitality. I mean, even it's not always cookie.
You're always glazing them as well, because you have to.
Not to.
Like, they're playing good.
Look how rough that round is. That's like 2v4, really, and Rops is low, and they just make it look easy. It's not even like cookie cutter, perfect Counter-Strike. It's just such strong individuals, such great team play. They can make any round look winnable. (20-7) on ZywOo. Breathing life into Vitality. Double nade.
The other thing that's mad is, like, this was basically the scoreline Falcons' new Prodigy signing was on in a game that they were losing to get eliminated from Cologne. Meanwhile, ZywOo at this scoreline and everyone else pulling their weight, and they are dominating the Mongols.
Yeah, it's not a weak link in sight. And it feels, I don't want to say too late, but it's so late for 9-10. 5-12 finally gets an AWP. 5-12, round number 16, he's got his AWP.
I mean, if this was a super competitive game, that might be a fine time to bring it out, but round 16, when you're 7 rounds behind and you've won 1 rifle round in the game, certainly feels too far gone.
Could be over before it begins here on Mirage. Can Vitality make a statement? Or should we get a little bit messy? Oh, that smoke's a bit wide there on the con. 9-10's uses AWP to success. They just missed this timing, and Rops is getting inquisitive on this A site. He goes 1 for 1. All right, Vitality, dig yourself out of this.
They've lost one of their clutch presences in that Rops def over towards the apartments, or palace rather. But Mezzi's really started making a bit of a feel for himself as one of these rock reliable players. And it's him and ZywOo in this 2v4. They're split up, they're not playing together. And ZywOo's searching up through con, running a dangerous line on this 9-10 AWP.
Techno's been struggling, so Mezzi's got a chance to 1v1 for a lot of control in this round. Teammate's going to be very late. Are they going to save, really? I mean, fair enough. No money on ZywOo. Could buy up full next, but shame to see.
Whatever Vitality save, you get a little upset because you wonder how many of these they could win. But I also think, you know, even like who you have in this clutch, Mezzi is very much like a by the numbers type player. He will save in like a 1v3, 1v2, where maybe he could give it a go. And like you said, ZywOo was already out of money.
Nothing wrong with it.
So it's a justifiable save. And also, it's the second rifle round they've given the Mongols all game long. So at a certain point,
you
can't be too upset about it, can you?
Open Palace. Missed shot. Second chance at life for 9-10. I remember a 9-10 orb back in CT spawn.
Exec lobbed in, but no immediate contact. They're kind of going on a second timing here. There's that extra smoke to facilitate this push. And after a creeping silence, Vitality will hit the go button. Darting back out through Palace is a nice move for Mazinho. Does what he can, but it's just the one kill. And so flat domination over A on a latest split. The com player never even required. Mezzi finishes it out with a two-piece, but didn't even feel like a necessity on that round. The hit out through ramp had already done the bulk of the heavy lifting.
Killed Senzu coming off short while Vitality were killing everyone on A. So just a perfect finish for Vitality. Really have seen Mongols struggle in these seeding games. Saw it against Na'Vi.
I mean, that was one of the wildest, like, yeah, they looked... I don't know. I thought at a certain point, like I'm like, okay, do they want to play more stage games or something? Because, man, it felt so flat. And this is another one where they're struggling to leave much of an impression. Now, they are up against the best team in the world, but this is a map they've been able to take versus Vitality before.
I'll say this, in that game, I remember what how it felt, and it did feel like Mongols, like, they were kind of just running it down
they were
like really quick.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say about this game. I think they're just getting outclassed because they played some similar slow defaults on their T sides. They had some nice, like, got in some decent positions late in the round, and then Vitality just like multi-kill and win it all. But that game felt way rougher than this one, and I think the scoreline was as well. This at least feels like Mongols had a shot, but Vitality have played an incredible game, and they look to just clean it up here and now. Orb doesn't realize he's already dead. Flames at this corner should have 9-10 at the drop of a hat. Bosh. There's a trade at least, and then there's another. 4 on 3, low health on Senzu. Robs is curious. Ooh.
Mazinho will get the spot.
It's not 4x3. Robs plays native. Just a little bit off his screen.
This team are walking out B this whole time. Now, the Mongols haven't fallen for it necessarily, but as I say that, Techno moves out of position.
Saw him.
Apex didn't get the spot. Senzu's playing trigger discipline. Oh, Apex with the stunning save.
Why?
Turns and bails out his team.
Why'd he turn around?
Mezzi and Zaiwu might have fallen prey to that man up on the boost. Instead, it's looking for a stunning finish here of Vitality. And stunned are the Mongols. They can't believe just how one-sided their pick was. They never had a chance. It's a GG from Apex as Vitality shift up a gear, looking for semis in Cologne.
I'm on con.
I'm inside you, I'm chilling. One under. One under.
Careful, Palace.
Careful window, guys.
City?
No. I'm checking. Can be in con, that's it. I don't see it. Could be bench, Careful city,
I will
careful
check bench.
Yeah, careful city or location.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Don't see bench, Shumatu.
Bench,
It's on me. I can't pick.
I pick from making mid. I don't see.
Giving a flash above A would be nice. Could be city.
Firebox.
And Palace, I think. I picked Ram.
Yeah, Palace. Nice, Robin. Sick round, brother. Pick, you come. Come, Matu, don't left. Nice. One more con left side. One more. AK left side. Only one. Two. Window.
Don't see ramp for Palace.
Got that bomb. One more con.
Con left side, I think.
That's what's con. AK. Hey, left side con.
Con left side.
Nice.
AK, Robin. Play together on big guys.
Yeah.
I saw as well.
Robin is delayed. Careful on the ground. One shot. Half shot.
I got bench.
One on the ground. Guys, no kid, guys. Play time. A shot. One more shot.
Our kitchen. You can hide a bit.
I'm passing above BF. Time.
No kid. Down.
Nice! AK. You see, I knew it. I knew they will buy. I knew it will work.
I feel like this was the opportunity for the Mongols. If they wanted to make this competitive overall, if they wanted to make this series competitive, if they wanted to have a chance of beating Vitality, which seems to be impossible for pretty much anyone at the moment still, I felt Mirage was the one map they had to win in order to open up this series, and it never even got close.
Well, I thought maybe because you said it, it was just not gonna happen in the end. I think there were a lot of things that Vitality did well that made it difficult for Mongols to find any sort of opening into the rounds. And then because of the constant little just micro adjustments, the changing up that Vitality did, Mongols they didn't have answers. And this is exactly what I mean by their playbook isn't deep enough to go against the elite of the elite teams.
You said it a couple of times, you labeled it as one-dimensional in a sense. Is that an issue for the Mongols? We have them as a top 3, top 4, top 5 team at the moment. Is it too shallow to only be able to play one style of Counter-Strike and then have nothing to fall back on?
It's not too shallow insofar as obviously it's working to get them to a certain area, but are they ever going to be the #1 team? Are they going to be the ones that are constantly winning tournaments or, being favorites to win a title here or there? I don't think they're going to break that threshold until they get over this whatever issue that they're having. Once they kind of develop that part of their game, that's when they're going to level up. And until then, whenever they go against teams like Vitality or teams that are going to start emulating the style that Vitality are playing, that's when they're going to run into a brick wall.
And seemingly a brick wall is what they ran into right here. We see some of those general highlights from the game. I could make the case that in the first half, Mongols got off to a decent start, and there was a world where pistol round's nice, conversion is nice. There was a couple of 2v2s, 3v3s that could have gone their way, but it's always easy to say that it could have gone their way because it never really went their way, so maybe it wasn't even that close in its essence. The reason why I'm saying it still is that we spoke about it coming into the game. The Mongols and the track record on Mirage specifically has been outstanding as of late. They took down Vitality doing the major 13-5 on this very map. They've taken down the likes of Falcons, Pain, FaZe, Aurora as well on the map. So I felt like this was the one opportunity they had to make this game competitive, but for me, I'm disappointed that it wasn't even close. I'm disappointed that we didn't get to see more from the Mongols, and as much as I want to praise Vitality for playing beautiful Counter-Strike, which they did, I'm still left a bit disappointed in the performance from the Mongols.
You kind of learn the most from losses, and I think one of the things that Mongols never really got tested on is that a lot of teams, they will fight and a round will be won or lost by the decision of how that middle fight goes. And if Mongols is just able to take these duels out there, out in the open, forcing the CTs to be separated, not even have to go through choke points, then that's when they're going to have their most success. But if you actually watch how Vitality played this map, every time they were in middle, it was just to give enough resistance that the Mongols, they used a second set of utility just to take that space in middle, and then they didn't have any utility left to close out the round. And Vitality, once that second set of nades went off, they said, okay, have middle now. And then they would do this like timing info peek. They'd peek from window. Oh, there's someone in middle right now. Okay, flash flash me into ramp now, and then Flamesy would go into ramp and take that space. So Vitality were doing such a good job of just giving enough resistance to bleed out the utility, and then would say, okay, if you're going to take this part of the map, we're going to take another part of the map and also get like an opening kill somewhere. And because of that, Mongols, they just didn't have enough utility to close out the rounds. You know, Zai was switching up where he's playing, Flamesy's getting different angles, sometimes he's in sandwich, sometimes he's in ramp, and they're just dying with their backs turned, not enough smokes or flashes to deal with it.
It's a classic, you know, Vitality bleeding out their opponents by being proactive on the serve. I think we owe it to the viewer to showcase a round of what we're talking about, round 10 in the game. Again, at a point where it could have been a close game, 6-3. I know Vitality at this point had heated up. It's a 3v3 steal. You have 9-10 in a pretty good position right here. Messi, maybe a little bit afraid, but not that afraid. Then Apex gets killed. Messi's clearing middle as well, and that's what you talked about. Despite maybe losing control over the mid area, the awareness from Vitality, the fact that they communicate so well, the fact that they are aware that they constantly have to be open to the idea that someone has slipped in behind the defense. I made the argument to you in the green room saying that a lot of teams will probably miss out on that one. You said that, yeah, but not Vitality.
Yeah, not Vitality, because what had happened was there was a 1-for-1 trade in middle, and 9-10 killed Rops on short, so they're aware of him. And Flamesy, he switched up his positioning again, so this time he's at sandwich, and then here comes the A-lurk from Mongols. They have like 2 coming out, ramp, 1 out palace. Flamesy gets the first kill on the ramp guy, jumps away towards Apex, and then that's where you see he's dead around connector area, and then that's when Apex is like, okay, I gotta deal with the A guys, and then Mezzy picks up middle. He knows 9-10 is here somewhere. Is he top mid? Is he bottom connector? Don't know, but Apex trusts Mezzy to hold his back, and then Apex is focused on the remaining 2 players on A. And this is, again, like, as Mongols is coming into A site, they have to clear like 15 different spots, and Flamesy is just like, here one round, there the next, and then Mongols is clearing like, oh, he was sandwich last round, so they clear sandwich, but then he's in a different spot and shoots them in the back when they're clearing sandwich. So because of Flamesy switching it up so much at A, and then the reads from Apex knowing, oh, okay, they're going to actually do an A exec here, Flamesy play here, I'm going to bait for you, I'm going to play spawn. Like, all these little change-ups that they do makes it so hard for the Mongols to be able to figure out exactly where they need to end. And then I think they go into this like overcompensation mode where Techno 4K, he's like the B Halls lurker guy. He's like, you guys aren't getting any space at middle or nothing else is working. I'm going to go peek B. And then that's the round that Zaiwu's up there with his op. So it's constantly just staying one step ahead of the Mongols, and the Mongols just don't have enough depth to figure out a solution for it.
You said it, the buzzword Zaiwu. We almost made an entire segment with Vitality without saying the word Zaiwu, but we have to praise him a little bit because nothing seems to slow down for this kid. You know, when you speak, kid, adult, call him what you want. He's the best player in the world as of right now, having another fantastic showing in this game. 23-9. I mean, he's probably looking towards Dunk and being like, yeah, if you're gonna play at that level, I know I'm winning all the trophies, but I want to make damn sure that there's no even discussion whether or not I am the best player in the world. I think Zaiwu has been stepping it up a little bit throughout this year. I think his consistency is remarkable, and you know, it almost feels like a broken record to praise him, but when he's playing like this, we have to.
I think one of the narratives used to be not only just about like the playoff form or grand final form Zaiwu, it was always about he's not the guy that's going to go and seek out kills and first contact.
He's gotten more attitude lately.
Yeah, he's definitely getting more in the faces of his opponents, just going for the peaks, taking that map control, not afraid to peek, but he's not doing it in such like a risky way. It's just that he's not backing away or sitting way too passive, just saying like, okay, I'm going to give you enough rope so you can hang yourself type thing. It's like he's going to go and do something where he's taking a deeper line, but not something that's just like wide swinging out in the open trying to kill 3 people at once.
It leaves us with the second map on Inferno now, Steel. And you said it, you know, coming into it, prefacing the game, that could be a bit of a weakness for Vitality. Then they picked the map, you know, showing the big cucumber and throwing it under this, saying, we have no weakness. Do you think they're going to showcase that they've been working on the map so far, or is it more so just to get some practice on it, given that the stakes of this match and given where they're at right now in the season, they seem unbeatable?
I think it's half and half. We saw it with the overpass and train picks on the previous days. I think they did work on Inferno. It was one of the weaker maps that teams were trying to use to punish them, and now it's going to be one of those things where they've probably worked on it and got it to a good enough level that now they feel like they can bully specifically the Mongols on it, as it's not one of the Mongols' better maps. Ancient Mirage Dust 2 would be.
As they would be. It does leave us with the second map in this matchup between Vitality and the Mongols. Inferno is on the cards, and I have an inkling feeling that we may see the series end right here, but I hope the Mongols can put up a better fight than on Mirage. I hope they can pressure Vitality a little bit. Maybe we'll get
any fight.
Any fight. Maybe we'll get to see just a little bit of weakness before both of these lineups are heading into the playoff at IEM Cologne. Let's not forget that the winner will go straight to the semifinal, whereas the loser of this series will move into the quarterfinal. Both have qualified, but only one can win the game and then one can move into the semifinal. Vitality is one map away from doing so.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
I mean, usually it's a set round, but it looks like we've cancelled it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Inferno, so we're probably just defaulting at the start. I see what happens, but I think we had the plan to try and abuse towards B, maybe, but we'll see. I can't remember.
I just delayed?
Oh, yeah, maybe delayed.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Nice, Ivy.
Mr. Rops is the most unexpected person on earth. I think ZywOo died and then Rops thought to himself like, I might have a timing here, maybe he didn't notice me, so he would try to get a kill and then he dies, but he has a good situation to kill the guy on city. Like we just let the round run a bit, so the smoke will finish and then we probably go B, because I think I remember this round and I think we went B and we won. Ah, it's my spray transfer. You will see. Yes.
The fake spray transfer.
The fake, yeah, you killed him, you fucking thief. Here I had a plan on middle. Here I wanted to do something on middle to try to catch a kill, and then they smoked middle at the same time. So and we didn't really know the situation because we were like all towards banana, so we didn't know if they smoked mid really. We just wanna try to see if we can win the round.
Give him something to chase,
then smack him on the head.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happens. It's put the Mongols in a powerful position, and with the third man rotating over towards B, it's a 3-on-3 for this side control. Now the CT player will get locked out. There's nothing Blitz can really do about that, but the players in the site are successful. If this flash helps them, he can come through on a timing. Spotted at the back of the site is Techno. His head on a swivel.
Yeah, no.
There's the support from Apex.
I knew I didn't kill him, but Matu was hyping me up, so I was like, yeah. Yeah, it's spray round.
Don't know where we are, and we just have to play off each other. We know it's 2v2, and we know it's hard for them to retake B. They don't have many nades, so I think for us we're just communicating that we need to make sure we play off each other. Whenever Shahar takes contact, then I need to peek, and vice versa. Like if he takes space towards ruins, then I need to play off it as well. So
they're retaking really quick, so we don't have much time to move or take space, play together, like, you know, push ruins together, let's say. But against like Mongols per se, you know, they're really fast and they're really aggressive and they can surprise you. So you don't have much time. You just play where you're at and do your best.
Team Vitality reigning champs, major champs, all the accolades you could want.
They're facing off against the Mongols, a rematch from the major final to decide who goes into those semis and those quarters. That is going to be a banger. The Mongols secure playoffs cleanly, finishing last season with a final in Austin at the major. They start this one with a playoff berth in Cologne.
Catches him swinging through, and Messi immediately has his head. One bullet from down. One bullet! Messi!
Haven't really seen ZywOo with the AWP yet, so let's see what he's got. Oh, it's a lovely sequence from ZywOo.
This is 9-10 on the site. He needs another 1v2. Good for one. Switches to the AWP. No way! Oh my god! Maka holding. Gravity getting chased down. Oh my god! Messinio up for the 1v4.
Two in at the doorway. Blitz lines them up. All the eyeballs, all the attention on Kaisuke. Well, it should be on Blitz, but that clutch right there. Damn, that was hype as hell. All right, then. Vitality taking on the Mongols. And Vitality a map up. They ran away with Mirage, and it wasn't even close. Levels above the Mongols to open up this series, and looking for semis are Vitality. They had ZywOo firing on all cylinders. chart-topping performance in the center of Vitality. And as we get ready now, head to this second map, Inferno, the Mongols do have their work cut out for them. It might be that quarterfinal start for the Mongolian squad.
Hey, more stage games in the Lanxess. Could be a worse fate. And their first time in that cathedral as well. Vitality just another day in the office, looking to make this a nice, quick and easy 2-0 after besting them on Mirage. T-side get abs control and banana control for free. Mongols feeling particularly giving right now. Hoping they'll walk into this B stack. That's not the case. Apex goes back. Vitality still posing in middle. Fake drop for Rops. No one close enough to hear it. And so Blitz comes back. No nades. Got to be clinical.
We saw already in that first map how this game, more so than others, feels a lot like a chess match coming from the familiarity between these squads. It's a very respectful game. Noise made here on this wrap round. But Vitality, I'm thinking they want to get tricky with this, and it's not the commitment. They've put the fear in the Mongols. They've lent 3 back over towards that B site, and now they hit the go button on an A play with Apex coming in late from Banana. He won't be needed. As Rops and Zywoo open up, the site taken convincingly. And now eased into a post plant and man up. That is a crazy sequence.
I was about to say winnable for the Mongols. I was about to say winnable.
Where did his 2 even come from?
He was tucked in cubby, I think, up close on long, and just goes bang, bang on those arch players.
That's over in a second. Like, the Mongols are grouping to give that a go. You don't even have time to collect yourself. The round's already over.
I really thought there was something in that retake, but not today. Look at Rops, laying them to waste. That's after Zywoo gets caught looking in the wrong direction. None of that matters. Vitality win pistol. Mongols force, as to be expected.
All right then. Good nade damage down through Banana. Not a bad way to open up. Return to sender.
Ouch.
Twice over. And they play up close with those nades. In his dying breath, Techno had the smoke pulled on a nade, so he's just blocked off CT.
Super hesitant to throw that as well.
Trying to come through early is Blitz. But he's a long way away from the rest of his team, and they're not budging. It looks like the Mongols will just settle back into a 4-man save.
Yeah, the resmoke tells you that was a good idea. Let's give it up, because Vitality just blitz in there. With double nades in spawn, they chase down Techno, they win the round. Mongols get to try again, at least.
Terrorists win.
I thought they were 2 because 1 rotates.
I mean, Blitz is a full belt at util. What does he want to do with this? Triple B start. Maybe some interest put on Banana with this hefty purchase of util. He's got the flashes ready to try and set up his teammates here, but they won't survive long enough for that flash to matter. Dead straight away. Mezzi finds the openings. And whatever the plan was for the Mongols, they won't get to put it to action. Really good time for that pace change. And this must be one of the many frustrations around playing Vitality. Even when you have your ideas, you have a game plan, they won't give you the space to roll it out.
I like that molly. Stops anyone from holding wide, close, and burns out orange box. Easy for Vitality to just walk it over the line. Pistols do nothing to stop them. Bomb doesn't even know where to go. And 5 alive for Vitality. That force buy saved over does nothing for the Mongols. Gun round coming out now. But I don't know, it feels like something's in the air, Harry. Feels like a Vitality day.
I mean, bro, it must be in the air every day because it's been a sequence of Vitality days. Keeping up even after the player break. Something that Vitality themselves have spoke about, the kind of awareness of, right? That you could just come back and start a little cold, drop off a little bit. A fate they've been keen to avoid and one that they have managed to avoid on this run into the playoffs, trying to make it semis today.
Yeah, this would be 6-0 on the tournament. If they win here and now, they won't have dropped a map. Making it into the semi-finals, get a bit of time off as well. And all these things certainly help, even getting that extra day off, not playing quarters. That allows you to prep, that allows you to relax. Gameplay's only going to get better after the fact. They are really abusing this CT nade in combination with a peak. Mezzi gets a double entry. Splendid. Senzu tried to go wide on that, but nade or bullets, pick your poison. It's deadly either way. 4-0.
And I don't know what you make of it, because we've yet to see them, I mean, outside of this game, tested against some of the other top squads. But on this run, with how convincing it's felt, I'm getting a bit nervous that the gap might have even widened coming into this new season. I don't know what that noise was there, but someone seems to have just rallied off a little...
like Apex.
Well, there's no, we'll call them moans of satisfaction from the side of...
Groans.
From the side of the Mongols right now. No happy ending on this series. This is a Vitality tale. We have rifles now and another active stance over towards Banana. The Mongols keen to try and come for this real estate. They will run into Zaiwu. They deal with him after he finds his first. There's more heads on this beast. Apex out in mid has started to secure a lot of ground in A, and his whole team barrel in behind him. Apex might fall, but there's that double nade into the pit. The bomb moving in last on the back of Mezzi will join up with the rest of Vitality. That's a bit of a miss smoke, and so a chance for Blitz to work here. Giving a fight onto the apartments. That's the bomb, that's where it's coming from, but Mezzi throws it into the bomb site.
Just when you think they're out of nades, there's one more. Oh. Fight fire with fire. Flames fires back. Dude, that was a double nade pit and then a nade into long side. Mongols cannot catch a break.
I mean, I also think, though, you know, when you look at this Vitality squad, everything they do is with a very clear intent. Like, no one's dumping nades when it's not called for. They kept them all in play in that round, and every nade they threw had tremendous impact.
Terrorists win.
You have 2 players for Vitality yet to die.
Oh dear.
The first timeout burn for the Mongols here, as these early rifle rounds have not panned out.
Your entry is yet to die. 5 rounds in, your T-side entry has no deaths. Talk about a successful run here.
And I mean, Rops on the other side of the map, left to these lurks, also yet to die. Always getting mileage out of him, denying saves, coming in on wraps, keeping the back door, the porch light on.
We're seeing Mezzi make some opening moves in this game though, right? Going for B entries as well. So the load is lightened here for Vitality at 5-0. Already off to a stunning start. Oper earlier this time for 9-10. He had to wait all game. Back on Mirage. Molly at car. Vitality still coming.
It's nice that they prioritize bringing this in earlier. That much is for certain. Having the AWP is one thing. Having it make a difference, though, is another. 9-10. Tries his hand at the peek down through Banana, and the shot just sails on past. Now Vitality know this AWP is in play, and they know its whereabouts.
Like the change of banana control here. He knows they're going to flash through it. He read it well, but just fully blinded. There were 2 flashes there. The second got him completely. Rops' lurk with purpose.
It's Rops on his flawless lurk as well. Still yet to get punished. Finally found out, but it won't matter.
For Flames.
He has Flames alongside him. And another convincing finish to this round. Mezzi even in position to deny this AWP save. Will pry it from 9-10's hands.
No one can get comfortable. They're taking back Banana with 3 players. That's when Mongols think they can get some info on A. They walk into Rops deep in the apartments. Nades land in the pit. Again, a punishing position to be in here for the Mongols as they lose once more on both sides of the map. There is no refuge on this defense. 6-0.
Here we go, a bit of a Hail Mary play down through alt mid. The Mongols bring the fight to Vitality, and a fight that they weren't ready for. Apex surely dead here as well. In round 7, the Mongols trying to get on the board, and they've landed in a 4v1. Only Mezzi left to beat, and they will put 1 past Vitality.
Apex thought Senzu had enough there. He hung around for a 3rd kill on the mid push. Not the end of the world. 1 Vitality can write off. Heavy ult mid on the mid push. Still excellent spray for Senzu to convert that 2nd kill. As Mizzino push back in. Vitality can just go back to what's been working, this eternal banana control. A lot of utility. No orbs. Vitality staying away from it even when it's presented for free. Mongols without the money. Oh dear. Blitz has nothing but 10 health. Hopefully a cache of nades come through. He picks them all up. But this is a 4-man mid-hold in the meantime. Blitz's death would spell the end of the round. With the map going quiet and mid-smoke up, Mongols have got to be scared of B.
Dude, that was a really cool way they took that top banana control off of Blitz. I just went and checked it. Throwing the flash and molly combo. It's very, very common to see the nade lead the way to do the extra damage, right? And then the Molotov kind of hopefully burns him out. But the flash was dual purpose. It put a lot of pressure on Blitz, who's blinded by it. He stands in the molly down at 10 HP, and now they have these valuable nades for later in the round to break this smoke open and facilitate the B here, but it won't matter. 9-10. Choose through Vitality. Crediting them for the minutiae, the nade work. But it's on that AK that the Mongols send them packing. On for the ace is 9-10. 4 in one mag, in one spray, and only Rops with 8 seconds left to cower and save this rifle. It's 2 in a row for the Mongols. Can they start building upon this? They also find Rops after time.
None of those nades matter when you get shot in the face. Excellent spray. You can see they didn't really scale up when the smoke was broken. 3 players close to that half wall. And 9-10 puts on a clinic. It's his highest impact round of the match yet. It's going to afford him an AWP and hopefully a bit of confidence to go back for these banana fights, but it's yet again Flash at the half wall that pushes them off this position.
Well, 9-10 might not have the fire rate for the same level of multi-kill here on this line with the AWP. And even though Vitality is super loud about taking this top banana control, they take all the pace out of the round now. Gonna flash themselves in after that moment to group. And they still have Rops, remember, on this lurk. So far from committed here are Vitality. This is what Rops brings to the table for them on Inferno. Always keeping other options open.
Really strong flash that loses Mongols a lot of info on B. It forces them to burn their smokes. Techno has a full kit forced back into this bomb site. This is going to be a bit of a problem for Vitality, who yet again have to break this smoke and go through. Rops has joined them. They're all in.
Going into 2, 9-10's Orb, caught out in no man's land. And now they start to scale. Techno 4K, 1 and 7, bottom of the board for the Mongols. This has to be his round. There's 2. Techno keeps on going. Rops, don't do it back to him. They reel him in. The Mongols on a knife's edge in these last few rounds, but they are making it happen. 3 straight. On their way to a bit of a comeback on the half.
Some unreal B holds coming out of the Mongols right when you're ready to write them off in this series. I thought Vitality were going to stop them on this T side with that 6-0 lead, but some incredible multi-kill moments from 9-10, from Techno backside. Again, holding their util really, really well on this B play, not using it for early banana control, not trying to inflict easy damage, but doing it to stop the commitment of Vitality. That they've done 3 times over. Mongols digging deep in this game, having to work so hard for every single round, every single kill even.
The thing that's felt nice though is they are at least having this second wind, and the pieces are starting to feel a little bit more reliable. We're getting more mileage. I mean, that was Techno, a guy with 1 kill to his name heading into that round, offering up a high pressure 3-piece from back B. You can focus on making the rounds a bit more comfortable as this game goes on. Right now, all that matters is that you're getting them. A few rounds ago, the Mongols didn't have a leg to stand on here on Inferno. And they continue to make waves. Senzu seems to think so.
That smoke, they peek before it, they live to regret it. Senzu in the fire, somehow survives. 5-on-3 forced by the young rifler. Vitality thrown into a world of hurt. This was going so well. Ever since that mid push. Felt like a drop in the bucket. Vitality are starting to drown in this T side. Another early advantage for the Mongols. In a round that you could justify a save, but you just don't want to. Blocked again at B, but more smokes available. Vitality, well, they catch them off guard. Going through this smoke. Timing is good for Blitz. He even gets a bit of an idea. Sees them crossing in. No, he doesn't. That smoke comes in. He thinks he has room to throw more nades. Vitality saying no. Demanding respect, forcing a post plant.
These were the two, immortal players for Vitality on that initial 6-0 streak. Neither of them fielding a death. They've now got to clutch up. The entry and the closer, the bookends of Vitality. Rops falls first. Flames 1v3 needs the ace clutch. Fire in his heart for the first two though. Flames, one left for all five. And that gets Apex hyped up. An ace clutch to break the streak out of the Mongols. The depth of talent running deep on Vitality. It's Flames putting them back in the limelight.
Yeah, you said entry and closer. Well, it's the entry to close here for Vitality. Cracking open the bomb site, catching players caught in the open, and going on to 1v3 when everything's against him. Mongols cannot stop the roll. Disastrous round and lose. Mongols again throw themselves at Vitality. Trying to power up again early in the round. It's denied this time. 4v3. Vitality shooting ghosts through smokes. And coming out with all the kills. Oh, info that two are here. They will depart. Rops almost grabbed that gap. Oh, a bit of a lazy peek on the long side. Senzu just retakes that angle, and now Vitality have to go back to B. These smokes have been really good for the Mongols, timed excellently. The committed position for Techno might cost him his life. Mezzi trades out. How about his turn for a clutch? Oh, not today.
Oh, you breathe a little easier. Smoke spam is saving the Mongols. You're very, very thankful you don't have to play another one of these clutches. Good to get back to their winning ways after that crazy clutch from Flames. They're still kind of feeling the high as he is the first death in that round to smoke spam. Back to Banana. It's been a clear game plan for Vitality, abusing this B site. Something they've looked to do in most of these rounds in this T half. Even though they've had Rops getting away with good stuff on this lurk, so often they have been fixated on breaking apart the Mongols B.
Yeah, surprisingly, the game plan has just been one note here for Vitality, and still they sit with 7 rounds at worst case. Just trying to keep it simple. At times, gotten complicated as Mongols' utility has been the name of the game on the CT side, as well as their couple of players who have put up big rounds off the back of one individual. 5v4 now, Vitality going back to A for a change, leaving ZywOo with one of the 3 AKs to pick that B bomb site. Clear on mid is misinformation, facilitates the wrong rotate. It's a good block, but Vitality are coming through.
Oh, you would have loved to see ZywOo get away with something there, but such awkward timing on the nade pull. Mezzinho tries to make up for it. It's 9-10 on Long, who's left the Mongols with a fighting chance. Now the other two are a long way away. Apex will have room to get this bomb planted. This 1v2 going to require a bit of everything from Apex. He needs the aim, he needs the brain. From the captain of Vitality, the one calling the shots, now only has himself to rely upon. Both players walk in through short. This is just what Apex wants. They're clearing all these sightlines, clearing all these angles. Piece by piece, the Mongols are learning where Apex can be. Will that make the task of dealing with him any easier? Molotov certainly complicates matters. Apex on the swing, just falls shy. It's going to be real close, but the Mongols pick that up for 5 on the half. In a series that was building to become a Vitality clean sweep, the Mongols throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. Originally 0-6 down. They will go on to recover this half, moving into the T side with 5 rounds to their name. They're not done yet. There's playoffs, the semis at least, within view for Vitality, but not yet within their grasp.
Yeah, almost felt like at times Vitality were using this game as prac to hit that B bomb site no matter the odds, no matter what's in the way. Worked out more often than not, but Mongols did break their way into the game. Better late than never. But it should get harder from here. Stuck on the T side. Against a very confident Vitality. Rob's fighting down middle. So bold engagements to be taking.
Especially with the setup Vitality have employed, but I think that just shows you where their heads are at, right? You had both your A players taking gunfights early, and you didn't have to even have like the full 3 body there. Oh, well, that's why they wanted to fight.
Blitz just picked. They run up short side. It's Robs in the pit. Overwhelmed by headshots. Down to 2. Can he take anything with him? Doesn't feel like it. ZywOo, clinical required. Not going to happen. Mezzi through the smoke with a double. Maybe he made this round interesting after all. Flames gets tagged up. Apex on the flank. His timing is all they have.
Oh, and he's taking it real wide in through the apartments. Won't be able to get here in time to stop that bomb, but how much repositioning can Mazzinho actually do? Won't have cover from Senzu, who's playing in mini pit, so right now Apex is allowed to just stroll out, gets the info, spots the player backside. The information there for Apex, it's not made it any easier. Flames getting pincered here, getting put on in this 2v1. Senzu and Mazzinho get in that crossfire, get it established, deal with Apex up in the apartments, and now this game is on.
Still felt like there was a way in there for Apex and Flames. Shots available, models on their screen, but they couldn't hit the heads. Still a very scary round made by Mezzi, but now Mongols enter the conversation. They've won a pistol on top of recovering a desperate CT side. Is there still more in store in this series? Is Overpass a possibility? Our decider, where chance to upset really does open up. Because who knows what Mongols have on that map? We are literally entering the unknown. Still not quite there yet, though. Vitality armed and ever dangerous. Bring the heat into Banana. Shotgun from afar. Gets what you bargained for. And Mezzi's not surviving this escape. They chase him down. So Mongols, even the score up. Can you believe it?
Apex is in a bit of a love-hate relationship with the Mag 7. He loves it. It hates him.
Yeah.
At least it has here in Cologne. Still yet to see him really get much out of the Mag 7 purchase.
I like the UMP buy for Robs. You know, he's ahead of the meta, Harry. He's setting it right now. Just you wait. MP9 just ain't what he used to.
So you're saying the UMP gets more kills in this save? They are being hunted.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
They both get 1.
Oh, and kind of similar health. It's hard to split this up, but I guess we could decide it right now.
Oh,
it's the UMP to pull up. No, wait a second, a last-minute entry from the MP9.
Hey, I'll take that.
That's a lot of kills on that exit, by the way. Getting out with
4 kills.
4 kills not only gets $200 extra in the bank account of everyone for Vitality.
Plus 600 for the killers.
Plus 600 for the kills. You're actually pretty flush with money.
1,400 per player. Bosh, Harry.
That's quick maths with an F. The passing grade.
All right, now Vitality might need to go back to school on this CT side. And ZywOo clocks in.
It was a pretty disastrous hunt, wasn't it? And now you kind of know what you've set yourself up for here if you're the Mongols. You've seen one of the M4s fire off already. And you know that money has been put into this round.
What are you hunting in reality? You're hunting SMGs. Like, you may as well just let them have you. If there are 3 USPs and 2 SMGs here, they're no threat. But on that hunt, Mongols give money. They give reason to invest. They give weaponry. Vitality now sit 5v4. Look at this. Sweeten the deal. Delicious double from ZywOo. Can he find any more? Oh.
And it's these 2 M4s that are doing all the damage right now. Sure, Rops is going to get overran. But ZywOo moving in. The delivery boy. Here's that rope you ordered. The Mongols hang themselves after that hunt. Feeding M4s into the ranks of Vitality. ZywOo puts it to use.
4 kills from him. Apex with the finisher. Doesn't really get better than that. They start their gun rounds early on this half. That was meant to be full eco, if not for the exits. Now Mongols dilly-dallying in spawn. Trying to figure out the best buy they can. 1 AK, 1 Galil. Pales in comparison.
Just a full walk up mid. Vitality clearing Banana. This is info that the Mongols have thanks to Techno. Leaves it to some spam up through Banana, looking for that opening. On a chance, on a feeling, but it won't connect. That leaves them with this original plan, which was to walk out top mid. They've been given this room, given this space, but a 4th man is making his way over thanks to that Banana take on Flames. Might not even be a requirement. ZywOo, oh, stat pad round.
Not again.
Up against the rifles, he nails 3. And that should already be enough for Vitality to have a comfortable lead here. Not even needed was that 2K from Rops, but it just puts a nice bow on the round.
Just looks on rails, just having re-peaks into multi-kills here for Vitality. Barely any util, barely any fireworks in these rounds. It's just DOA for Mongols. And now they have nothing. 2K a player. Score's about to get sweeter for Vitality as they look for double digits. How's he getting those 3Ks back-to-back in library?
I don't know. Oh, Mezzi's turn. Mezzi's turn indeed. As he takes to these mid-fights, now he's got ZywOo backing him up. They're just beating up on the Mongols. It's direct. It's in your face. They bring about the end of that round very, very quickly. If the Mongols were hoping to take that slow, have some time to talk about the coming rounds, they do not get given the chance.
Who's cracking jokes in there right now? Because Vitality is having a ball. Everyone giggling as Mongols try to get serious with a timeout. Just no stress for Vitality.
It's just such an impressive way of playing the game too, right? Like the one time the Mongols, think about this, the one time the Mongols tried to pressure the money, it led to their downfall, it cost them everything. Vitality, meanwhile, they're pushing you while you go for conversation in your eco rounds. You don't even get to talk to each other.
As he's running it.
More aggression from Mezzi all the way down mid. He didn't buy any util. This was the goal from the get-go, send him down. But he won't get out with anything.
Finally punished. You can't lose this round though, Mongols. There's no excuse. Messina, don't go too early. Oh dear, tries to chase that short player. The cover is there. The footsteps bait him in.
So now you know they're too strong in A. It's going to trigger reaction over here at the B site, but Flames never left. He's actually pulled his second player around with him. And the Mongols look like they're just going to play through this. Into the double stack, into the MP9. Flames once more at this B site, looking to ruin the Mongols' day.
Unreal. Mongols like cooling, they have the gap, they're taking it really, really fast, but that's super ugly.
Another round, by the way, that showcases why Vitality is so terrifying. The Mongols made that call as fast as they physically could from their positions. They beelined for the B site. Still Vitality beat them there on the rotate.
They just do the same thing. As soon as Vitality realize we've shown them 2A in a 3v4, let's immediately go 2B. They just know... They know exactly what Mongols are going to do before they do it. Flames blocks B in anticipation.
And you figure that would get a response out of Apex, knowing that he got there in time to beat the Mongols. That's like a great tactical own, essentially, right? They knew about the stack. They tried to dodge it. Apex still faster.
Come on, let's be...
And that's also the 3v5 from Vitality, starting in dire straits, losing Zywoo and Mezzi at the opener.
Can I just ask a question? Who the hell is going to beat this team? Does anybody know? Who's gonna win? Should we just give them the trophy? Name a contender. This is the contender?
You know, I guess this is like the big reason. Like with Falcons falling out, they were one of the teams that was supposed to challenge, and they didn't look in shape to challenge anyone. The other move obviously being Spirit with the Zwei signing. Shiro and Donk both having a phenomenal tournament, but yeah, the gap between 1 and then 2 and 3 and the rest of the Counter-Strike landscape is a chasm. It's massive. Vitality are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. 3-on-2 in this retake. The Mongols end up with a bomb plant. Can they survive? Because that's what this starts to feel like very, very quickly, a survival game. Yeah. And one that hates you, one that's stacked against you. Techno down in the pit. And the house always wins as Flames collects his dues. 5 chances for Vitality to close and be brisked away into those semi-finals.
Yeah, these seeding games for Mongols, again, not doing them any favors, but I can barely blame them. The poor guys just getting dealt a Vitality masterclass, even when they kind of throw away rounds in this map and give away the lead in the T side. This CT half has just been lights out ever since that saved eco force buy round on a streak.
Yeah. I mean, dude, technically, you made one error in this game, and your only error was hunting the 2 SMGs on the back of your conversions. And what did that do? It's cost you the entire match. That's how punishing this Vitality are.
I wouldn't say that's the only error Mongols have made. They've definitely like done some kind of aggressive rush rounds and, you know, thrown their chances out the window there, pushing apps a minute 40. But right now, they're just trying to see if anything can connect, and Vitality certainly are. Nice entry from Mizinho. Apex with an AWP. Excuse me, Zywoo didn't even want it. Apex trying to show the young gun how to do it. It's not going too well, though. Smoked off. Deep position for Senzu. Messi doesn't look like he's aware. But let's see if he checks this one. Not today.
All right, Apex. He's played alongside some of the best AWPing talents ever produced in this game in Zywoo, Kenny S. Let's see if Apex can channel that with the AWP. First shot lands. Apex gets the ball rolling on this retake. How much further can he go? Dead after the double, leaves it just on Zywoo.
The fact that we're considering a 3v3 retake on this B-bomb site shows how truly far gone this game is. It was not going to happen. Mizinho holds it down backside. 3 kills, wins the round for the Mongols. They do something. Better late than never. 4 rounds separate them. But Vitality just having a little bit of fun.
Show me Vitality's Oper. No, not that either.
No, I mean his Oper.
Oh, definitely not this one. Timeout. And a chance for Xtaz to weigh in.
Perfect. Is the Orpex coming back out, or?
Orpex? I don't know. I don't think so.
Probably for the best.
It could. That's where they're at with the money. It could, and it wouldn't necessarily wreck them in the next round either.
I just want the Scar, you know? Someone bring the auto sniper. This is a perfect game to do it. Underrated, some say.
Some being you.
Yeah.
Gross gun, horrible gun, no respect.
Exactly.
Dude, why would Vitality want to tarnish? If you could point to one point in time in this run where Vitality used the auto sniper, that nullifies every win they've ever had.
Oh, I think
ever.
you're right.
Retroactively,
I think you're
nullifies all of it.
Well, no comment.
Was it Nova who got really angry at teams using the auto?
It was like 3 autos, 2 orbs on like a.
And they lost the comeback. Was it on Mirage?
It was like 13-2 CT side comeback.
Yeah. Oh, that's
CSGO.
good.
I think it was
good.
Harvu.
That's a good memory. Yeah, this sounds right.
Yeah, I know. I've seen an auto used in the last round of a grand final a long time ago, and that got a few people angry, shall we say? Real ones remember the Fnatic auto sniper.
But of course, no, but the GOAT esports player,
true,
he was angry about the auto sniper for the same reason I would be.
What, because he's
just
the GOAT?
dishonorable.
Okay.
Just gross. And quite frankly, beneath Vitality.
True, but the Negev, Harry,
viable.
Viable. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Viable.
Absolutely viable.
And if anyone could do it, it would be Vitality. Here they are, ready at this B site for the hit.
Oh, he's through the smoke in the molly, and still Apex is aware.
Oh my god. The Mongols are sweating bullets right now. And Apex might have just finished them off with that double kill through the smoke. He's looking for even more. We'll get found out. Mazinho with a bit of revenge, delivered swiftly to Vitality's captain. A 2-on-3 in the post plant. Mezzi holding for this smoke push. Can't reel in Mazinho. Are they really going to find a way? In a round as unlikely as this one, Mazinho has given them a hope to hold on to. The nade falls short. Mazinho just looks away. 9-10. Pressure's on now. This 1v2 to try and keep the Mongols alive and in contention will not come through. Semi-finals secured for Vitality.
Nothing else expected from this team. They come in hot again to a new season, a new tournament. The victors of the major, the title holders of Cologne, look to lift the trophy again in the Cathedral. We knew they'd be in the playoffs. Now we know how deep they start. Semi-finals for Vitality. Mongols have to do it on the Friday afternoon, and we'll see if Vitality can go all the way once more. It does feel like this team is ready to do it.
Yeah, because here's the thing. There were still questions, right? You come off of a dominant season, the most dominant season we've ever seen. You win all but one event. These are very, very hard things to keep up for Vitality, but they've got the grit. They've got that winning mentality. There's still fire in this Vitality team. And coming off the break, all those worries have been laid to rest. They get to the playoffs, they get to the semis without dropping a single map in this run through Cologne. And so the sky truly is the limit for Vitality.
Yeah, it's true. They are no water boys, but it is definitely Vitality carrying all the cups around here. I've got the reigning champions in Cologne, the reigning champions in Katowice, and just about everywhere else we go. ZywOo, how did that feel today versus the Mongols?
Obviously feeling better. I mean, feeling good actually, because we just won 2-0 and I think we play actually really good. Especially Mirage, because last time on the major it was a bad memory for us. We got fucked, and now we play a good game. We are pretty confident, and yeah, actually feeling good. We have a good shape now.
Would you say that you guys were just on your tip-top form today, or was there a chance that the Mongols maybe could have played a little bit better? There was some questions around the idea that maybe hunting some weapons perhaps cost them some rounds.
I mean, it's tough to say. Obviously, we play our A game, I think, today. I think when we play like this, it's tough for the opponent to face us. So obviously, we play really good. And yeah, I don't know what happened for them, but it was maybe an unlucky day for them.
So look, lucky days, you just seem to have an unlimited amount of those, ZywOo. So tell me about going back into that Lanxess arena to defend your title.
I mean, I think it's feeling really great to come back to Lanxess arena, because it's such a good moment, such a memory inside of this. So obviously it's gonna be great to play there, to compete for the title again. So yeah, excited to be inside, to see all the fans. Golden Hornets are coming, so we are really excited for that. So yeah, see you there.
Why don't you tell them something? Why don't you get them fired up?
I mean, we know them. We know they're gonna push us. They're gonna support us until the end. So see you there, guys.
Thank you, Zaiwu.
Thank you.
Another win for Vitality, another one in the books for them, and a spot straight into the semi-final at IEM Cologne 2025. Not necessarily a big surprise, Josh, but the fact that they just keep on winning and winning and winning, even coming out of the player break, it's hard not to admire this team.
I think Trace was trying to ask Zaiwu a question there about the chasing guns. Man, round 14, like that was one of the biggest throws I've ever seen. It's Zaiwu and Rops trying to hold on to like a UMP and like an MP9 or something like that over on A with the bomb planted B, 5 versus 2, and the Mongols they go and try to hunt those guns and give up like what, 4 kills and an AK or something like that. It's just like mind-blowing. And then Zaiwu and Rops buy an M4 the next round, and those M4s just won them that round, and then ultimately it goes into the game. That was like the best chance for the Mongols to be able to actually beat Vitality on a map and maybe take it to a third, maybe even do it here on that third map. And they just let it, they fumbled it.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to be slightly disappointed in the Mongols. Mirage wasn't a great showing. I think Inferno, yeah, as you said, there were moments in this game where it could have been close. It was a very close scoreline at round 14, as you described right here. Round 15, obviously Vitality wins it. The Mongols have no money, and that was the end of this game. So again, another missed opportunity for the Mongols. They head into the quarterfinal, you know, with a loss now against Vitality. But overall, your feeling and your, I guess, first-hand impression of the Mongols coming out of the break, they're still a team to be in contention, I guess, for the trophy.
Yeah, I don't think anything really changes about them that we've seen all the rest of the year. You know, we've seen them constantly in these semifinals moments. They've, you know, been in this in the quarterfinals in situations like this where they've actually got over that hump of the first arena game. They made that progress. They make it to the semifinals, and then it depends on which team they face off against in the semifinals. If it's Vitality again, then it's unlucky for them, and if it's a different team, maybe they have a chance. But I mean, it's kind of just like a constant for them. They need to find a way to break through to that next, you know, they're at a resistance level. They need to break through it.
I feel that's a great way of summarizing what we just seen right here. Vitality are still the main favorites to win the entire thing, and the Mongols are still a contention, albeit they have to start in the quarterfinal. Now, behind me are 2 teams setting up for a big match right now. FaZe versus Na'Vi, and the catch for that game is that only one of them can make the playoff. The loser will be eliminated from IEM Cologne. They can pack their bags, they can go home, they can take the flight, whereas the winner will book a spot inside the Lanxess Arena. We're going on a short break, but once we're back, it's with the pre-game and the match between FaZe and Na'Vi.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashbang!
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
What the hell is this? Fuck. Oh my god, Jesus Lord. Okay, rookie.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Draw a square, bro.
Square? Big one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bottom right, there's a box. Draw how big you want.
Okay.
Yeah. A bit to the left of it.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom. Make sure there's a gap, but there's a smaller box.
So there's a gap between the other box, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Then from bottom left, go a little bit like a diagonal, and then draw another box.
Okay.
Top left, and go a bit to the right, and draw another box.
But not all the way from the corner, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck. Draw a square, but like kind of circular. Like a circle, but a square. I don't know what to explain.
I don't know what you mean by that, so let's just make it like this. Let's just make it round.
Okay, so
this is
you can guess now?
Oh yeah, it's Inferno B bump side.
Holy shit!
Okay guys, this is Inferno B bump side.
Oh shit, how do I explain this? Draw a square, not a big one, but like a bottom left, and then go a bit above bottom left. Then draw 2 boxes top left of the small square.
Top left of the...
Yeah, next to each other, 2 boxes. Then top right as well. 1 bigger box, 1 smaller.
Or is it dust to A side?
No.
I don't know what I'm cooking, but okay.
Draw inside the square 2 boxes as well.
What?
The small circle you drew, or not circle, the square, you're supposed to put the boxes inside the square. And then top right 2 boxes, 1 big, 1 small.
Okay, fuck it, let's just do it like this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then go from the small square just up and put another big square. Then leave a gap and go to the right of it and draw another small square.
Is it Mirage B side?
Just make another guess.
Well, this shit could be anything, bro. I don't know. I say B bomb side Mirage.
No.
Then A side B, A side.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Jesus Lord. I'll tell you right now, this has nothing to do with the
don't
boxes.
show me, I can fucking almost see.
So, you're gonna start with a straight line.
Yeah, up or down, or sideways, or... It's going...
Yeah, it's that way, yeah, it's that way. Not in the middle, start from the left, not in the middle fully. Stop. Okay, that's fine. You're gonna go from the left side, you're gonna draw another line, but it's not gonna go straight down, okay? It's gonna be tilted.
Like this?
Yes, exactly, but no, you need to start from your line.
This line?
Yes, exactly. You start from that line,
and
just down, downwards, just a little line. Stop. Now you do the same from the other side, but make it smaller. Make them both smaller. It's too long. Okay, make a little line that goes, what now? Is it the horizontal now?
Yeah, down.
Yes, downwards, just a little one.
Just go straight down?
Yes, straight down, small one. Yeah, that's good enough. Now you go left side.
Making FaZe logo?
Hey there.
It's not a map?
No.
Why was I drawing maps?
I don't know, man.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
If you're still watching, you've done a good job. You've done a very good job, because what's about to happen now is a banger of a matchup. Yes, I know that these 2 teams you're watching on the screen, one being Na'Vi, the other going to be FaZe Clan, are maybe not at the same caliber as they used to be, but still powerhouses when it comes to Counter-Strike. Na'Vi walking into the studio, setting up, getting ready. Same could be said for FaZe. We caught up with Neo to hear what the expectation for this game is.
We will see. And we will see exactly that here very soon. FaZe versus Na'Vi. Now, this is a big one. A lot on the line here. Winner to the Lanxess in the quarterfinals. Loser is eliminated. I've got Neo. Talk to me about what's going on today.
It's a 2 games day, pretty long one. We won our first game, so happy to be here. But still important game in front of us, and not against an easy opponent. It's never easy, I guess, but yeah, time for a revenge.
Let's take a look at that game, or talk about it rather, earlier with Aurora. You guys fighting through the lower bracket like FaZe like to do, and it seems like you guys enjoy playing extra matches at events. Is that what's happened?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I enjoy taking the long route, but that's usually how it happens. I mean, we've played pretty good games the last 2 games, so hopefully we're gonna keep doing the same, and we're gonna be consistent like that.
How are you guys gonna rebuild from losing that 1 round to Mirage? just the other day. I mean, it was a very close 13 sort of score line, but how did it happen?
I think we threw it. It was 4-on-2, and the guys went a little bit too hungry, and yeah, instead of making it 12-0, they lost it. But it's still fine, you know.
Seems like the job will be done there. Hey, did the game with Na'Vi playing versus Amals yesterday factor into the minimal prep time that you guys had coming into today's matchup? And if so, what did the footage say about your ops?
What did sorry? Could you?
Footage say about your opponents?
Opponents? Footage? I mean, we don't have much info about them. They have a new lineup. It seems like they've changed a little bit. They've been banning this too. Maybe they didn't have enough time to play everything they wanted to. Now DeVito looked a little bit different. There's a lot of options always, and we'll see. We believe our first game against them didn't go like we could have won this one, and if we play our A game like we played the last two games, the score might look a little bit different.
Is it easier in hindsight to look back on the teams you've already played against and say, okay, well, here's what we could have done, here's what we will do different? How do you go about preparing against the same team again?
It's always easy to say after it happened what we should have done. While it happens, you're not always in the same place like you would be afterwards. So there's stuff we would have done differently, and hopefully we're not going to make the same mistakes from the last time. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Neo.
Thank you.
I think Neo is onto something when he's saying that we have seen somewhat of an A game coming out of FaZe ever since the loss versus Na'Vi. I know that was Na'Vi beating them badly on Nuke, third deciding map, but they were able to take down Liquid 2-0. They were able to take down Aurora 2-0. They've been looking great so far here.
I think they worked on a lot more things over the player break that they're not really leading on about yet. I do see all the changes that it comes down to how they're approaching some of the pistol rounds, how they're approaching their eco round strats, the way that they're managing their economy. Everything about it looks so much better for the actual foundation elements of it. It's almost like they had cracks in the foundation, and instead of like redoing the entire foundation, they've just kind of like sealed the cracks a little bit so they look a little bit better that they can build upon. And I think the results that they've shown so far have been kind of reflecting that.
Last time we saw Ancient, we saw Mirage, and we saw Nuke as a third deciding map. Do you think that's going to change much this time around, or is it going to be a similar map pool?
It's going to be interesting. I think Neo was trying to suggest that the map pool is a little bit different from the Ancient pick going in the favor of FaZe and the Mirage going for well, okay, that's the same. But Na'Vi decide that they're going to go for Inferno instead of Mirage again. So that's a little bit of a curveball. Mirage being saved for the deciding map, and Inferno also being kind of like one of those 50-50. So maybe they see something on it that FaZe is weak on. I'm not entirely sure.
In all honesty, I feel like that puts FaZe in a better position because they're now able to remove Nuke and then force a third map to be Mirage. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, that's not bad for FaZe at all. I do wonder what's going on in the side. Like, Na'Vi needs to know that, okay, FaZe is probably going to pick this Ancient, so what are they going to do to adjust? Because it is the map that FaZe looked the most comfortable on. I think it was one of the first maps that they played here, and starting from stage 1 as well. And it looks like that is where they made the most changes on their both T and CT sides in terms of just the grouping is great.
I'm not gonna lie, I have been hella excited to watch this game unfold. Only one team can make it to the playoff. Only one team can book a spot in the Lanxess arena. The other one will go home. Na'Vi taking on FaZe Clan. Let's get it on.
Yes, a rematch here for quarterfinals or bust between FaZe and Na'Vi. Last time we had this series go down, it ended with a Na'Vi victory, a hard-fought one after Ancient fell in favor of FaZe. It's no wonder that this is our first map up. FaZe Clan hoping they can replicate that success from their opening of Stage 2 at Cologne. Vito's gone down a little bit differently this time. Nuke not in the picture. We have Inferno coming out a little earlier from Na'Vi. But here to open up Ancient. It's aggression around this main push. Ema trying to thread the needle, only going to get out with one. As Rain and Frozen deal with that double A main play out of Na'Vi.
Nice clear for FaZe, even after they hear those Julies rattle off. It might have to cancel here. They've been blocked by a smoke in their face. And despite FaZe laying down a full execute into this bomb site, Na'Vi have the control. They go back to Donut, scared of a lurker. But it's instead going to be the full FaZe team regrouping for this B bomb site. Certainly nice. They have bits and pieces still left to play with. Molly, Flash, Bit trying to get in position in time. And Na'Vi can flank this one from the heaven. They're just uncertain.
Up through ramp, Bit hears this and plays early. Gonna knock Rain out as he was on his route to go plant that bomb. Brokey instead tries to plug in the numbers with Elige, providing cover, and he will. Scale one back onto Bit, allowing you to ease into this 2v2 post plant a little. The one guy who never got too comfortable here is Brokey. You're hoping Elige can stop them from crossing, allowing Brokey to play a little bit later, swing out on Elige's contact. Nade rains in. Brokey with a peek. They know where both players are, but does that make it any easier for Na'Vi? No, it won't. Brokey and Elige tee up a 2-on-3 for FaZe Clan. And that's how Ancient opens.
Absolutely need a good game out of Elige today if FaZe are going to win this one, right? He has had high highs, he has had low lows. It's been uncertainty on this FaZe team. Brokey coming back, he's definitely looked rejuvenated, had clutches, had big moments. Swings and misses, but even bigger hits, especially in that game against Na'Vi on Ancient. Even that one, Harry, they barely won.
Yeah, and it was, you know, Brokey's fall off towards the end of that series that felt very, very notable. He came out storming the board in the opening map, and in that second one on Ancient, looking really, really good versus Na'Vi. He topped the charts for FaZe Clan. It was by the time Nuke rolled around, he ended up bottom of the board for his team. And so his absence was felt. It ended up being the most dominant map against FaZe. So no room for a slow start on Brokey this time around.
Oh. Little pistol whip for the new Na'Vi edition. But FaZe meanwhile are going for this A attack. Karrigan goes back to clear Ema, who will hold strong, getting an upgrade as well, setting them up for a retake without a kit.
Oh, that's a crazy shot for Wonderful. And he's not content with just the first. Frozen still offering a fight up here. The Wonderful Deeg's already claimed one from the ranks. Frozen will have his work cut out for him and can't convert on both. It's left it to Rain. Set up back in main, and the distance getting closed by Na'Vi. They get on this bomb with players to cover. Rain's time to swing out and stop this is fast expiring. Trying to take these fights on the two players. Watching over that defuse, he can't pick up the 1-on-3. And so, on the back of this force, Na'Vi go against the grain. They've upset the early stage of this game. It starts with Karrigan's death out on a limb in middle. And it ends with this post plant just systematically picked apart from Temple.
Yeah, great distraction for Bit going wide on both sides of the box. Rain can't really get a clean kill. He can't risk peeking that bomb and dying early. 10-second stick comes in for Na'Vi, covered by their stars. And so FaZe are broke early. Couple of forced rifles. They've just got a stew in it right now. Na'Vi sit triple B as well. They were showing a tendency in that last match to not be climbing heaven an awful lot. Reinforcing their bomb site. FaZe can't break in. Oh. Oh, a lazy clear. Pistols can't trade him. Emo just mows them down. And Elige's solo AK retrieved by a flawless round from Na'Vi.
Even seeing Ema there shows Karrigan and the rest of FaZe that they were red and that they did go right into that stack. Wouldn't surprise me if we see them look for more success over towards this B site. If you do remember from that ancient game at the start of the tournament when these two teams went head-to-head, that A-hold of Ima and Makazi playing off of one another felt stellar.
FaZe stalling it out. Trying to get comfortable. No one's talking on these cams.
I mean, unsurprisingly, Kerrigan saying something. But not expecting a whole lot here with just the Glocks.
Chill.
Surprising amount of damage done onto Bit, but he's not in danger. He doesn't have to hang around and fight there. And he does have this cover from Alexi B.
Clean enough for Na'Vi, no stress. 3-1. And now the game's got to get going for FaZe. They're doing it on hard mode after losing to the Force Buy.
I just nearly sat down with that chair behind me. That would have been a disaster.
Classic.
Very glad I didn't bring that to the stream. FaZe with a leap of faith of their own. Come through with this rifle by. Had a bit of time to talk things over in that eco round prior. So let's see what they've cooked up. Heavy util into mid. Rain and Alige will get the space. It's more reserved this time for Na'Vi on this mid control. And so FaZe get the space. In this moment too, Kerrigan not with the pack, so he's very reliant on his teammates knowing exactly when and how they want to go and react off of this mid control. Might have an overarching idea of how he wants the round to play out, but doesn't have eyes on. Rain. That's one hell of a kill to pick up. Goes back and secures this route in through Donut. They might lose Kerrigan, but they've gained space out on A.
Oh, the lineup for Ima appears, but Rain runs through his bullets. A hailstorm on this A site. That's Rain a double entry, and FaZe plant their feet in the post plant. Alexi's going to flash his teammate back in, try and give this a go. They've got nades to ease the load, but a smoke would go so much further. Wonderful opts not to do it. Molly goes out, his teammate falls in the meantime, and Wonderful double peeked, almost converts the spray. Brokey shuts the round down, and FaZe do it for a second. A very hard-earned round, but a round nonetheless.
Very early timeout used. Just 6 rounds into play, Na'Vi already looking to collect themselves here.
It's just a mad game to consider one of these teams will not be in the playoffs. Two teams with newer looks, one more recent than the other. And still Na'Vi with a lot of history in Cologne, also a lot to prove. A team whose core was in that grand final last year, but have made vast changes to look to cement themselves at the top of Counter-Strike stature. Can this new addition be the difference maker? Finding a lead early and middle. Na'Vi back out. FaZe come from cave side and Rain gets his entry, allowing a bit of space towards B. Space that Na'Vi want to make up for, rotating Ima back to spawn. He had a great map yesterday. Can he channel that again? Rain, prolific on these wall bangs, but doesn't want to announce his B presence as FaZe scoot up ramp together. Block is perfect. Oh, Carrigan could catch him. Undecided on the position. Carrigan with the hard clear.
Oh, even ready for Wonderful, but can't land the follow-up. Just a one and done for Carrigan, but it's given info across for Brokey, and he manages to get away from Ema. Frozen's not so lucky, but a bomb plant open. Brokey in this clutch. The molly to force him wide and already make him feel very uncomfortable. Limited in terms of the positions Brokey could look to flee to. And with cave confirmed to be empty, there's really only one spot left. Back of the sight swing is held. Both players' eyes fixed on Brokey's position.
Yeah, it felt like there was nowhere to go, right? He could have maybe crossed ramp in the downtime, but they know they've got to clear the bomb site out first. Brokey's caved in. Makazi, big double. Opener and closer of the round there. Ema's rotation on this B-bomb site proving once again to be the make for Na'Vi. FaZe worse for wear. Pistols and armor, bit of a fake coming out from Carrigan. Going to get set up with a lot of grenades, but it looks like FaZe want to pop middle in the mid-round, try and meet up with him. When Isa dictated to go towards this A-bomb site, FaZe take the open runway. They're going through that.
I'm worried that smoke block sells Na'Vi a bit of a lie. I don't think FaZe are going to be in the business of respecting this. They're in a very powerful position, ready to pounce out into the A site. Makazi and Wonderful.
This is scary.
Have to keep their heads screwed on, because this is about to get very overwhelming. First shot from Wonderful misses. Here's Makazi to pick up the slack. They will lose Wonderful on that Carrigan push, but it's the only kill found in the round, and that leaves Carrigan alone with this scavenged AWP. Gonna roll back the years on this one as Carrigan getting charged at. They won't give him the respect in that 4v1.
4 kills from Makazi as well to clean up that eco. Very scary round when Wonderful lets that player cross in.
And I mean, you know, we've come into this Cologne with a number of rosters making their debuts, their first times, especially at a LAN this big. And so there's a lot of attention to be paid to players like Makazi. And when we saw him on day one in that FaZe Clan game, he looked really, really good. But that ended up being his best series of the tournament, kind of slipping off in the next couple. This is where the pressure's on. Seeing Makazi taken to this situation and thriving right now, top of the board for Na'Vi, is a very promising sign. Because right now he's kind of fitting the bill as a bit of an X factor. If he's switched on today, and if he delivers, unlike what he has in these last 2 series played by Na'Vi, that is going to be a huge helping hand.
Yeah, especially when, you know, the narrative coming in was him v Kyosuke in a way, and how we always said him and Na'Vi Jr. actually outmatched Spirit Academy in multiple head-to-heads. Well, if that kept up and he got his chance to play in the arena, whereas Falcons go home, that would be another tick in the book for Makazi. Rising high early in his career. And right now, things are going well for Na'Vi. Not living and dying on the mid-fight. Able to give it up in many of these rounds.
Guys, it's time. We need to step up, start being confident in the moves we do.
Yeah, I even think FaZe slowing down in that, you know, 5v5 donut control was surprising. I thought they would just go through with the real estate. Instead, this round they pop into middle, they meet their maker, AWP and a rifle, bear down upon FaZe. Confidence shattering start to this gun round.
Promising for Rain. And look at the rotation that's drawn out of Na'Vi. That one kill brings the whole defense kind of shuffling one spot to the right on the minimap. They trade out positions to get a second man over to B. IEM will be here in time.
No resmoke, it's faded. Molly will have to do. And it does nothing. Missed Molly.
I mean, IEM getting his hands on this AK is proven to be a very big problem for FaZe Clan. He's had tremendous impact from the moment that rifle's come out for him.
Just poor Molly placement. It doesn't spread to his position. He's able to get 2 kills from it. It's just little detail, but look how much it kills FaZe.
And, you know, spending this time focusing on Na'Vi with them being in the lead, taking a look at FaZe, this is looking like a very different team to the FaZe Clan we've seen in the rest of these games at Cologne. We've been crediting them for their aggression, thriving in the chaos, how seamless the communication has to be for that to happen, this exchange and flow of ideas. It's something that Carrigan's talked about a lot as a leader in this team. But that's not the FaZe we're getting. This is far more tempered. It's feeling a little nervous and jittery. They haven't come through with these like stylish mid-round adaptations. And whenever they have, it's always felt a little too slow to actually get ahead of Na'Vi. The problems are running very deep for FaZe Clan right now, and this is their pick in the series. This is where they got their win last time these teams faced off. On this B-pop, they get destroyed. Not even a kill found. Precision from Bit.
Dude, that was clean, clinical for Bit. One player gets past him, he goes back around the pillar and taps out 2. Simple stuff on this B-bomb site, despite well-placed flash from FaZe. Na'Vi not slowing down on this CT side. 7 rounds. And likely more. FaZe have not found a reliable way in. They won the pistol, they lost to the Force. We've seen 1 gun round since that point. Is there more in the tank? Rain's been reliable in this position.
Yeah, I think that's the part that's hurt the most, is Rain up here in Cave has been that one reliable piece. And now to open up this round, Na'Vi come through with something purely to disrupt Rain. It ends up with the rest of FaZe getting abolished on that push out through mid.
It's a perfect read for Na'Vi, because the one thing FaZe have been doing to great success and simply is just getting heaven control, popping laid out middle. And that's because Na'Vi haven't fought for mid. They've been playing in the bomb sites. They've been playing IEM very hot on the rotation. Sometimes Makazi alone in middle. But that round, FaZe go back to what's worked, and Na'Vi throw the book at them. Alexi flash rushing Cave, gets a double. Team in middle, fighting elbow. No one blind. No problem for Na'Vi. This might be an absolute melter of a half. Not a nice taste left in FaZe's mouth. Pistols put down low.
And the first time we covered this game, we spent a lot of time dedicated to talking about the stylistic differences between these teams, right? How FaZe are a feeling-based squad. They like the mid-round adaptation. Carrigan kind of thrives in that environment. Na'Vi, they are a system team. And when you feed the system more info and it has more to go on, it gets scarier. They lost this game the first time these squads matched up by 1 round. It was 13-11 to FaZe Clan. It was already very thin margins. Well, it seems like Na'Vi have gone over the tape. They've studied what FaZe like to do here. And look at the results. 9-2, a chance at a double-digit half for Na'Vi.
It just does feel a bit lifeless for FaZe at times. No individuals here to bail them out. Even the calls just get kind of caught when you're starting so many rounds disadvantaged. That one eco where FaZe had a lot of space was held well by Na'Vi in the A-bomb site. And now FaZe, fear of this mid-control surely, as they get ripped away from it in 2 rounds. That is a missed elbow smoke. That potentially allows a Legion opener, but he won't overcommit. Alexi, a nightmare. Ever present.
What do you do now? The one guy who was kind of able to create space for you was Rain. And in these last few rounds, he's been on the receiving end of some orchestrated pushes out through Cave just to deal with him. Elige plays this final round of the half, never even getting to fire a bullet, dead to the nades in mid. 3-11, his scoreline on FaZe's pick at halftime.
He's had some trouble in the FaZe jersey. This map will maybe be one more of them. This should be a hard clear for Carrigan. Onto Alexi. That opens up a world here for FaZe. Into the B-bomb site. Ema, a lineup available. Carrigan moving quickly through. Takes matters into his own hands. Fighting desperately for a third round at the end of the half. Carrigan has put on a clinic. 3 kills.
You're relieved to see it. You're thankful that Carrigan's been able to do this, but you're left with this feeling it shouldn't have to be him. 3 kills from the captain of FaZe Clan. Required for this third. Ooh. There's a nice finish on it from Brokey, and that backstab from Frozen will come in. That Hail Mary push from Carrigan required for a 3-round half out of FaZe. It's not feeling like enough.
It looked like they can go on forever, and it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5.
Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
In this rematch for quarterfinals or the flight home, FaZe took to Creature Comforts. Ancient, their pick from when these teams matched up on the first day of Cologne. Off to a horrific start. Those Comforts leave FaZe sleeping at the wheel, never get going on the T side. They get rolled over by Na'Vi. Scraping by with just 3 rounds. It's not a lot to go off of here, and if there is any hope for FaZe, they have to win this pistol round.
Yeah, and they did last time. Didn't really help them on that conversion. Na'Vi coming confident, flexing their muscles up ramp. Smokes land at the feet of FaZe, and they don't know where to look. Late molly traps Karrigan in cave, but he's got the Julies at least to play with. Gets himself 1 kill. Ema on the upgrade, and Na'Vi looking to flood out into this B bomb site that's been conceded entirely. The smokes leave FaZe with no choice but to play retake.
This round represents your lifeline on your map pick. And so everything's got to go right. It's not an awful start, could have been cleaner, but oh, it's a little awkward. Rain's able to make amends. Well, the other two finish the job. Tap on the bomb. It's actually the stick here. Frozen staying on it. They're going to start to chase him down, and no hope for Frozen, no kit for FaZe. It's a robbery from Na'Vi.
I really like that for Na'Vi because they make it look like they're going up ramp with an instant smoke and with some posturing on ramp, and FaZe dump their util and panic as maybe they should. Na'Vi then slow it down, creep through the cave with a molly to box in Karrigan, and then they can commit with their smoke still up. Pistol on top of a perfect half. FaZe's desperate attempt to cling on in this game comes in the form of a force. But there's been no hero in this FaZe jersey. There's been no savior in this final match of the groups. Na'Vi planning to creep into the cathedral right before the doors close. It's a bit messy, but what it does do is get info here for Na'Vi. They just saw multiple players on that B bomb site, so Bit's sacrifice is not in vain. The rotation cut off. Ema with spawn control and the bomb planted. A worthy sacrifice for Na'Vi to win this round.
I mean, for Na'Vi, this is a very, very promising look for a team that last year were able to make it all the way into those finals here in Cologne. Then end up in a bit of a tailspin towards the end of the season. Na'Vi trailing off, forced to make changes. And it's a big man they removed. They get rid of JL, someone who was a bit of a talisman for this Na'Vi squad. Was a big part of their major win. Closer of the year. Top 5 rated player, he gets cut. They bring in Makazi. And so you want to feel like this change, you know, brought some energy and left Na'Vi in a position to still vie for those playoffs, for those trophies. That's why you made the change. Their goal with this roster, trying to get to these playoffs, and if they can get there convincingly, it's a great sign of the times. This boost up in mid, nets a kill for FaZe. Levels out this round. On a moment of ingenuity over the smoke, but will it come to matter? Brokey and Frozen both get swept aside, and Rain is living on borrowed time in the red room. Thank goodness he has that smoke to keep himself in the round.
Oof, barely. Oh.
Bit expected a bit more respect there. Rain just comes straight through. And so FaZe are in with a chance. It's Rain and Karrigan. And now just Karrigan locked in this 1v1. He delivered FaZe their third round of the half with a stellar series of entries. It's a clutch here in the 1v1. to deny map point to Na'Vi.
Yeah, it looked like Wonderful wanted to play aggressive, then decides, hey, I should just play it smarter, pull back Donut. But I think if he stays on this line, he's probably going to close it out. Carrigan has MP9. He gets close. Wonderful makes a step, gives it up. Nice play from Ray and Carrigan to actually make that round a reality. Had no business to do so. But it is but one step in a marathon here to make it back on their map.
I mean, not to mention, you just can't expect to beat Na'Vi with 3 of your high fragging, high power players missing. That's kind of the big issue right now. Elige still 3 kills to his name. He's been stuck there for a long time. Oh. Frozen, barely recovered, bad to worse for Elige as the smoke spam connects.
Yeah.
Right now, this whole game is Carrigan and Rain trying to win rounds for FaZe.
It's just crazy. Ima gets the shot through the smoke, and then he keeps spamming so Makazi can go through, and Rain just walks in, not aware a player's gone deeper. Heads up move for Makazi. He's got this point of rotation. Severed. FaZe are gushing blood. Gone from the A site, Frozen headshot. This young talent looking really, really strong right now. And that brief window of opportunity closed, slammed shut in FaZe's face, as this is 12 for Na'Vi.
I mean, you've hit like the point in the game where it's getting so one-sided and so brutal that you actually have like sympathy for Elige with how these rounds have gone. But, you know, that's one of the best talents NA ever produced. Finally, you know, linked up with this FaZe Clan squad after spending his whole career in Team Liquid. It was a move mirroring the likes of Twists, who went on to win a major with this FaZe Clan team. And when he finally made the roster move, you were excited. You were looking forward to it. Throughout his whole career, he'd kind of wanted to see what Elige could do in the international environment. And FaZe felt like the perfect place for him. But here, in a must-win match at Cologne, 3-15. On one of FaZe's stars.
Na'Vi don't look to slow down. They want to stomp FaZe out while they can. Walking through the cave, clearing their corners. Entry comes from the captain, Alexi. One more man stuck in the site, stuck between fire and flame. He gets spammed through the smoke. And this is how it goes on a repeat matchup. On a game, FaZe won 13-11 in the first of the group stage. They meet their maker. Na'Vi, domination along the whole map. Never a shot. And they sit one map away from those playoffs.
And here's the thing, if you're going to have a slow start, Na'Vi will take that in their stride. The decision to replay them on Ancient hurts for FaZe Clan as Na'Vi evolve. They get better and they dominate this opening map, stealing FaZe's pick away. It's the Na'Vi curveball up next. They were the ones to change the veto. They're the ones gunning for that last quarterfinal placing. For FaZe, this failure to launch on 3 of their stars has to be course corrected now, or else there is no recovering this.
No, banana. Banana. No, flashing Fico. Flashing Fico.
Careful, Fico.
Boom.
Planting.
Red. Rocky.
Red and up.
Flashing Fico again. Flashing Fico.
I'm just staying side.
I'm on the spear again. One
Yes,
Xbox.
you can hide Xbox. Holding donut. One CT. One step CT. Still stepping CT. Peeking Fico.
Flash for him.
Both CT. Fico, both CT, both Fico.
I'm ready to pick them.
Fighting out, both.
Right.
One.
That's fast.
One of me.
CT.
Again,
Nice.
Wait,
Pressure, only pressure B.
Mid. Bomb to time to go B.
Cheetah one.
And bomb time to go heaven.
Only B1. Only one. Only one gadget.
Get fake. I saw bomb.
Okay.
I'm with you, whatever. Yes. I can check him.
No, it's smoke. Can you hold Cheetah for me?
After smoke, yes.
Don't see me, guys. The Brox, drop something on B. It must be B.
Valère, I'm full aiming Cheetah. Popping ramp. 2 ramp. One more ramp, Valère.
I flash behind Brox.
Same guy as Cheetah.
Don't chill, guys.
Ramp blast.
Nice,
I
have one. Okay, nice, Misha, good job.
Not out mid.
Call it.
Flashes.
Go flash.
Flashing.
Flashing. Hunter. That Hunter.
Nice. One more heaven. Maybe Cheetah. No heaven. Heaven.
Mid.
Hunter out.
Nice, boys.
Na'Vi making minced meat out of FaZe Clan on Ancient in a game I thought was going to be much closer, in a game that I thought was going to be competitive. There was only one team on the server, and that was in fact Na'Vi. Still, I just want to open up this segment by telling you a stat that I find disturbing. Na'Vi won 15 out of 17 opening duels in this game.
That is disturbing for some.
For me? For you?
For you? Yeah, I mean, that's not disturbing to me. That sounds like a pretty good job from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Well done, well played. Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi were in control of a lot of situations in that game, and I think it started with round 2, kind of how they won against the buy from FaZe Clan, right? FaZe win pistol. They go into round 2. I think there's a situation there where Kerrigan at middle, he's thinking about the bigger picture. Oh, I got to stay alive. But I think he had the right intentions and did the wrong execution of it. And from that moment, it seemed like FaZe started to kind of come apart at the seams from that round going into like the following big rounds. I think Na'Vi was always able to stay one step ahead of FaZe Clan, or FaZe Clan did one small like misstep that kind of like they just tumbled down the stairs afterwards.
There's no doubt that FaZe didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike, but I think we got to give it to Na'Vi for playing at an incredible high level. And I think we also owe it to the viewers to showcase that. So Josh, you came in prepared here with round 6.
Yeah, so basically we're going to see something that's kind of standard from both teams coming out on round 6, which is going to be an opening on middle. What we're going to see is FaZe Clan trying to get out middle. We're going to see Na'Vi responding by running down the opposite direction as well at the same time. And what's going to end up happening here is, as I rewind it, it's just a basic opening fight. But it's what happens after this that I want to really point out. So we're watching this mid fight happening. We're seeing a kill go in the favor of Na'Vi, but then we're seeing Rain get that trade. Now, what I want to pay attention to is this. Well, that's not it.
You'll get there.
I'll get there.
There you go.
I'm going to fast forward back. What's going to happen is it's the rotation that I want to pay attention to, right? So what we're going to be looking at is how this response comes in. Mikazi's going to get all the way pushed into A main. He knows right now that FaZe, they're down middle, and Rain showed himself towards cave. What that means is there's probably nobody in A main. So he's going to go and do that. And while he's doing that, we're going to see the rotation from everyone else. It's going to be Emma. They're going to stack up on B, and then the way that they play out the round from there is beautiful. So FaZe, they're actually playing this round out properly. They're grouping. They understand what's going on in the map. They want to group towards B. They understand what was happening with the mid fight and everything like that. They got the kill on cave. They know that there's pressure, and they know that Na'Vi is probably going to do something aggressive in response to this. So as they're grouping up here, everything is kind of looking normal.
That's dirty, isn't it? Look at the minimap right there. Look at all the players situated towards one area of the map. You said it. They read it. They read it completely. Do you think that's preparation coming in from Akashi or for Blade, or do you think that's by coincidence?
It could be preparation. They could see like, oh, when FaZe does this, they don't have anybody lurking A main. But this is also like a really common opening for the T's. If they have someone on B and they're sending people out middle, and they also have people throwing nades over middle, usually nobody's in A main. So once he takes that space, it's easy, clear as day. But the problem is FaZe could be walking out middle. They could be taking all this space. So right now, Na'Vi, they say, okay, well, we know Rain's here. We want to deal with him before anything else happens. And they have enough bodies towards B to be able to go and clear and figure out what's happening next. So that's exactly what happens. We're going to see Rain, okay, he's going to get back into cave. His teammates are grouped towards B. Here comes the reclear from Na'Vi, and then they get that kill, and they're going to reset a little bit, and Makazi's still over. He's got all this A space, and everything from this moment on is such a struggle for FaZe. It actually comes down into a really close situation here where Na'Vi end up winning in a 2 versus 1 against Brokey, but I like how Na'Vi is staying one step ahead of FaZe and getting that A main space, then having the players towards B go and reclear together because that's where they have the most bodies, and then they can clear out Rain, figure out what's happening next. And that's kind of the story of the whole game.
I absolutely love this clip, Josh. I'm not gonna lie. What you showed right here is proactive, forward-thinking Counter-Strike. Always someone moving, always a second layer behind it, right? When Makazi is pushing in, there's an idea behind the madness. When they're pushing in towards cave, there's a follow-up. You know, it's not something that one player is doing, trying to catch someone off guard or trying to catch his luck. There's always a follow-up from Na'Vi coming into this one. So I gotta credit it to Alexi B, I gotta credit it to Blade. They came in well prepared and absolutely manhandled FaZe on Ancient. Now moving into the second map, do you think that's going to be the case as well? Or do you think FaZe have shown us enough throughout this tournament that they should be able to bounce back?
There were a few moments there from FaZe where they had the right idea. The execution of it kind of fumbled a little bit. So like if I stay on one more round on Ancient, like round 8, there was a situation where they wanted to fake A to pull a rotate and then walk out middle, FaZe on their T side. And then what they did though is they didn't let the smokes land. We heard it in the clip when we heard the listen in that the smokes didn't even land yet. There was no like pressure from Na'Vi saying, oh, it's A, for them to move from the positions, and they actually knocked down FaZe for that. I think if FaZe tighten up the way they execute through these situations, or at least like stay a little bit more composed, then I think then the plans that they have look pretty good. It's just that they're coming apart at the seams as a result of that. So if they hang in the game on Inferno, don't freak out about anything and brush this off, realize that their game plan is good, and it's just these small moments that added up. I mean, every time they went around, they would lose the next, constant like Tech 9 armor buys throughout that entire half, and it all stemmed from that second round.
The cool thing about Counter-Strike is there's always another layer. You can always, you know, scratch the onion or peel the onion, so to speak, and you'll find another layer and another layer and another layer. But when you're losing opening duels 15 to 17, right, there's no way you have any chance of winning the map. So if I'm FaZe right now, I'm focusing first and foremost on not losing on the opening duels, making sure that your rifling powers in, we haven't even spoken about them, in Elise, in Frozen, gotta match the output of Bit and Imma. We saw Bit and Imma having a fantastic showing here in Ancient. So in terms of Counter-Strike and all these different, I guess, dimensions you're talking about, you know, game plan, preparation, rotations, etc., that is all being applied if you have the individual prowess to show up in the first place and take those duels. So I guess that's where FaZe is gonna start now.
I think the stat of just looking at the opening duels is kind of... it doesn't paint the full picture, because if you get like an op opening duel long range, or a rifle gets the kill and then runs away and then kind of the round resets after that, I think that's one thing. But a lot of the kills, especially on Ancient openings, is a lot of this back and forth where it's like you'll get this opening kill, but then it's immediately traded, or there's a trade that's happening somewhere else in the map like 2 seconds later. So even though Na'Vi gets more of the opening kills, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was just like a 5 versus 4 every single round after that. But Inferno is like another one of those rounds where that same type of thing could happen, right? Like whoever's on T side could get that opening kill on Banana, but the CT responds with 2. So we just need to look at how that's kind of developing and what the big kind of story is being told behind just the, what's going on.
Of course, I buy that argument, but then again, when you're losing, you know, 15 out of 17, there's probably a trend to be looked into right here. I also agree with Inferno. That is a map where there's going to be an awful lot of trading. We know about the banana control, the banana fights. We also see Na'Vi from time to time. I think that's one of the teams that love to take mid control and then play out the round from there. So heading into the second map, it is Na'Vi's map pick as well. Do you think that's it for FaZe? Like, are they not on par to beat Na'Vi? They weren't first time around a couple of days ago. It doesn't seem like they are tonight. Is that it?
I'm not entirely sure what to expect from this stuff, because I mean, both teams, we haven't really seen a whole lot of coming out of the player break. We saw good improvements from FaZe, but I mean, when we look at this last map of Ancient, it looked like it was, you know, falling a little bit flat, but they are a team that they can come back, and Inferno has always kind of been in their map pool for a long time, so it's going to be one of those 50-50 matchups, I think. Inferno always is, I think.
I hope you're right. I hope we get a 50-50 matchup, because I want a competitive game. I want a competitive series. I want two teams duking it out for the last spot at the playoff here at IEM Cologne. As said, only one team can make it. Only one team can go into the arena and fight for the trophy. The other one will have to go home. Right now, FaZe got everything to play for. If they want to extend the series, they have to beat Na'Vi on Inferno. Otherwise, it's game over. We'll be right back with you after the break.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
The importance of fundamentals in the modern meta cannot be overstated.
He makes Halo sound animated. I know. I miss Victor.
Especially given the meticulous nature of map control protocols.
Wait, I can't stop yawning. Alright, wrap it up, little man.
This is important material.
Bro, look what you've done to my boys. We have a game in 30. Hold on, I know what we need.
Yo, Nema. What's up?
Is that Victor? Bro, I've never been so happy to hear your voice. We have a game in 30 and I need some of your magic. I'm putting you on speaker, okay?
Let's do it, brother. Alright, boys. First round is the pistol. You're gonna need to win that.
Easy.
Shit's gonna get tense. So I need you to breathe and relax.
That's more like it.
Because you're gonna need to win some rounds to win. And then you'll be good.
He's right. He is right.
Win by rounds. Don't lose ecos. And boys, listen. The most important thing in Counter-Strike. Play your own game.
Yes! Let's go, guys. Let's go!
We are so back.
Are we?
Look at that smile. I've missed that smile, Justin. Apologies are in order.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I did overhear that.
Russell Twists Van Solken.
No, then we're cool, man. I meant.
Let's not forget Gigabot, Rasmus Hooksy Hoyland. He's gonna get what's coming to him.
No, bro, I thought you meant yourself.
Come again?
Justin's got to be done at tier 1, man.
It's gotta be Jova. It's over now.
The way G2 ended and the way that this one ended, it's over.
Mate, you're on FlyQuest.
The one person who had faith in me, and you betrayed me.
Come on, Justin. Mate, I was just having a laugh, mate. Jesus. Tough crowd. All right. Next. Now let me guess. Your mates betrayed you, and literally nobody has faith in you anymore.
Well, it's certainly not simple.
This better be the last one.
All right, as we arrive on Inferno, Na'Vi have a lot to look forward to. They might be awaiting playoffs in the Lanxess, quarterfinals or nothing on the line in this matchup. And FaZe, a failure to ever get going on their map pick. You take a look at the number of stars that we're missing. No one really stepping up for FaZe. It was Carrigan and Rain doing what they could. Frozen just had his 5th worst ever performance in the FaZe jersey on LAN. Elige just had his worst ever performance in the FaZe jersey on LAN. These two things cannot happen at the same time.
Oh, they can.
FaZe, they have to have gone away after that game and had a very uncomfortable conversation to try and get back in the picture.
Yeah, and I don't know how you do, because they just did, Harry. That's where the world we're in right now. FaZe seeing a map away from elimination here, falling short of a playoff appearance with Brokey back in the roster. They had to grind through that first stage, earn their spot here, take Na'Vi to 3 on day 1 of stage 2, and still, in the last day of play, they do it the FaZe way every single game, and it still might not be enough. This new Na'Vi squad is filling me with joy. This addition of Makazi has breathed new life into the roster, and we're seeing step-ups from a few pieces across this team. So Na'Vi sit within reach of those quarterfinals to see if they can do it on the big stage as well. An exciting head-to-head, a new map in this series as you've been setting up. It's Inferno coming through instead of Mirage. That's the 3rd. Nuke avoided. And this has even been a map that Na'Vi have been solid on throughout the year. Even in last season when they had ups and downs, they've been pretty reliable, especially when they're favorites in this one.
A very tall task ahead of FaZe, and one that might prove too much to overcome. Na'Vi sit a map away from the quarterfinals, and it's their pick of Inferno. They're going to start things off on the T side. Util for the captain, Alexi, and for the sniper in Wonderful. A 4-man stack from FaZe in top mid, playing around a crunch. There is a timer on this setup. You cannot hold this all round, and so eventually they might start making moves to try and piece together what Na'Vi are doing. The question becomes, will that happen before this B hit? As Na'Vi already have that util primed. There's the block from Frozen. This is what the nade is for on Alexi.
Nade, flash, both in tandem. Na'Vi comes storming into this bomb site, but they meet the pistols of Frozen with a double. Nothing comes easily. Bit making a move to flank this Ruins player. Carrigan's read it though, and comes back for the kill. Oh, goosh. But this should be too much for Wonderful in a 1v4. Cleans up his first kill, but so low on health. FaZe are all here.
And they're all looking on. You even have Rain ready to swing out from Banana. He doesn't have to go yet. And so Wonderful isolating these fights is going to feel impossible. You're going to go from fighting 1 to fighting 3 very, very quickly. Carrigan trying to pump everybody up. Seen him talk recently about, you know, there were shades to his leadership. He wasn't really liking seeing some of that frustration come out, trying to taper that back and bring more of an uplifting energy to the squad.
Issue is FaZe. I mean, they picked up first pistol last time. They got run over in the second early. At least this time they're going to get given the relief of the anti-eco. You'd like to think the 2 Deagles is relief. But nothing's safe right now with the game we just got out of Na'Vi on Ancient. Red hot individual form. Some strong T-side cooling. Never biting off more than they can chew.
Nice. Good stuff, Elige. Get him while you can. Already outdoing his performance from last map. Someone had to say it.
That is sadly true. All it took was 2 rounds.
Can't fight the facts.
No. Fought by though for Na'Vi. They don't wait long. late to take this banana control. FaZe dump so many nades. The HEs come in last second, and boy, do they kick up dust. Makazi on 1 health. Even a passing flashbang will finish him. Very lucky to even be a 5v5 right now. Makazi fearful in this corner.
Dude, he should be fearful of a whole lot. Even a stray nade falling in this position. I'm talking like a flashbang would be enough to find him. And so nervous is Makazi. Gonna walk back. Rejoin the rest of the gang. FaZe without a clear picture as to where this one's heading. They will siphon resources away from that triple B hold. Go and reinforce A, moving Carrigan back round. He's going to beat the util as well, playing ahead of it. It's the first. Rain takes it one step further, out through the apartments. Na'Vi gets shut down. Only Ema remains in the server.
Oh, he could have, maybe. Maybe he still can. Got to get that bomb. Got to go quick with a stick, but they've already wrapped around the long side, and he's being played with. Not to be. FaZe collapse upon the bomb site. Rain with 3 kills. Lovely reset on the long side to keep pressure on means Ema can never get in the bomb site to plant that package. FaZe 3-0 start. Solid victories in these rounds. It's going to be a lot harder of a map for Makazi to get away with things, right? He was a force to be reckoned with on mid, Ancient, both halves. But here, on a T side, as we've already seen, going to be running into that utility game in Banana, a very punishing position.
And not to mention, we talk about the pressures that come with this game, right? The all-or-nothing state of this matchup. It's one thing opening the series, map 1, anything could happen. Here, victory is within your grasp, but that can sometimes add more pressure than staring elimination dead in the face. Fast out towards long. Brokey's got a handle on this. Even able to stick the... Oh my god, it was Rain to get that one mid-air. Wonderful. How much more exciting can this round even get? Surely we're at a limit, and Elige will stop him in his tracks.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down. We're seeing FaZe get very pumped up, though. Starting to believe in this comeback now on a second map in the series, looking to reverse sweep. Can't be blamed for not expecting it with just how one-sided Ancient went, but FaZe coming in, swinging to this CT side. Another strong multi-kill in defense of this A-bomb site, this time from Brokey. And another full buy for Na'Vi.
Well, Makazi at least fares far better against the Banana util in this round. The retake nades in from FaZe. They'll feed Wonderful, who just gets put up on the boost in time. One more player in at the B site. It's Elige. But under the microscope all series long. Now the only hope of a B defense, and gets run through.
It's a great shot for Alexi. Elige just missing those timings on his peaks. Gets peeked into instead, and FaZe have to save. That's one way to break in for Na'Vi. Just a solid banana take. They don't rush it too much. Makazi gets in the logs. Re-mollies. Wonderful on the boost. And that's the key position, because as FaZe flash back in, you see Wonderful doesn't get blind. He has this little balcony in front of him to cover the flash completely. So 2 entry kills. And Na'Vi knew there was a third to be expected.
It's Na'Vi on the board, and their first step towards the quarterfinals. You see Alexi trying to lock everyone in, saying, let's go now. This is where he wants the streak to start. Relaying a lot of info off the top here is the captain and Na'Vi. Remembers just how hard FaZe are willing to fight in the last series between these two teams. And so he's keen to do good on this slow start from FaZe. Nades exchanged at Banana. It's about time Makazi came out the one doing the damage as opposed to receiving it.
Oh, FaZe love this double app setup with the AWP as well. How the hell did Na'Vi survive it? A missed shot for Brokey, and it goes worse. Elise tries to push it off Boiler, just gets headshot. Unable to initiate. The kill comes to him again. And Brokey break on the smoke. That's something at least, but Na'Vi have overwhelmed this bomb site, and Carrigan unable to defend. Might force the save for FaZe again. Na'Vi onto 2. Elige looking just a little lost at times. Gets into Boiler, but if he was the one to walk up those stairs and force the fight, he might have had players turned. They come to him. Having a really difficult go at things to start this second map as well.
Yeah, I just want to check the timing back on his like push into Boiler. Now, like, to a degree, he only gets there, right as they find that kill. But there's this moment where he hesitates. It's not even half a second, but you feel like it could have made all the difference, right? If he's one further step up that staircase, actually taking the fight, it could have even been a 2-for-1 trade on Rain in the apartments. And you don't want Elige to feel like he's lost the initiative. But after the drubbing he was dealt on map 1, I don't imagine confidence is at an all-time high. As we say, he's coming off the back of having his worst ever game in the FaZe jersey. And knowing the type of player Elige is, not one to mince words or look for excuses, he will be putting a big burden of that loss on himself. They still hold the lead, but for how long? Because thus far, Alexi's words, or he said to the rest of the gang after that first round win, this is where we go. This is where we pick it up. A ringing true. They can find this third round, they break FaZe's money, and then Na'Vi really start to take control over the game.
Heard Makazi offer his spawn in the warm or in the freeze time. Na'Vi make the most of it. Darting up B for that first entry kill. It looks like they want to commit here. Are they sure? FaZe now have 3 players in position, but the kills keep coming through. The break on that smoke gives Elige something. Jumping out, Ema 1 health. 2 on 3, it's a bit of an awkward position. They choose to give up the bomb site. Could that be their undoing? FaZe uncertain, Rain still back in pit. So if Na'Vi find a clean kill at this point in the round, the odds tip heavily in their favor. Low health is always going to feel like the issue though, but no HE on this side of the map, just Elige's Molotov. It's not in position to stop it. Cover is good.
Oh, you don't want to give this one over. A 3v2. A rarity for FaZe. They had the advantage for a moment. Ema still survives at 1 HP. And just his presence, just the threat of a second player, adds a lot of stress into this retake. Brokey needs a clean opening. There's the swing out. Can't get it past Bit. Rain now left scrambling in this 1v2. Can't set a foot right. Na'Vi. Every round is theirs. That's their 3rd in a row.
Dude, Bits just plays it to perfection. Ema doesn't even need to take a fight in that 2v3. Just by virtue of being alive, FaZe are scared. If they're playing that like a 1-on-3, Bit's going to get crunched, but they're so cautious about every position, about the back site, where the hell Ema's gotten to, whether he's even low, whether or not they even know. And Bit's able to just trade off his contact, find 3 kills in the round. Excellently played. Bits resurgence noted. 3 here. FaZe initiate, but Carrigan walks the corner. The run and gun shut down by Alexi B. And 4-on-2, looks like Na'Vi are back in business. No tricks for FaZe on the way out. Na'Vi even up the scoreline. 9 rounds away from the playoffs. And they just look so calm, laser focused. Calling from the front.
I mean, this is where this kind of curveball Inferno from Na'Vi, them being the ones to deny the mirror matchup rematch. Starts to hurt even more when you think about how one-sided Ancient was. Na'Vi not only did their homework, but I think they've done a fantastic job of giving themselves a leg up in the veto. Even in the world where there is this phase recovery, Mirage is the decider, is a home map for this Na'Vi squad.
Speeding up.
So at every turn, they felt a step ahead of FaZe Clan. Let's see if that can keep up and move them into the lead. Alige back at the site, feeling a lot of pressure, will bite down for a second. FaZe have let Na'Vi tie this game up. Do they let them take the lead? Makazi, as the new addition in the Na'Vi jersey, left to clutch. They know where he is, but he's letting some silence creep in here. And with that, there's more options for FaZe to consider. There's timings he could have hit, gaps he could have found. FaZe, as a result, shuffle around in the 2v1, and they will locate him. Putting a stop to Makaze's clutch and keeping the lead belonging to FaZe Clan.
I got very scared for Alige there for a moment because he's again in the round-winning position where he has to get that 3rd kill on the bomb site. He's able to do it. This time saving FaZe, not just FaZe. Alige keeps the round intact, allows Frozen to rotate back in. And FaZe find their first in the last 5. Doesn't stop Na'Vi on their pace. Oh my.
It's a very awkward death to give away and not something you're expecting, but we've talked about how Wonderful's kind of role within this team has looked to change, looked to adapt, as Na'Vi have now undertaken changes as well. Wonderful's look to be involved in a lot more of these opening fights, and he gets all the reward from it. 2 kills from his AWP signal the end of this round.
Such a ballsy entry route to run up top mid like that with an AWP and peak boiler. Hey, one way to get the job done. Like to see this re-inspired, reinvigorated Wonderful. Not the kind of plays you would expect to see from this guy. Even in Na'Vi's winning year.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that only really felt like it started to come through kind of in midway through the tailspin that Na'Vi were in, the fall off towards the end of the season. That was when we started to note that Wonderful, someone who found himself in a bit more of a supportive spot in the AWP, was getting a lot more active in these opening fights. And it just gives Alexi an extra tool to work with.
Oh, that's BS. full run and gun through the box, finishes off the AWP. And too late for FaZe to save that. Frozen can't even cover because of the deep smoke. Oh, nightmare fuel for FaZe. Brokey doesn't get to play the round, and he won't even get to play this one. Look at that.
I mean, it couldn't have happened to a better player, right? Getting Vikaze to have the mid-air spam, falling AWP denial. You get your new guy in the most BS way to rid them of a very important gun in a very important save.
It's just the energy of a young new player, a hungry new player coming into a proven roster. It's not crumbling under it. He wants to prove his worth.
Yeah.
Show that they made the right choice.
100%. I think especially when you think about the fact that this is Na'Vi, right? An organization whose name pulls a hell of a lot of weight, right? We've had orgs come and go over the years, but Na'Vi always been around, always been a threat. There's a certain expectation that comes with playing on this roster.
Yeah. Well, this round already looks chalked. It's just Karrigan cycling smokes on the B-bomb site. While the rest of his team stacked up on A. Frozen, Hero M4 long. Ooh, yeah, got scary there.
Timing was so open for that. Not a timing FaZe would ever be aware of. But they've seemingly missed that window now, and Ema, okay, it's a good catch for Frozen. Damn, that's pretty from Bit. The turn onto Rain. And just Karrigan here. They'll flush him out with the util. No hope for FaZe Clan in this hero gun round. It's a save for Frozen and Brokey. Na'Vi, for the first time, take the lead. They've been playing this game of catch-up all half long. And now they're in with a chance of winning out this first half.
It started so well for FaZe with that early 4-0 lead, but Na'Vi kicked into another gear, lapping them now. And no saves again. Frozen's been holding on to that for 2 rounds. Doesn't get to fire. Brokey can buy an AWP, so that's something, but this is a last-ditch attempt here for FaZe at the end of the half. As Na'Vi look to put a bow on it. 70 rounds would be an excellent half.
You know, we talk about Na'Vi as this system team, this being a stylistic clash. Well, the system's meant to be there to uplift the floor, make everything feel more consistent. FaZe might have high heights in their chaos, but it's in games like this where key players go quiet, the comms dry up a little bit. That's where your longevity can really be affected. 4v4 in this round as the trades come down over towards top banana. But Na'Vi are in no rush. AWP dropped back in the spawn for Wonderful, and a bounty of nades as well. He's going to retrieve that. As far as Na'Vi are concerned, they're more than willing of using the full brevity of this clock here. Here's FaZe with an attempt to re-aggro into top banana. Last time this boost demolished it. And this time it's a double setup that sends Karrigan on his way. The whole time they've been posturing at B, they've had a backup plan, they've had another option, and that's provided by Bit out here in top mid. Ema just keeps the pressure on this B site. As the rest of Na'Vi group in middle, there's only one threat in front of them. It's Rain in the site, armed with an AK, his weapon of choice. Said at times on the first map, it felt like Rain and Carrigan were the only two with any output. Can Rain be the backbone of FaZe Clan? There's the swing. Clean stuff for the first. Won't survive, won't get past Bit, who on those headshot angles finds a way to thrive. It comes down to this 2v2, and with advanced positioning on Ema, Bit backing off into the pit with the AWP. A long sight line, a smoke down, Ema ready to play off of Bit's contact. This will not be easy for Elige and Carrigan.
One shot's all it takes, and it's perfectly placed. Bit finds his kill onto Carrigan, still with the headshot despite AWPing. Elige, this one's too far gone. He has no idea. He's being flanked by Ema, who takes it all the way. 7 rounds to Na'Vi as they sit minutes away from the cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Na'Vi not letting up. It might have been a stronger start from FaZe here, initially holding the lead on map 2. Na'Vi remained competitive throughout, originally tying up this game. It's in the final few rounds of the stretch that they leapfrog themselves right up to the front of the pack and one step closer to the quarterfinals. Slow start in the series from Elige. Tried to recover here on Inferno, a better look, a better showing, but will it be enough?
But here's a lot of steps. His team is stacked to the B side right now, so he needs to live by a few seconds. They charge up long, and Bit stays in the apartments. Mid-rounding here for FaZe, but still looking like they want this A site. They're getting fast flanked. Inside of the smoke is Karrigan, calling everything around him, but that will fade soon as Makazi comes through. Karrigan holds it down. Makazi got a kill onto Brokey before that headshot, and so Na'Vi now sit with the advantage as they move in.
Had to be crazy quick to pull that one off. And in doing so, Na'Vi 4-on-3 in this retake, 2 up through short. Alexi lobbing in flashes from Moto, blind FaZe Clan, and that's when Na'Vi intend to strike. It's not panned out. Rain and Frozen, the hailstorm of FaZe Clan in the pistol finds success.
Ho, ho, ho. Scary stuff for Na'Vi in the midst of the madness. Can you be surprised to see that FaZe come out better? So calm in those crazy clutch moments. And now we're on. Maybe we have a game here on Inferno. Past that 4-0 lead, it was all Na'Vi on the T side.
Give them some headshots, bro.
Give them hell.
Yeah,
FaZe trying to level up late in the game. Not too late, though. Could be right on time.
You don't want those struggles to rear their head now. And it's looking like FaZe have picked right, but I say that kind of muted because Na'Vi have just started pulling extra players over with a re-smoke in from Alexi. What was feeling like the best laid of plans might just play in Na'Vi's hands after all. Ema here, ready for a flash out of the spawn. Alexi throws his first. There's the second volley. Ema struggles to break through, but the rest of Na'Vi follow him into the chaos, into the fray. Na'Vi on their force have the reply.
Just running through the smoke, the freedom of the force buy round, and Na'Vi feel no fear. They throw body after body at the problem. Alexi B double to close it out. Despicable way for Na'Vi to win that round, and the worst case scenario for FaZe on a comeback arc to lose to the Force in the second. Vibe for Na'Vi has been very strong, and FaZe flustered.
And look, we say FaZe are the team that thrive in the chaos. Well, Na'Vi made some of their own there. What's Elige going to be able to do with this Deke? That's not a bad way for this round to start. Oh my god, smoke spam, even connecting. Bit figured out in the apartments. They know he was here. Gonna line up one more. How much more can Bit do? It's only Elige. 1 versus 3. 2 kills to his name already, and the spot on all 3 players on the long side. Na'Vi trying to close the distance, running right into Elige with those SMGs, and they churn him up. Clutch denied. Na'Vi hold the fort.
Playing with so much energy, the bravado. Elige in a 1v4, and you think, hey, just play it safe. He hasn't got bomb. He can't do much. Na'Vi just run at him. Every single player pushing through. New life in this team, that's for sure. Young blood. And Na'Vi are storming for that finish blow.
Want to see how Makazi fares in these final few rounds, because as we said, sometimes the victory being right there adds more pressure than the start of this elimination series. For many players, their dream to reach playoffs in the Lanxes, and it's a dream that Makazi could be about to fulfill.
3 rounds away now, with the safety of a third map in Na'Vi's pocket, although that is the least of what they're thinking. Trying to close it on their map pick. FaZe is full buy. Has to land if they want to stay in this matchup, in this tournament. Consider this game their second chance. There are no thirds.
Certainly like that FaZe have taken the pace out of this first rifle round. Up until now, it's been a series of quick rounds that feel like they're over in a flash, and you at least want to feel like you had some agency in this final round. You weren't bogged down by the burden of early nade damage. You're going to let Na'Vi expel a bunch of that here, because they've been dealt a handful of fast rounds, so they've been keen at using some of this util. There's one of those nades they were hoping to avoid. Wonderful. Holds on to it and makes it sing. Frozen out of the round, has to watch on as his teammates and the fate of FaZe Clan is now in their hands.
Got to smoke that molly, got to run through. It's a missed shot that opens up opportunities for FaZe, but they still need to stick these kills. Elige will. Ema back from pit. The sole defender crunched by Elige through the long smoke, and maybe we've got a chance here for FaZe. 3 kills from Elige.
This is the Elige we were missing on that opening map. This is what he can bring to the table. 3 from Elige as he's let off the leash and runs riot through the back line of Na'Vi. Alexi doesn't look entirely done. He feels like he has unfinished business here. There's a voice drawing him in, but he's going to go no further, surely. So much time off this bomb, just looking for damage. Wants to make it a very expensive round for FaZe Clan. Even in victory, Alexi finds a way to make it hurt. Everybody dies for FaZe. It's a costly round win, but a round win nonetheless.
And that's what they've got to look towards, right? Elige coming through late in this game after a stinker on Ancient and coming through the smoke with a triple kill, entry, and the kill to stop Na'Vi from ever attempting that 1v2. It's not too late, but it is certainly down to the wire. Where Na'Vi have not used a single timeout, this has gone to plan. Finally, Blade comes in.
It's the first timeout for Na'Vi. They started this game 0-4 down. Blade never felt the pressure to call one until now. Wants to get ahead of any potential comeback. Wants to stop FaZe finding their form as they've stood on shaky ground throughout this entire series. With Elige showing signs of life at just the right time. Blade decides to weigh in. Especially with a new addition on this Na'Vi squad, it's good to get ahead of it. These mollies make life hard for Makazi. He will be under some scrutiny here as FaZe eyeball his position on the map to open up. The util successfully shuffled this defense up, made it awkward enough for Na'Vi to concede top banana control.
Well, Frozen living here is scary. Na'Vi might not be ready. He's anti, turns in too late. Already dead at that point. Makazi committed. They know he's here. They run him down. Upgrades gifted to FaZe, but time wasted. Health wounded. Na'Vi don't have any more blocking utility. HE and a flash to stop this eventual execute, and it looks like it will be on this B-bomb site when FaZe throw in smokes. Trying to elicit reaction. When nothing comes down, they know this is the open runway to win the round.
Last time we had Frozen fall first, the Liege went on a tear to make up for it. But this time he's wounded. This time he'll get finished off. Ema, hell, why not just take it all right now? As Ema stands tall, Na'Vi will break through. And that comes from nowhere. That's a B site under threat, a B site under peril. A comeback staring Na'Vi in the face. And Ema, it just rolls off his back. 4 kills in defense of this B site. And a stellar hold.
Just feels like a crushing defeat for FaZe. Their money all in. The chance to win it right there and then, 4-on-4. With no defensive util. And it is the individual to bail Na'Vi out. Ema keeps up his strong appearance here in Cologne. And he's got pieces around him. High fraggers, Bit, almost 20 kills. Makazi on the previous map, showing up. Is this a Na'Vi redemption arc? Into the quarterfinals. FaZe last-ditch attempt on the pistol rush.
Bit and Wonderful trying to make quick work of this. It's actually Ema on the smoke spam. The game just feels like it's on rails for this guy. It's left Brokey in a clutch, a very unlikely clutch at that, as he looks to plug in these numbers. The net starts to tighten around him. The grasp of Na'Vi might just be too much for Brokey to bear. They're coming in through long. They're wrapping him through short. He can't look the right way, and so Na'Vi on to 12, a round away from quarterfinals. And all the pieces falling into place. As we arrived into this game, it's been a fantastic tournament for Ema, as you said, currently the 5th highest rated player, and he has played up to that throughout this series. The other 2 heavy hitters for Na'Vi and Bit and Wonderful, both living up to the hype. And new man Makaze, never a liability, never overstepping. It's all tied together beautifully with Alexi's cooling, and here the system team of Na'Vi have powered up. They went away from that loss on Ancient with stuff to learn, things to look at. They get better. They shut down FaZe convincingly. Then they don't leave it up to chance. They don't let FaZe learn from their mistakes of that initial matchup. They take it to Inferno. And with a point to prove, they look for a 2-0 finish and progression into the playoffs.
And that's despite a slow start. That's despite FaZe taking both pistols in this map, only converting 1. FaZe with 3 out of 4 pistols in the series, also lost to the second round. And we see the effect of that in the hole, 12-7 down. Desperate back-to-back buys just to stay in the game. But FaZe, it might all be coming apart. Indecisive in what Na'Vi want to make the final round. The bomb toes the line between both sides. Back to Banana, Alexi and Makazi in defense of B. And 35 seconds where FaZe have no choice but to go. The Cathedral calls for Na'Vi again. Time and time. Do they make it to these playoffs?
Here's the run through a Liege. Double entry, double open. And so FaZe have 1 more round to play. Liege has made sure of that, and nearly 20 kills deep here on the T side.
It just hurts even more when you consider just him disappearing in that first game. And sure, he's had a couple of really heroic individual rounds in this map. That big 3K on the T side to get FaZe their gun round. This one here as well, saving them against match point. but doesn't it just feel too late for FaZe? Na'Vi have the money. They have the comfort of overtime. They have the confidence of reliable rifles across this tournament in Bit and Ema. No one's hitting the panic button yet.
I mean, if the one thing has been clear from FaZe, it's that they quite like the idea of trying to bully Makaze. That's where a lot of their util's been pointed at the start of these rounds, to try and isolate him, separate him from the rest of his herd, deal with the lone target. In what could have been FaZe's final round in this series, they banked it all on a B play, Makaze's side of the map. He's in FaZe's crosshair. And so a tall order for a player only just graduating to Tier 1 at his debut event with the Na'Vi squad, his first Tier 1 LAN. More of this exchange at Banana. But this time, no damage from that early util. Na'Vi are also feeling this pressure over towards B. They've been starting 3 strong here more often than not. I hope that Wonderful and his move over on this AWP can provide the stopping power at Banana. They're going to leave him and Makaze on this side of the map. That frees up Alexi, or Bit rather, to rotate back around. No, Alexi.
Yeah, and even though Wonderful concedes that B space, Alexi remains on the A side. Na'Vi aren't worried just yet. FaZe, in fact, have a lot of control. Deep apartments, porch side. Bit has a lot of utility stockpiled in this pit. Just dumping it in. FaZe 30 seconds. Again, it has to be a last moment hit into this A-bomb site. Alexi is out of position for now.
Flash out on long. Alexi opens. They learn about this pit setup. They know about one. Are they ready for Ema? Can't control that AK. It's more openings from Elige. An important trade. And the site taken. Na'Vi in 2 minds about what to do here. Makaze's laid down his life in a fight that Wonderful didn't want to take.
Yeah, it looked like someone made the save call. He believed it, and then he changed his mind. Like, no, I've got this. I can maybe open up this round. Throw himself in. Which is ultimately always going to be dependent on the result. But in this case, it looks like a bit of a waste of a weapon.
And now we really do have a game on our hands. Right? This could have very easily been FaZe going easy into that good night and leaving Cologne on a very sour note. But they've shown up to this second map with a bit more grit, a bit more staying power down the stretch. And finally, they get rewarded for that. They break Na'Vi's money now. And so the job isn't done. But in that same vein, the comeback has never been more achievable.
FaZe just have to keep the believing. Right read there, even though Alexi gets his 1-for-1 thanks to Bit's flash. FaZe trade out really effectively on that double pit setup. Strong util of their own. And Na'Vi actually take a breather, taking an eco here. This leaves him in a weird position. Still rounds like these where 1 or 2 guns in the right place can absolutely win a round. Na'Vi buying as much time as their couple of smokes will provide.
It's this B side that's the least defended of the two. Makazi on a USP, Alexi with dual Berettas. Both guns find themselves in A. Wonderful Zorp, Ema's M4. In danger of being left out of the action here.
FaZe are just going to go for B execute, it looks like. This mid players probe for a kill. They see the AWP. That should just send them back. There's no reason to commit with the AWP on short side. They try and cut him off on long. Ema gets his double. Not like this, FaZe. 3 on 5 into the pistols. The sooner they go, the better.
They have to try and power through now before Na'Vi can arrive on this rotate. It's a matter of time for FaZe. The rest of Na'Vi are coming. The cavalry are on their way. Alexi keeps Na'Vi interested, keeps them very interested indeed. That's a lineup on the smoke spam. Carrigan and Frozen, 2v2 to keep FaZe in Cologne. Bit makes his way up, Bit dies straight away. And now Wonderful has a very awkward clutch to try and break through. Knows about a player at the back of the site, goes hunting, and there's that swing from Carrigan.
No right to be in this game, FaZe. No right to still be in this tournament in that 3v5. Sure, they find the weaker bomb site, but still, the damage from Ema, the kill from Alexi, they are lucky. Wonderful misses that crossing shot that allowed Carrigan to get the back of quad. If Wonderful hits it, it feels as good as done. Ema does 300 plus damage. It's not enough. FaZe find a way, as they often do, against the odds, against all expectations. Na'Vi, who hadn't called a pause out until 4 or 5 rounds ago, have just burned their last of regulation. Yes, it was just an eco, but now they need to close. FaZe are back in this game.
Nice! Is Blade's worst nightmare coming true? He really tried to get ahead of this. He knows better than most that when you face a squad as experienced as a FaZe Clan, that you can never count them out. He's just had his last hands-on time with Na'Vi in regulation. And this is a round for all the marbles. Na'Vi, if they fail on finding the playoffs now, they have no money left. With FaZe just a round away.
Yeah, it's going to be a save if they lose the first couple of fights here. Wonderful ticks in that Molotov. FaZe ready to pounce on him. All gets caught off guard. Bit still gets 1 for 1. The rifle peeks the molly on long. Ema, 20 health, still surviving again. The call comes from Wonderful. Can he hold strong once more? Or will he be the way in for FaZe? They walk back all the way. The map goes quiet. Alexi gets paranoid. Re-info gathered on this long side. But FaZe are walking into the bomb site.
It's a good timing on this re-clear of mid for Na'Vi. Carrigan calling for a reset, grouping at Banana, and believing that this B play can keep FaZe in Cologne.
He's in.
Alexi makes it to the back of the site. They've been burned, not clearing this before. And this time in the cross, Ema looks to put a bow on it. A lot of damage inflicted.
Surely not.
They've been in this position once before. A failure to stick the landing on a 3v2. Plant will get found. It's Rain and Frozen. This duo with many a round attributed to their names, but they lose Rain. Frozen now is under tremendous pressure, and usually good for it. Not now. Shut down. Na'Vi steal away those playoffs. They stop the FaZe comeback in its tracks. Quarterfinals secured at their debut with Makazi in the roster.
Nearly every single time we see this team inside of a Cologne, they make it to the top 6, they make it to the playoffs, and Na'Vi do it once more. 2023 being the only blemish on their record. Na'Vi a shoo-in for the Lanxess, and FaZe Clan just fall a little too short, a little too slow to start on Ancient and even on on Inferno 2. This Makazi edition looking like a solid roster pickup. Rifles holding strong in Ema and Bit, and Na'Vi have more to prove here over this weekend.
For Makaze, less about his individual numbers and what he's bought there. He's just never really felt like a problem, and in the way it's reflecting on the rest of this Na'Vi roster, it's just been a breath of fresh air, it feels like, because you're getting a lot more mileage out of the older names, right? Wonderful. We've talked about him and his step up on the AWP, being so much more involved, so much more active. As you continue down the line onto Ema and Bit, both of them could not be rivaled rifling at the start of this tournament, and they've kept that all the way up into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're going into the playoffs phase, going home. Makazi, man of the hour, man of the... Look, I'll put it to you this way, man. Your first attempt to get the Lanxess, and you did it. Tell me about your emotions.
To be honest, I'm shaking a little bit because of emotion. So, yes, I'll try my best.
It was a tough game today, or they got tougher, I should say. Tell me about playing against FaZe and Server.
To be honest, second map, I would say it was hard because the first map we was just hitting hard and we destroyed them. The second map, I think it was hard for me because I was getting a lot of damage from Nate. But at least we bounce and we win it, so it's fine.
So we talk about the gameplay overall. There was a couple sloppy plays there from the side of FaZe. I'm talking about 1v3s against Bit. A couple of times where it seemed as though it just might not have gone that way. Then it just turns right around. Tell me about playing alongside Na'Vi.
It's an insane feeling, to be honest. I'm pleasured I'm playing with them. And to be honest, I'm not playing the best also in the vid, I would say. Because it's still hard for me a little bit, like about position and this stuff, like calling to remember and all this stuff. The boys are helping me a lot. So yes, it's an insane feeling.
They get a 4-0 start on Inferno. How do you guys whip it right back around?
We had the anti-strat and we was just following. That's it.
All right, cool. So anything you want to say to the people coming to Lanxess this weekend?
Thanks for support, guys. And let's see you on stage now.
Thank you very much. That's Na'Vi. Now we're going to go catch up with the FaZe side of things just across the way. Different tones altogether. I'm going to be joined by Kerrigan, luckily and thankfully he's agreeing to take an exit interview with us. Kerrigan, just right out of the gate, let's get some initial thoughts from you here on the exit from Cologne.
I mean, it was a good start to the day, right? I think we played really good against Aurora. Not awake the first map. Couldn't find a solution. I feel like as a team we didn't show up on the first side of the map to kind of help figure out the solution. And what can you say? They played really good. Started to believe in the on Inferno, but kind of disappointed. We had a good start on CT side. We had 3 or 4 weapon rounds in a row on CT side, but in the end they played better than us. And yeah, rough right now, but it is what it is.
If we rewind it all the way back to Ancient just briefly, FaZe firepower, I would say a little largely absent there in the first map. It just seemed like around the board it was Rain and Kerrigan trying to do a lot over there on Ancient. What happened? Where was the breakdown for FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, if I don't think we got the duels that we usually get or didn't get in a situation, maybe they had a good read on us. I think we just got smacked there around the map. I think in hindsight, it's easier said than done. We could have played maybe a little slower, take the pace out, but when we tried to some different variations, a little slower, they were aware what we were doing. So my consensus on the map was that we didn't really get to play our game, and that's credit to Na'Vi. They made us uncomfortable on the map, but it's also second time we had a rough T side, just like early in the group stage. So maybe a bad matchup for us on that map.
Fast forward into the 1 versus 3 with Bit over there in the B bomb site post plant Inferno. Tell me what happened here. How did it break down?
I can't remember that round, but sounds expensive. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember actually when I'm in the game right now. So yeah, 1 and 3 is not good thing to lose, especially on Inferno when we are trying to struggle the CT rounds.
Last question I'm going to have for you is this. You guys seem like you were counting your blessings a little bit there towards the end of Inferno. It seemed like you guys were just about to push it to overtime and then onward. On your way out of here, Kerrigan, 12 consecutive. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, 12 years trying to win a Cologne 1-on-1s. We'll try to make it to the 13th, but overall we could have done better. But we knew this term was going to be rough for us, so I just want to say thank you to all the fans at home supporting us. Unfortunately, we're not in arena, and yeah, time to step up for next event and work harder.
Thank you very much, Kerrigan.
FaZe fought with everything they had, but it wasn't enough to take down a well-playing Na'Vi, who then secure a spot inside the Lanxess arena for the playoff. We're also joined by a winner here at the desk. Alexi B, congratulations with winning this game against FaZe Clan, and congratulations with once again making it into the Lanxess.
Thank you.
Were you surprised that you were able to take down FaZe 2-0? It wasn't necessarily that close, I felt, throughout the entire match.
I was a bit surprised, since I think ever since joining Na'Vi, when we have a day where we play 2 best-of-3s, I don't think we ever won the second one. I believe we, not sure, but we might have always won the first one and lost the second one. So last time was against Liquid in Melbourne. Before that, I don't even remember. I think it was Cologne against Astralis with Simple. But it's a rare thing for us. But every time it happened, it's kind of like, when we win the first best-of-3, we're always thinking like how to reset for the next game. So
the easy way of fixing that is by winning your games and not getting into that position. That one is free on me. Anyway, congratulations winning once again. Ancient was a map where I felt FaZe had your number the first time around, or at least were able to put up a good fight. This time around, not at all. Did you change anything in particular, or were you guys just playing significantly better than the first time around?
I think we just took a bigger control in our anti-ecos. I believe last time we played on Ancient, the CT side was kind of similar. We played a good CT. We go to the T, we win the pistol, we lose the force buy, then we win a force buy, lose the force buy. It just kept going back and forth, and we felt like those swing rounds got them the momentum, and let's focus on those because we didn't have too much time to prepare after the first game. So just the small details.
Yeah, I felt like it was the opposite happening today, where you guys got on your second round on the CT side, you basically won your force buy. You caught Kerrigan and Elige both at Red Room, and then from that moment on, it felt like it was just like Tech 9 armor, like B rush for them, or some sort of like mid play, and then it was a gun round, and then like the first gun round, they tried doing a fake A and then go out middle before the smokes even landed. When you see them kind of fumbling like this and never really being able to find their footing in a game, is that something that you guys talk about when you're playing?
To be honest, not that much, at least today. I just think that we went with our momentum and our how we thought that they're gonna play the game. Even on this round, we called that it's likely gonna be fake into mid take, so we kind of were on top of that. But then I don't remember some rounds after we had some proper reads, but you know, this one 5-on-3 by Kerrigan, triple entry on B side was kind of my bad, to be honest, on Cave, losing that duel. But yeah, we were, I would say we were one step ahead today.
Alex B, moving on to Inferno, that got a little bit closer, a more competitive game. I have a round I actually want to show you, round 14, which is where I felt like you took control over the game by winning this, there's a force buy, pistol round, whatever you call it. Talk me through it, right? Because you're making the rotation in a couple of moments to go everyone from A to the B bomb side. Why is that?
So Valera had I told after this that Valera had a good mid-game read. So basically we were expecting them to go fast A, but since they didn't go, Valera made the decision to go B, and I'm so happy that we had 2 flashes. Because we kind of, we just owned them only because we had those last 2 flashes. Like, they thought they could come in, we baited 1 flash and 1 more, and just 4 CTs peeking you can't win if you jump through a smoke, so yeah.
So wait,
it's good by Valera.
You guys thought it was going to be fast A, but as soon as it's like, wait, they're not doing fast A, he's like, okay, I'm going B, everyone else come with, and then you guys all
No, I think he guided us to B and he stayed A. I'm not exactly sure, but he was guiding people to go B. But, you know, sometimes the side players might have this kind of reads. And I think Valera understands this map pretty well, so he just guided us and won us the round, basically.
I know it's been a long day for you, Alexi B, so I want to let you go, after this final question. You're now moving into the playoff. You're moving in to face the Mongols in the quarterfinal as well. I know you have a couple of days to decompress now and prepare for that game, but your initial thoughts on facing the Mongols in the quarterfinal and then potentially Spirit in a semifinal?
What can I say? I think they played some really solid CS. I do know for a fact that they took a proper break, because I believe like Blitz was on 20 hours past 2 weeks when they won the first 2 games. And we kind of prepared for 2 weeks in Barcelona, so I feel like we have the repetitions now. They obviously might have a deeper map pool. We only played a couple maps, so we're just trying to grind them out. But now, as you said, we have 2 days. we're gonna try our best and hopefully surprise them. I think they're playing pretty solid.
Yeah, I think so as well. Thank you so much for joining us at XP. Always a pleasure to talk to you. We have a schedule and some results for the day as well that we can show you guys while you can go home and relax at XP. The A-stream is concluded for the day. Na'Vi taking down NIP was the first game of the day, which then set them up to take down FaZe Clan in this all-deciding game that saw them make it into the Lanxess arena for the playoff here at IEM Cologne. Vitality took on the Mongols in the game that decided which of the two teams that would go straight into the semi-final and which of the two teams that would go to the quarterfinal. Not really surprised here, are you?
Not really, no. I mean, the Na'Vi phase could have gone 2-1. I think that extending it a little bit. I think NIP also came out swinging here, showing that they're, a team that means something right now.
Same could be said for the B stream. FaZe had to play the early game in order to secure a spot in this final game. They took down Aurora, kept themselves alive, dare I say it, only to falter against Na'Vi later on. Mouse versus Spirit concluded not so long ago. That was a banger of a game. We're talking overtimes, we're talking comeback, we're talking more overtime. At the end of the day, Spirit ended up winning that one and going straight into the semifinal.
Yeah, Spirit just keeping that momentum up. I think they had a head-to-head at the major with similar results. So Team Spirit looking good, and they have that new player Zvei on the roster as well. So incorporating him nicely.
Yeah, and as you saw on that little graphic right there, we still have one more game going on. G2 taking on Furia for the final spot inside the arena. It's not a game that we're going to cover here on the A stream. It's a game that you guys can watch over on the B stream. But initially thoughts on that one. Do you think G2 or Furia are the favorites to take the final spot inside the arena?
I've been liking what I've seen from G2. I'll give them the slight edge just because I think that they play this like kind of low risk, not volatile version of CS, whereas Fury is a little bit more volatile. So I like what I see from G2. I want to see them a little bit more as well. So maybe it's a little bit hopeful thinking, but I think they could actually pull it off.
I'll buy into that one. I think it's going to be an incredible close game. Something that's also been close is to determine who have been the best performing players so far at this tournament. We have the top 10 players of IEM Cologne 2025 in front of you. Dong topping the charts. I guess that's not a big surprise, especially considering how well he was playing yesterday. Again, today versus Mouse, he was having a good showing. Kyusuke hitting on that second place. He's not going to get a better rating than 139 because he's out of the tournament. Same could be said for Insani, who's on the third place. But apart from that, I'm seeing Emma, I'm seeing Shiro, I'm seeing Sairu, players still in contention. So that could change heading into the playoff.
Yeah, and honestly, with Gamer Legion, PR was actually looking pretty hot as well. And as the games progressed here, and some of the teams that went out on day 1 or day 2, some of them, their names remain up there because everyone else kind of fell out. They'd have a 2.0 rating day 1, and then they drop off a bit. But it's cool seeing some new names up there.
It is cool to see. We also had Kazerad at that 10th place. He's obviously playing in just a moment now, so he could also get a better rating, or maybe even a worse rating, and slide out. We do have a schedule for you guys as well. It is the final day here from the group stage, but of course we have the playoff games at hand. As you can see, the Mongols will take on Na'Vi in the quarterfinal, and so will Mouse versus the winner of the game behind us, Furia or G2, which should set up for a pretty cool bracket. The winner of Na'Vi versus the Mongols will play Spirit in the semifinal, and the winner of Mouse versus either G2 or Furia will face Vitality. So I guess you can say Spirit won against Mouse and avoided Vitality, and that in itself is a big step to the trophy, isn't it?
I think so, but another angle here is that if Mongols was able to win this tournament, then I think the path laid out for them was a pretty intense one. First, they go Falcons in the group stage. They would take on Na'Vi, followed by probably a Spirit, and then they would have to go against Vitality in the grand final. So if they were to pull it off, this would be not like one of those meme runs. It would be an actual for real event result.
That would be very legit if they can pull it off. Something that's also super legit is the fact that you can buy tickets for the Krakow event happening in 2026. We've been going to Katowice for many years. Next year we're changing it up a little bit. We're going to Krakow, and you can head over to esl.gg/Krakow and pick up tickets for that event. Josh, you've been with me for, 6, 7, 8 days. You've been refusing to buy me a ticket. This is the final segment we do together. Yep. All right. Are you going to buy me a ticket now, or are you going to leave me hanging?
I am going to buy you a ticket. I'm going to buy 2 tickets, actually. I'll buy you 3 tickets. I'll buy you a ticket, a +1, and I know you can't go anywhere without your bike, so I'll get your bike a ticket as well.
I very much appreciate that. I knew there was a kind heart hidden in there. You've been rough to deal with for a long time, but, despite of his looks, despite of his attitude, despite of being very hard to impress, Steel is a nice guy. Thank you so much for joining me, Steel. Thank you so much for watching out there as well. We're about to head it down here on the A stream. You can catch the B stream, though, and watch the game behind us, G2 versus Furia. They're fighting out for the final spot at the playoff at IEM Cologne 2025. We'll take a couple of days off and recharge, get ready for the playoff, and so will you. We'll see you in a couple of days.
twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang! Oh my, what the
got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Having to fight in a comeback effort here. This really does test the brains of this new IGL and how he can try and rally the troops. Maybe more so how he can lead his group. How he can lead these men into a comeback. Now utility forcing this is all being heard. Yuri capturing this information, forcing duels on the catwalk. And nothing presents itself on the side of Fury. They just don't give anything for free.
Flashbangs dodged out on by some bias. They might consider entering the mid doors. Will they be ready for the corner? Oh my god, some bias. Now eats the third flashbang through the mid doors. Dude, this is ridiculous.
You dodged two, that should be enough.
Now native the smoke. Hunter could try to make a play. It's Mob Deagle who dropped the bomb. Fallen also goes down low. Problem is there's no
he got inside the tons.
Yeah, he's inside the tons though. Not a real B-site defender here. And your Kindar clears. Will be a